Chapter 1646. Husband, why are you up so early today? Early the next morning, Lisa Schwan got out of bed. Han Yushi, who was used to someone sleeping in, turned her head to look at the sky outside the window and couldn't help but ask curiously. Hey. Wife. Did I wake you up? Lisa Schwan caressed Han Yushi's face apologetically, then said as he put on his clothes, Wife, there's something you don't know. Yesterday, youngest Marshall uncle said goodbye to me and said that he would return to Mount Longhu today. He also specifically told me not to send him off. However, youngest Marshall uncle not only saved my life, but also saved Mr. Wenji and Mr. Mo. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll meet again. If I don't send him off, I won't feel at ease. Youngest Marshall uncle is leaving? Han Yushi was shocked when she heard this. As Lisa Schwan returned home late yesterday, the couple fell asleep after dinner, so Han Yushi didn't know about the news of Xianqing returning to Mount Longhu. Husband, why didn't you tell me and my parents about such a big matter last night? Youngest Marshall uncle went down the mountain to help you so much this time. Now that youngest Marshall uncle is leaving, how can we not send him off? I'll go with you, husband. Lisa Schwan shook his head and said, No need. Wife. Youngest Marshall uncle already said that he doesn't want me to send him off. If I bring you with me in a big way, youngest Marshall uncle will blame me again. It's still early now. Sleep a little longer. As he spoke, Lisa Schwan had already put on his clothes. He leaned over and kissed his wife's forehead, comforting her softly. Okay then. Han Yushi thought about it and could only agree. But after a moment, she said, But you're going so early. Youngest Marshall uncle shouldn't have woken up yet, right? Lisa Schwan couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Wife, you're thinking wrongly. Since Marshall uncle doesn't want me to personally send him off, he'll definitely leave early in the morning. If I'm late, he'll probably have already left. In his memory, Xianqing was like this. He was cold, indifferent, and didn't like to trouble others. That was why Lisa Schwan woke up so early today. After saying that, Lisa Schwan pushed open the door and walked out under Han Yushi's reluctant gaze. Giddy. Moments later, a young man rode a white horse out of Yong and Lane and headed straight for the city gate of Lantian County. Marshall uncle. Just as Lisa Schwan expected, when he arrived at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Xianqing was riding a black horse down the mountain path. Lisa Schwan sighed to himself that he came just in time. Then, he controlled Big White and rushed towards Xianqing. Little Xian? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come see me off? Seeing that the person who came was Lisa Schwan, Xianqing frowned slightly and said unhappily. It wasn't that he hated Lisa Schwan, but in his opinion, Lisa Schwan had too many people's livelihood and happiness on his shoulders. He had a huge responsibility and shouldn't waste his precious time on meaningless things like seeing him off. Hey. Little Marshall uncle. The academy will hold the entrance examination tomorrow. I'm here to handle the academy's affairs, not to see you off. Sigh, I didn't expect Marshall uncle to wake up so early. This is a coincidence, a coincidence. Lisa Schwan smiled and secretly changed the concept. Although Xianqing felt that Lisa Schwan seemed to be lying, he did hear that the academy would hold the entrance examination tomorrow. So, he couldn't refute Lisa Schwan's words. If that's the case, we'll meet again someday. Xianqing didn't delve into this issue. After a moment of silence, Xianqing saluted Lisa Schwan and then urged the big black horse to leave directly. He left as soon as he said he would. He was confident and decisive without any hesitation. This was Xianqing. Hey. Little Marshall uncle. Will you return to Yunshan after reporting to Dragon Tiger Mountain? The disciples here will always be reserved for you. Xianqing left as soon as he said he would, which also caught Lisa Schwan off guard. After he came to his senses, he hurriedly shouted at Xianqing's back. Perhaps it was because the previous owner of this body had a very close relationship with Xianqing. Lisa Schwan often felt an inexplicable sense of closeness from Xianqing. Now that Xian Qing had returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain, to be honest, Li Zixuan was very reluctant to let him go. It wasn't that he wanted to keep a peerless master like Xian Qing to protect the academy, but after such a long time together, he now liked to be with Xian Qing very much. I should be back, but I have to listen to senior brother. Soon, Xian Qing's voice came from more than 100 feet away. Li Zixuan was reluctant to part with Xian Qing, but Xian Qing was also reluctant to part with Yunshan. Taking a step back, even if he returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain and didn't go down, his only choice was to continue to practice in seclusion in the cave. Because although he was the elder of Celestial Master Taoism and the little martial uncle of countless disciples, he basically didn't participate in the management of the sect's affairs. Usually, he seemed to have nothing to do except practice in seclusion. But Xian Qing was more willing to practice in seclusion in Yunshan because he still got along well with Li Zixuan, his martial nephew. When Spiritual Master Ling Su was still alive, in the entire Celestial Master sect, the people who had the best relationship with Xian Qing and had the longest contact with him were only Spiritual Master Ling Su, the head of the Celestial Master sect, and Li Zixuan. So Xian Qing didn't have much objection to returning to Yunshan to practice in seclusion. Chapter 1647. Your Majesty, there's a report from the front. The Sky Rooster Brigade led by the King of Shu has already passed through Xinfeng County and is heading towards Lantian County. Along the way, the people of various counties have lined the streets to send them off. They are estimated to arrive at Lantian County in 2 hours. Chang'an, the Imperial Palace, Taiji Palace. At this time, the morning court was in full swing. The civil and military officials were arguing endlessly over the issues of the country and the people. Suddenly, a eunuch walked in from outside the hall and trotted to the front of the hall. He bowed and reported to Li Er. What? Kurer has returned with the Sky Chicken Brigade? Li Er was jolted awake by the eunuch's words, and his eyes focused as he sternly asked the eunuch. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. It is said that the Marquis of Yong and has already taken all the officials of Lantian County to welcome the Sky Chicken Brigade. The eunuch hastily said. Li Er's face was brimming with joy as he loudly declared to the officials. Half a month ago, Guanzhong was covered in locusts. If the Marquis of Yong and had not led the Sky Chicken Brigade to destroy the locusts, all of Guanzhong would have starved and plunged into misery and suffering. Although those children of the Sky Chicken Brigade are not Great Tang soldiers, they have saved the people of the Great Tang. Now that they are returning in triumph, we must personally go and welcome them and celebrate their success. Your Majesty speaks the truth. The Sky Chicken Brigade has saved the people from calamity, and its contribution is no less than that of the Great Tang soldiers guarding the border. Today, they should receive this honor. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, all the officials were shocked. After all, since ancient times until now, those who were able to get the emperor to personally come out of the city to welcome them were usually soldiers who had just returned victorious from battle. While all the officials were shocked, an old official immediately stood out and supported Li Er. This man was the Minister of Revenue, Xiao Yu. It was said that when the plague of locusts had first broken out, Xiao Yu, the steward of the Great Tang, had seen the flood of locusts and the various provinces and counties send petitions to the imperial court for help. His heart had turned cold. The Great Tang had only been able to recuperate for a few years, and now, a plague of locusts of this scale had broken out. Wasn't the Great Tang trying to empty its treasury? But later, Li Zixuan took the initiative to take on the burden of eliminating locusts, and with the help of the Sky Pheasant Brigade, they were able to eliminate more than half of the locusts in the Guanzhong area. The losses of the imperial court were reduced to a minimum. In the entire imperial court, other than Li Er, the one who was most grateful to the Sky Pheasant Brigade was Xiao Yu. Therefore, at this time, of course, he had to come out and support the Sky Chicken Brigade. I agree. The Sky Pheasant Brigade has indeed contributed a lot to the swift eradication of the locust plague. Wei Zheng also stepped forward and cupped his fists. Although Wei Zheng was somewhat implicated in the Heavenly Dragon Sect's rebellion, not only was he demoted, he was also fined 3 years of salary by Li Er. However, after this matter, Wei Zheng seemed to be more at ease. He was even more fearless in the court and could say whatever he wanted. This subject agrees. As soon as Wei Jing finished speaking, many other officials began to chime in as well. Qing Yaojin was also among them. Old Qing couldn't help but smile. The return of the Sky Pheasant Brigade meant that Qing Chumo had also returned. Although he often beat up Qing Chumo, the bond between father and son was deep, and blood was thicker than water. This was something that could not be severed. Good. Since that's the case, today's morning court will end here. All officials, follow us out of the city to welcome the triumphant return of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Seeing that all the officials were in agreement, Li Er made the final decision. Chapter 1648. Greetings, Your Majesty. Soon, under Hu Hanyun's lead, Qing Chumo, Li Ku, and the children from Plum Village and Han Village rode their bicycles to the pavilion. When they saw Li Er in his dragon robe and the officials in their official robes, Old Hu and the others were shocked. But fortunately, Old Hu did not lose his composure. He quickly jumped off his bicycle and came to a stop 10 feet away from Li Er, cupping his fists and bowing. Greetings, Your Majesty. The group of youths behind Old Hu also saluted. Greetings, Father. After half a month, Li Ku finally saw Li Er again. He could not hide the excitement on his face as he stepped forward and bowed. Then, he saluted Li Qingxian beside Li Er. Greetings, elder brother. Li Qingxian was the crown prince. Although they were brothers, they would be his subjects in the future. Rise. Li Er first waved to the crowd, then looked at Li Ku with a gentle expression. Ku, you've worked hard on the journey. It's not hard at all. Li Ku replied. Then, under Li Zishuan's gaze, Li Ku's expression turned solemn as he saluted. Reporting to father, the Sky Pheasant Brigade did not disappoint. In half a month, we eliminated a total of 72 provinces and counties of locusts, benefiting more than 4 million people. Along the way, we borrowed chickens from the people, causing the Sky Pheasant Brigade's chickens to reach a maximum of 600,000. On the way back, I've already sent people to return the borrowed chickens to the people. If any are lost, they will be compensated according to the market price. Now, only the 100,000 chickens that we brought out of Lantian County are left. Eliminating locusts in 72 counties of locusts, benefiting more than 4 million people. Hearing this, whether it was the civil and military officials or the ordinary people on both sides of the road, they were all moved. The parents whose children were standing behind Li Ku all puffed out their chests, their faces full of pride. Good. 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 Although he had already known this news, Li Er could not help but be delighted when he heard Li Ku announce it in front of so many people. He said, "Good," 3 times, then looked at the members of the Sky Pheasant Brigade in front of him and said loudly, "I will reward all the members of the Sky Pheasant Brigade." Zhao Song announced the decree. Yes. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. Then, he took out the imperial edict from his sleeve. With a solemn expression, he read aloud, "The Emperor of the Tang Empire decrees that at the end of the 6th month, locusts will descend from the heavens to the Tang Empire. The locusts will fill the sky and eat away at the crops. The people will not be able to make a living." Fortunately, the Marquis of Yong informed the Sky Pheasant Brigade and led the King of Shu, Qing Chumo, and the children of Han and Mei villages to the north to exterminate the locusts. In the past half a month, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had traveled more than a li, exterminating the locusts in more than 70 counties and saving millions of people. It could be said that they had worked hard and made great contributions. As the Emperor of Great Tang, all the people in the world are my people. Today, the Chicken Brigade has saved my people and should be rewarded. All members of the Sky Pheasant Brigade will be given a belt and 10 pieces of silk. In fact, this reward had already been decided in the imperial court a few days ago. Now, it was just packaging Li Er's words in the imperial court into an imperial edict and reading it out in public. In terms of monetary value, this reward could not be said to be generous. However, some things could not be measured by money. The intrinsic honor and symbolic meaning of this reward was far greater than its surface value. In addition, it was not that Li Er could not afford to reward more expensive things, but most of the people in front of him were still underage children. It was not appropriate to reward too expensive things, and it was even more inappropriate to directly reward them with official positions. After all, they had only followed Li Zhe and Zishuan to the north to run errands. If they were rewarded with official positions because of this, wouldn't the Tang Empire's official positions be too worthless? Your son accepts the imperial edict. Thank you, father, for your reward. After Zhao Song finished reading the imperial edict, Li Ke took the lead and bowed. Thank you, your majesty, for your reward. Ching Chimo and the rest of the children followed suit and bowed. Haha. Good. I hope that all of you can become the pillars of Great Tang in the future. Li Er laughed heartily and said. Those who needed to be welcomed had been welcomed, and those who needed to be rewarded had been rewarded. Furthermore, seeing that more and more people had gathered at the pavilion, Li Er spoke a few more words with Li Zishuan and Li Ke before leading the civil and military officials back to the capital. According to his original plan, he had originally planned to host a banquet in the palace to entertain these people who had contributed to the eradication of the locusts. However, after knowing that Li Zishuan had already arranged a banquet in Lantian County, Li Er gave up on his original plan. All right. Children, you can all go back. The people in the palace will send the reward from His Majesty to your houses in the afternoon. Once Li Er left, the pavilion instantly became a sea of joy. The cheers of the passers-by and the joy of the reuniting of the parents and children from Mei Village and Han Village made the scene even more heartwarming. After a while, the cheers gradually died down. Li Zishuan then said to the children in a clear voice. Yes. Young master. The children of Han and Mei villages answered in unison. Young master, I'll return this bicycle to you. Nyo from Han village pushed the bicycle out and said timidly. The children were stunned. Logically speaking, now that they had received the reward from Li Zishuan, they should not covet Li Zishuan's bicycle anymore. However, they were used to riding such high-end bicycles. If they were to hand over the bicycle now, they would be a little reluctant. Young master, we want to return the bicycle. Although they were reluctant, in the end, the children overcame their greed and took the initiative to push the bicycle to the front and said to Li Zishuan. Hee hee. Young master, didn't I make an agreement with you before? After the eradication of the locusts, the bicycle will all belong to you. This is my reward for all of you. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He then smiled and said to everyone. Young master, you can't do that. Old Hu hurriedly said, this time, the children have indeed worked hard to eradicate the locusts. However, His Majesty has already rewarded them for this. How can they take your bicycle now? Isn't this insatiable greed? They will be criticized by the villagers. That's right. Young master. The bicycle is too expensive. It's a waste to give it to these children. You should take it back. Second Master Lu also came to watch the show today. At this time, he also spoke up to persuade him. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu, you don't have to persuade me anymore. His Majesty's reward is his, and mine is mine. I, Li Zishuan, have always been a man of my words. Since I made such a promise to the children, there is no reason to go back on it today. I can't take back these bicycles. At this point, he turned to the group of children and said loudly, all right. Children. Ride your bicycles home quickly. Remember to come to Zuaxian restaurant in the county town at noon. I have prepared a big meal for you. Those who come late can only eat chicken buttocks. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. However, the children also understood Li Zishuan's meaning, so they immediately cheered. Oh. Let's go home. I have a bicycle. I don't want to eat chicken buttocks. When the other villagers saw this scene, they couldn't help but cast envious glances at the children. Not only did they receive a reward from the emperor, but they also received a new generation bicycle from Chitsu Pavilion Workshop. This thing was now a rare item, and it was in short supply. Casually selling it could sell for a few hundred strings of coins. These children from Han and Mei villages could now be considered to have gained both fame and fortune. Xiaoku, Chumo, and Iron Egg, the three of you quickly revise your homework these 2 days. After the academy's entrance exam is over, you and Kusher Ching who didn't make it for the final exam will be arranged to take a makeup exam together. Your makeup exam results will be counted as the final exam results, and you will participate in the ranking of the entire grade. The children from Han and Mei villages rode their bicycles back to their homes. Li Zishuan brought Li Ku, Ching Chumo, and Iron Egg directly to Lantian County Town. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, Qin Huayu, and the others naturally followed along. These people were usually on very good terms with each other. Now that they had reunited after such a long time, they naturally had endless things to talk about. Only when they arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Inn did they calm down slightly. At this moment, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and instructed. What? Makeup exam? When Ching Chumo heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He broke down and said, Yamacho, you can't do this. The few of us worked so hard to kill the locusts in the northern counties and traveled thousands of miles in half a month. As soon as we came back, you arranged for us to take a makeup exam. Isn't this too unreasonable? If there was one thing that Ching Chumo was most afraid of now, it was definitely the exam. This was because he was very clear about his academic standards. He knew that he would definitely fail every exam. If he did poorly in the exam, not only would he embarrass himself in class, but he would also be beaten by old Sheng when he returned home. So, how could he not be afraid of the exam? Li Ku and Iron Egg pursed their lips and didn't say anything. Although the two of them didn't study in the academy for half a month, with their foundation, they wouldn't be afraid of the exam. Even if Li Zishuan arranged an exam for them immediately, they wouldn't be afraid, not to mention that there were still a few days to prepare for the makeup exam. They had even less reason to be afraid and worried. Then what do you want? Don't tell me you want me to give you a score of 80 points for every subject to the Academic Affairs Office? Li Zishuan glanced at Ching Chumo and said unhappily. Good, good, good. Yamacho, that's a good idea. I agree with both hands. Look at how hard we worked to kill the locusts in the north. Even if we didn't get credit, we still worked hard, right? Giving 80 points isn't too much at all. I'm sure the other students will understand. When Ching Chumo heard this, he was overjoyed. He nodded excitedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Understand your head. Li Zishuan glared at him and couldn't help but say, if you have the time to talk nonsense with me, why don't you go back to the academy and review your homework? There will be new students entering the academy next semester. If you are the last in the entire academy, you will be embarrassed. Let's see how you can raise your head in front of your junior brothers and sisters. Chapter 1649. Master. There's a lady outside who wants to visit you. Chang'an City, Hanging Pot Hall. A young man dressed in a scholar's robe ran into the inner hall and bowed to an old man sitting inside. The old man had just brewed a pot of top-notch immortal tea. He raised his head and said, Didn't I tell you? Ordinary patients will be treated by your eldest brother and second brother. If they can't make a decision, they can come to me. What's wrong? What's wrong with that lady? Why does she want to see me? The young man wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed. Master, that lady is not sick. She just said she wants to see you. The old man frowned and said unhappily, Not sick. Our Hanging Pot Hall has been treating people in Chang'an City for more than 10 years. If people don't come here for treatment, what else can they come here for? The young man pinched the golden beans hidden in his sleeves. Obviously, he was bribed. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Master, that lady said she came from a medical family in Jiangnan. She just arrived in Chang'an City and heard that our Hanging Pot Hall is the most famous medical center in Chang'an City. She wanted to come here and ask for your advice. Because the doctor in charge was the imperial physician of the previous dynasty, the Hanging Pot Hall was indeed the most famous medical center in Chang'an City. However, that was before. As the Tang Empire's medical centers popped up one after another in the Tang Empire, and Li Zixuan spent a lot of money to recruit countless skilled doctors from all over the country, the hanging pot hall's status in the apricot forest was no longer what it used to be. Most people would choose to go to the Tang Empire's medical center because not only were the doctors there good, but the fees were also transparent. As a result, even a medical hall like the Hanging Pot Hall was greatly impacted by this. Therefore, when he heard the words, Hanging Hu Hall is the most famous medical center in Chang'an City, a smile quickly appeared on the old man's face. However, the second half of the young man's words made his face darken. He said unhappily, "That's right." "What? Is someone here to challenge us?" Challenging a martial arts school was not only applicable to martial arts schools, but also to medical centers. It was said that people of the same trade were enemies. Between some medical centers that had a competitive relationship, there would often be this kind of medical exchange that was full of competition. No, no. Seeing the displeasure on the old man's face, the young man hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Master, that woman's attitude is quite humble. She doesn't look like she's here to challenge us. Instead, she looks like she's here to sincerely ask for medical advice." This time, she had brought 10 difficult medical questions. She said that she was willing to give anyone who could help her solve each question 5 strings of money as thanks. She also said that she had searched all the medical centers in Chang'an, but no one could help her solve these 10 problems. What? 5 strings of coins per question? Does this woman really think that no one can answer her question? The old man was shocked when he heard this. Although he was a famous doctor and didn't lack money, he could earn 5 strings of money by answering a question. Wasn't it too easy to earn money? It was easier than treating patients. After pondering for a moment, the old man's interest was piqued. He muttered, "What problem did that woman bring? Why don't you tell me about it?" If one question was 5 strings of money, 10 questions would be 50 strings of money. This money wasn't much, but it was definitely not little. The most important thing was that the money came quickly. The old man had been practicing medicine for many years. To be able to open such a large medical center in Chang'an, he naturally had some family background. However, having family background was one thing. He was far from being able to treat 50 strings of money as money, not to mention that the business of civilian medical centers wasn't doing very well now. On the other hand, he had saved countless people in his life. He still had a certain level of confidence in his medical skills. Naturally, he was eager to try the 10 questions of the strange woman. Master. That woman didn't tell me. She said that her questions could only be told to the person with the highest medical skills in our medical center. The young man replied, then scratched his head and asked tentatively, "If Master doesn't want to see her, I'll send her away." After saying that, he turned to leave. The old man hurriedly said, "Wait. I want to go out and see who this woman is." The old man stood up and was about to leave. However, he paused. He picked up the cup of freshly brewed immortal tea on the table and drank it in one gulp. Then, he said to the disciple, "Changfeng, help me take good care of this immortal tea. I'll continue drinking it when I come back." Even though Zheng Yinhong had increased the supply of immortal tea, it was not the season for tea after all. Generally speaking, this thing was still in short supply in Chang'an. It was very scarce. The old man had to pull a lot of strings to get half a tael of tea. "Master, don't worry. I'll take good care of it," the young man hurriedly replied. The old man nodded and left with his hands behind his back. "Dr. Wang, why hasn't your master come out yet?" In the side hall of the Hanging Pot Hall, a bright-eyed girl sat elegantly. After a long time, she couldn't help but ask, "Miss, please wait a moment. Master should be coming out soon." The man sitting opposite the girl hurriedly said, "Haha. I heard that someone came to the Hanging Pot Hall to ask for medical advice. I didn't expect it to be a little girl." At this moment, an old voice came from outside the door. Then, an old man with a white beard walked in. This person was the owner of the Hanging Pot Hall, the former Sui dynasty's imperial physician, Lin Jichang. Speaking of which, Lin Jichang was a little curious about the woman who came to the clinic to ask for medical advice from his disciple. But now that he saw that the woman sitting in the hall was only 8 or 9 years old, he immediately lost interest. After all, in his opinion, how much medical skills could such a little girl know? A gentleman judges people by their ability, not by their appearance. Kai Wenji was able to distinguish the sound of strings when she was 6 years old. Dr. Lin, why are you looking down on me because of my young age? The contempt in the old man's voice was obvious, but the girl's face didn't show any displeasure. She stood up and said politely. Her every move showed that she was a lady from a noble family. One look and you could tell that she came from a prestigious family with excellent upbringing. Seeing that the girl's attitude was extraordinary, the old man squinted his eyes and the contempt on his face gradually faded. He stood up straight and looked at the girl. After a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "Haha. I'm already so old. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by a girl who hasn't even reached marriageable age. I haven't asked for your name and where you live. Who are your ancestors?" At this point, the old man didn't dare to look down on her. He had practiced medicine in Chang, and for more than 10 years and had met many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. He believed that someone who could talk like this didn't come from an ordinary family. It was better not to offend her for no reason. The girl smiled and bowed. "My name is Chen Weining. This is my maid. My father is Chen Fangzheng. My family lives in Yuezhou. My ancestors have been practicing medicine in Jiangnan for generations. A few days ago, I came to Chang and with my father to visit my relatives. I heard that there are countless famous doctors in Chang'an. I've been studying medicine with my father since I was young, so I wanted to learn from the famous doctors in Chang'an. The Hanging Pot Hall is the most famous medical hall in Chang'an. Of course, I admire it. Today, I came to visit. I hope that Dr. Lin can teach me." Yuezhou. Lin Jichang couldn't help but frown. He was a local of Chang'an and had never been to the south, much less Yuezhou. He knew nothing about the situation in Yuezhou. Therefore, he didn't know whether the girl's ancestors had been practicing medicine for generations was true or not. But just by looking at the way she spoke, this young girl was undoubtedly from a big family. After all, how could a small family raise such an elegant and natural girl? As for whether her ancestors had been practicing medicine for generations, he would know after a test. "So you're from Yuezhou? Please sit, please sit." As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. The girl had been acting gracefully and courteously from beginning to end. He could only treat her with courtesy. However, it wasn't until this moment that Lin Jichang noticed that there was another girl standing behind the young lady. That girl looked even younger, and when she heard Chen Weining say that this girl was her maid, she couldn't help but secretly frown. How could such a young girl serve her master well? "Dr. Lin, please." Chen Weining extended her hand and made an inviting gesture. Then, she turned around and sat in her original seat. The maid beside her quickly followed her and stood quietly behind her. Hee. I just heard from my disciple that Miss Chen brought back 10 difficult medical questions. I wonder if that's true. After the two of them sat down, Lin Jichang took the initiative to speak and went straight to the point. Chen Weining smiled faintly and said, "That's true. And for every question you answer correctly, I'm willing to pay you 5 strings of money as thanks." Hearing this, Lin Jichang's eyes flashed with joy. But it was only a fleeting moment. He pondered for a moment and waved his hands solemnly. Hee. Money is just a worldly possession. I've long been indifferent to money. But I'm very interested in Miss Chen's questions. If you're willing, can you tell me the questions so that I can reflect on them? Chen Weining smiled faintly and looked at Lin Jichang. Then, she nodded her head lightly and said, "Dr. Lin is a famous doctor in the capital. To be able to receive your advice is my fortune." Hee. You flatter me. You flatter me. After being flattered by this young girl, Lin Jichang's beard floated up. He quickly stroked his beard and pretended to be modest as he waved his hand. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Since this young lady thinks so highly of this old man, then please give me your question." Answering a few questions could earn him the admiration and praise of the younger generation. Also, he could receive a generous reward of 10 strings of money. Lin Jichang felt that the more such free things came, the better. Dr. Lin is indeed a straightforward person. Chen Weining praised and said, "Since that's the case, I'll give you the questions." Chapter 1650. In the treatise on febrile diseases, it is said that the disease of the taiyang is the opposite of the treatment. Therefore, when the stomach is full of pain, it belongs to the taiyin. Cassia twig and peony decoction is used to treat it. When the stomach is full of pain, cassia twig and yellow decoction is used to treat it. When the taiyin is the disease, the pulse is weak, and it is convenient for the person to continue the treatment. Those who use rhubarb and peony decoction should reduce it. May I ask godly Dr. Lin, what is the meaning of a great pain? What is the mechanism of a great pain and a great pain? In the side hall of the hanging pot hall, there were only Lin Jichang, Chen Weining, and her servant left. The disciple of the medical center who had been in the hall had already left at the request of Chen Weining. The door was tightly shut. Chen Weining thought for a moment and asked. Hearing this, Lin Jichang's eyes flashed with joy. He originally thought that the little girl in front of him would ask some very tricky questions, but he didn't expect her questions to be so simple. He pretended to think for a moment, then stroked his beard and answered. "Miss Chen, this great pain is the abdominal pain that refuses to be pressed. As for great pain when the stomach is full of pain, it belongs to the cold and the heat. Using rhubarb and peony decoction is a battle between tonifying and purging. In terms of a great pain, those who use rhubarb and peony decoction should reduce it. The great pain is compared to the great pain when the stomach is full of pain. It is more severe and can be treated with cassia twig and yellow decoction. I wonder if I can explain it clearly." After saying this, Lin Jichang's face showed a trace of pride. Obviously, this kind of question was child's play to him. Godly Dr. Lin is indeed knowledgeable, and your medical skills are superb. I admire you very much. Divine Dr. Lin, please listen to my second question. Chen Weining smiled faintly, then looked at Lin Jichang with admiration and said, "Many people believe that the extreme yin qi is divided into yang and bright qi. However, my father once said that the extreme yin spleen meridian and the disease lies in the blood. These two sayings have made me very confused. I wonder if godly Dr. Lin can dispel my doubts." Lin Jichang's expression was slightly sluggish. The question that Chen Weining had asked earlier was a basic question in medicine. Anyone who had studied the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases, written by Zhang Zhongjing, the medical sage of the Eastern Han dynasty, would be able to answer it. However, the question that Chen Weining was asking now could not be answered just from medical knowledge. It had to be analyzed with practical medical experience. To a professional, they could tell a person's standard from a question. Now, with just this second question, Lin Jichang was very sure that this little girl in front of him was definitely an expert. This time, Lin Jichang thought for a long time before replying. These two sayings have their own logic. However, I believe that these two sayings are not the medical sage's original intention. First of all, the pain when the stomach is full may not be an external symptom. The cinnamon twig and peony soup is also not an external and internal remedy. The medical sage had already stated very clearly in the treatise on typhoid and cold, the pain when the stomach is full belongs to the extreme yin. Originally, it was an external symptom. However, after a mistake, the illness has changed. It belongs to the extreme yin, and it is said that the extreme yang symptom is broken. Using the cinnamon twig and peony soup may not be an external remedy. You have to know that the cinnamon twig and peony soup does not have the effect of directly causing perspiration. Instead, it is used to regulate the spleen and stomach. Using the cinnamon twig and peony soup not only does not require porridge, but also uses the peony that was harvested with acid. It can be seen that it does not have the effect of dispersing. I call this prescription an external and internal remedy. It is not appropriate to treat both the extreme yin and extreme yang diseases. In actual treatment, the symptoms of pain when the stomach is full often do not have any external symptoms. It is often used with the small jinjong decoction or the cinnamon twig in peony soup. These are sufficient evidence. After that, Lin Jichang couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. Just now, he didn't know how many cases he had deduced in his mind. Fortunately, he had rich medical experience. Otherwise, he might have been stumped by this question. However, the final result was not bad. He was very satisfied with this answer. It was just that coming up with this answer was too nerve-wracking. He could only pray in his heart that Chen Weining's next question would not be as difficult as this one. Otherwise, at his age, he would not be able to withstand such mental exhaustion. Clap, clap, clap. After listening to Lin Jichang's answer, Chen Weining could not help but clap her hands and say, "Divine Dr. Lin's medical skills are indeed brilliant. Your views have really enlightened me." If my father heard Divine Dr. Lin's words, he would be overjoyed. Who knows, he might even come to visit you. Haha. You flatter me. This old man is just a bit older and has a bit more experience in medicine, that's all. Lin Jichang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Chen, please ask the third question." One question was 5 strings of cash and he had already earned 10 strings of cash. Although the second question was more nerve-wracking, compared to treating patients, this method of earning money was undoubtedly much easier. Chen Weining nodded and said with a serious face, "All right then. Divine Dr. Lin, please listen to the third question. 10 questions have been answered. Today's exchange with Divine Dr. Lin has benefited me greatly. Here is 50 Tang Yuan, please kindly accept it." It was close to noon when Chen Weining finished all 10 questions. At this time, she stood up and bowed to Lin Jichang. Then, she handed over 5 Tang Yuan notes and said. Lin Jichang was very tired at this time. His face showed deep exhaustion. Obviously, it was not easy for him to answer these 10 questions. He stood up and took the Tang Yuan from Chen Weining without leaving a trace. Then, he said, "Hee hee. Well said, well said. Miss Chen, if you have any questions about your medical skills in the future, you are welcome to come to the Hanging Pot Hall again." I will. Then we will take our leave for today. See you again someday. Chen Weining nodded and said goodbye. Haha. See you again someday. Lin Jichang clasped his hands and said in his heart, "This girl better come and give me money more often in the future." Let's go. Chen Weining called to the maid behind her and then the two of them walked out of the door together. Chapter 1651. Come, come, come. We brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. Today, we must drink to our heart's content and not go home until we're drunk. In Lantian County, the Drunken Immortal restaurant was filled with jubilation. Fatty Li Tai, who was being nagged by Chen Shuazhen, was being forced to drink by Ching Chimo. Ha! Long time no see. Isn't it just half a month? I think Chimo, you just want to take this opportunity to drink a few more jars of Yamacho's good wine. Li Tai rolled his eyes at Ching Chimo. Then, he displayed his poisonous tongue and mocked. However, Ching Chimo was a thick-skinned person. Facing Li Tai's mockery, he did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he became even more enraptured. He winked and said smugly, "Hee hee. Qingke, you know me best. Yamacho tricked me in front of the clinic just now. Qinghua twisted my ears dozens of times. If I don't eat this lunch today, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? Come, come, come. If you're brothers, drink all the wine in this cup in one gulp." At the end of his sentence, he picked up a bowl of wine and shouted at everyone at the table. Sitting at this table were Li Ku, Chu Yanfu, Fang Yizhi, Zhang Sun Chong, and a few other officials from Chang'an City. "Brother Chou Nyo, come. I'll drink with you. Cheers." Yuchi Baolin and Qing Chimo were very close. When he heard this, he immediately stood up and poured himself a cup of wine and said loudly, "Come. Cho Nyo, little Ku, I'll drink to you. This time, you followed Yamacho to the north to kill locusts. It's been hard on you. To Cho Nyo, little Ku." Qin Huayu, Sun Zifan, Zhang Sun Chong, and the rest all stood up. Li Tai saw this and could only raise his cup and say, "Good. Then I'll drink with you. Consider it a toast to you and little Ku." Haha. Good. Let's do this. Qing Chimo laughed heartily. He raised his head heroically and poured the entire bowl of wine into his stomach. Hee hee. Cho Nyo, what were you doing with Dr. Gu just now? I heard that the relationship between the two of you is not ordinary. Hee hee. Sun Zifan chuckled and said with a wretched expression. Although this bastard was young, he had read a lot of those kinds of books. Of course, this was also a common problem among the children of ancient aristocratic families and high officials. They were precocious. Hearing that, Li Tai squinted his eyes and immediately joined in. That's right. You just called Dr. Gu, Qin Yu. Hurry up and tell me, is there something between you and Dr. Gu, hmm? Hearing this, the rest of the people instantly turned their gazes to Qing Chimo. Although Qing Chimo was not stingy, when it came to this kind of man and woman, even he, who had always been uncouth, was a little embarrassed at this moment. His face was flushed red with embarrassment. Zifan, Qing Ke, don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between me and Qing. Dr. Gu. Hee hee. There's really nothing between you? Sun Zifan laughed wretchedly and then winked at Qing Chimo. Of course. I can swear to the heavens that I'm innocent. Don't you two ruin my innocence for no reason. Qing Chimo said firmly. Ruin your innocence? When everyone heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by ruining your innocence? What kind of F***king innocence do you have? No matter what, this should be Guqing Yue's line, right? Ha ha ha. Cho Nyo, I heard that when you were 6 years old, you peeked at Widow Wu from the east of the city taking a bath. What kind of innocence do you have? Sun Zifan almost spat out the wine in his mouth. After swallowing the wine, he pointed at Qing Chimo and laughed. Haha. I've heard about this too. In my opinion, Cho Nyo, you don't have to talk about your innocence with us, right? Zhang Sun Chong could not help but laugh. The rest of the people burst into laughter. Qing Chimo said anxiously, F***ck. Sun Zifan, you're F***king spouting nonsense. When have I peeked at other people taking a bath? I even heard that you went to 100 Flowers Tower behind your father's back last year. Since the yellow mud had fallen into his crotch, it was now sh*t even if it was not sh*t, Qing Chimo did not bother to explain and directly dragged Sun Zifan into the water to hurt each other. Qing Chimo, you're spouting nonsense. I've never been to 100 Flowers Tower. Instantly, the two of them started to argue with each other. After a while, the rest of the people were forced to join in. It was supposed to be a celebratory banquet, but who would have thought that it would turn into a catfight between these brats? The commotion here also affected the other tables. Soon, the entire Drunken Immortal restaurant was in an uproar. According to common sense, Li Zishuan would definitely not allow Qing Chimo, Sun Zifan and the other bastards to spoil the atmosphere of the celebratory banquet. However, he had other things to deal with and could not leave. He could only let these little bastards cause trouble. Marquis, this is what happened. Although Qin Shuozhen leaked the questions, she did not reveal her real identity. Secondly, she did not take out the test paper that you gave, Marquis. Thirdly, she only told Lin Jichang a few questions, so I did not do anything. In a room in the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Duozhen bowed to Li Zishuan and reported the scene that happened in the Hanging Pot Hall in the morning. After listening, Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed and he muttered with a sigh, this girl is quite clever. But this is also a good idea. Who asked me to only give her the questions and not the answers? Even though it had been more than a year since he transmigrated to the Great Tang, Li Zixuan still couldn't help but have the mindset of a modern person. In the modern world, if a student knew the question in advance, they would have 10,000 ways to find the correct answer without others knowing. Therefore, after hearing the drama that Qin Shuozhen put on in the Hanging Pot Hall, Li Zixuan was slightly surprised, but he was not angry. After all, in this era, there were no phones, no computers, and no internet. It was even harder for ordinary people to come into contact with books. Under such circumstances, even if they knew the questions in advance, they might not be able to find the answers. Qin Shuozhen's method was indeed the most reliable method in the current era. The Empress was indeed the Empress. This quick-wittedness made Li Zixuan have a whole new level of respect for her. At the same time, Li Zixuan was looking forward to the future Empress of Tang Dynasty. Would she be even more amazing? Marquis, you have always valued integrity. Why did you, after hesitating for a long time, Duozhen could not help but ask. Why did you help Qin Shuozhen cheat? Li Zixuan smiled and said the words that Duozhen did not dare to say. As for the possibility that Qin Shuozhen could become the first empress in history, he could not say it out loud. He had a plan to train the empress. He wanted to lead Qin Shuozhen, the future empress, to the right path, and not let such a clever girl go on the path of rebellion. Duozhen pursed his lips and did not say anything, but it was equivalent to admitting it. Li Zixuan shook his head and smiled. Haha. This is a heavenly secret. It cannot be revealed. Duozhen, who was looking forward to the answer, was stunned and speechless. Chapter 1652. Zhong, why are you up? Lie down. Lie down. If you tear open the wound, you'll have to suffer again. In the ward on the second floor of the Tang Alliance Medical Center, Mother Zhang had just walked in with food when she saw Zhang Wenzhong slowly walking back and forth on the ground. Mother Zhang couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. She hurriedly put the food box on the square table at the side and quickly walked to Zhang Wenzhong to support him. Mother. I'm fine. The wound on your child's stomach is almost healed. It won't affect my walking. Zhang Wenzhong turned his head to look at his mother, smiled, and comforted her. That won't do. Zhong, you'd better be careful. Dr. Sun said before that the wound on your stomach must be taken care of. It will heal in 2 days. Zhang Wenzhong's mother shook her head and insisted. Zhang Wenzhong had no choice but to sit down first. Zhang Wenzhong's mother took the food box from the table and said while opening it, Zhong, are you hungry? Come and eat. Mother wanted to go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy a meal for you, but I heard that Marquis is holding a banquet there today to welcome the children from the Han and Mei villages who went to the north to kill locusts. So, the Drunken Immortal restaurant doesn't accept guests. So, I can only go to other restaurants to buy some food. Speaking of this, Zhang Wenzhong's mother's face showed a rather regretful expression and sighed. I heard that the best restaurant in Chang'an is the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The various delicacies there are unforgettable after eating. I wanted to let Zhong have a taste, but it's a pity. Although the Zhang family wasn't a rich family, they could still afford to buy a few dishes at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Zhang Wenzhong's mother also saw that her son had a sudden disaster and almost died. She loved him so much that she thought of going to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy food for him. Zhong, why are you up? Lie down. Lie down. If you tear open the wound, you'll suffer again. In the ward on the second floor of the Tang Alliance Medical Center, Mother Zhang had just walked in with food when she saw Zhang Wenzhong slowly walking back and forth on the ground. Mother Zhang couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. She hurriedly put the food box on the square table at the side and quickly walked to Zhang Wenzhong to support him. Mother. I'm fine. The wound on my stomach is almost healed. It won't affect your walking. Zhang Wenzhong turned to look at Mrs. Zhang, smiled, and comforted her. That won't do. Zhong, you better be careful. Divine Dr. Sun has instructed us to take good care of the wound on your stomach. It will heal in 2 days. Mrs. Zhang shook her head and insisted. Zhang Wenzhong had no choice but to sit down first. At this time, Mother Zhang took the lunch box from the table. She opened it and said, "Zhong'er, are you hungry? Come and eat. Mother wanted to go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy some food for you, but I heard that Marquis is holding a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant to welcome the children from the Han and Mei villages who went to the north to kill locusts. So, the Drunken Immortal restaurant doesn't accept guests. So, Mother can only go to other restaurants to buy some food." Speaking until here, Mother Zhang's face showed a rather regretful expression. She sighed and said, I heard that the best restaurant in Chang'an is the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The various delicacies there are unforgettable after countless people ate it. I wanted to let Zhong have a taste, but it's a pity. Although the Zhang family wasn't a rich family, they could still afford to buy a few dishes at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Mother Zhang also saw that her son had a sudden disaster and almost died. She loved him so much that she thought of going to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy food for him. Chapter 1653. Chen Shuozhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among this year's Yanhuang College candidates. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County, many candidates from all over the 360 provinces and counties of the Tang Empire had gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. The already bustling Chang'an City and Lantian County became even more bustling. Marquis, I have recently ordered the 3 teams of Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that there won't be too many foreign citizens. After lunch, County Magistrate he found Li Zishuan and reported his work to him alone. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County. It was closer to Lantian County than to Chang'an City. In addition, Lantian County had been developing rapidly in the past year. The roads and environment in the city had been greatly improved, and there were many restaurants and shops. Therefore, a considerable number of candidates had chosen to stay in Lantian County for the Yanhuang College entrance exam this time. Yes. You have done a good job. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. The college entrance exam is not only a grand event of Yunshan, but also a grand event of the entire Lantian County. The Yamen must pay attention to it and ensure that there are no riots or vicious cases in Lantian County during the exam period. We must also ensure the safety of the candidates who stay in the city. Today, Yanhuang College had become the signboard of the entire Lantian County. When outsiders mentioned Lantian County, the first thing they would think of was Lantian County. How could County Magistrate he not understand this? Therefore, since half a month ago, County Magistrate he had already strengthened the security of the entire county. Almost all the local ruffians and gangsters in the city had been caught by the Yamen runners in one fell swoop. Marquis is right. I will definitely. Chen Shuozhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among this year's Yanhuang College candidates. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County, many candidates from all over the 360 provinces and counties of the Tang Empire had gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. The already bustling Chang'an City and Lantian County became even livelier. Marquis, I have recently ordered the Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that there won't be any vicious cases due to too many foreign citizens. After lunch at Drunken Immortal restaurant, County Magistrate he found Li Zishuan and gave him a personal report on his work. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County was closer to the county than it was to Chang'an City. In addition, in the past year, Lantian County had improved its roads and the roads and environment in the city had improved greatly. Restaurants and shops were many restaurants and many shops. In this year, Yanhuang College entrance exam, and the county's city was of the counties of the city county. Yes. You have done well in this matter. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. The college entrance exam is not only an annual event in Yunshan, but also a grand event in the entire Lantian County. Everyone in the county government must pay attention to it and ensure that there are no riots or vicious cases in Lantian County during the exam period. We must also ensure the safety of the candidates who are staying in the city. Today, Yanhuang College had become the signboard of the entire Lantian County. When outsiders mentioned Lantian County, the first thing they would think of was Lantian County. How could county magistrate he not understand this? Therefore, since half a month ago, county magistrate he had strengthened the security of the entire county. Almost all the local ruffians and gangsters in the city had been caught by the Yamen runners in one fell swoop. Marquis is right. Chen Shuozhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among all the candidates of Yanhuang College this year. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County Town, many candidates from the 360 provinces and counties of the Tang Empire had gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. Chang'an City and Lantian County Town, which were already very lively, became even livelier. Marquis, I've recently ordered the 3 teams of Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that there won't be any vicious cases due to the large number of outsiders. After lunch, county magistrate he found Li Zishuan and gave him a private report on his work. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County. It was much closer to the county seat of Lantian County than to Chang'an City. In addition, Lantian County had been developing rapidly in the past year. The roads and environment in the city had been greatly improved, and there were many restaurants and shops. Therefore, a considerable number of students had chosen to stay in Lantian County for the entrance examination of Yanhuang College. You've done well in this matter. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. The entrance examination of the college is not only an annual event in Yunshan, but also a grand event in the entire Lantian County. The entire county government must pay attention to it and ensure that there won't be any riots or vicious cases in Lantian County during the examination period. We must also ensure the safety of the candidates who stay in the city. Today, Yanhuang College had become the signboard of the entire Lantian County. When outsiders mentioned Lantian County, the first thing they would think of was Lantian County. How could county magistrate he not understand this? Therefore, since half a month ago, county magistrate he had strengthened the security of the entire county. Almost all the local ruffians and gangsters in the city had been caught by the Yamen runners in one fell swoop. Marquis is right. This lowly official will definitely. Chen Shuozhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among all the candidates of Yanhuang College this year. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County, there were many candidates from more than 360 states and counties of the Tang Empire gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. The already bustling Chang'an City and Lantian County became even livelier. Marquis, this lowly official has recently ordered the Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that there won't be any vicious cases due to too many outsiders. After lunch at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, county magistrate he found Li Zishuan and reported his work in private. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County. It was undoubtedly closer to Lantian County than to Chang'an City. In addition, Lantian County had been developing rapidly in the past year. The roads and environment in the city had been greatly improved, and there were many restaurants and shops. Therefore, for this Yanhuang College entrance examination, a considerable number of candidates had chosen to stay in Lantian County. You've done well in this matter. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. The entrance examination is not only a grand event in Yunshan, but also a grand event in the entire Lantian County. The Yamen must pay attention to it and ensure that there won't be any riots or vicious cases in Lantian County during the examination period. We must also ensure the safety of the candidates who stay in the city. Today, Yanhuang College had become the signboard of the entire Lantian County. When outsiders mentioned Lantian County, the first thing they would think of was Lantian County. How could county magistrate he not understand this? Therefore, since half a month ago, county magistrate he had strengthened the security of the entire county. Almost all the local ruffians and gangsters in the city had been caught by the Yamen runners in one fell swoop. Marquis is right. This humble official will definitely. Chen Shuozhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among all the candidates of Yanhuang College this year. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County, there were many candidates from more than 360 states and counties of the Tang Empire gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. The already bustling Chang'an City and Lantian County became even livelier. Marquis, this humble official has recently ordered the Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that there won't be any vicious cases due to too many outsiders. After lunch at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, County Magistrate he found Li Zishuan and reported his work in private. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County. It was undoubtedly closer to Lantian County than it was to Chang'an City. In addition, Lantian County had been developing rapidly in the past year. The roads and environment in the city had been greatly improved, and there were many restaurants and shops. Therefore, for this Yanhuang College entrance examination, a considerable number of candidates had chosen to stay in Lantian County. You have done well in this matter. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. The college entrance examination is not only a grand event every year in Yunshan, but also a grand event for the entire Lantian County. The Yamen must pay attention to it and ensure that there are no riots or vicious cases in Lantian County during the examination period. We must also ensure the safety of the candidates who stay in the city. Today, Yanhuang College had become the signboard of the entire Lantian County. When outsiders mentioned Lantian County, the first thing they would think of was Lantian County. How could County Magistrate he not understand this? Therefore, since half a month ago, County Magistrate he had strengthened the security of the entire county. Almost all the local ruffians and gangsters in the city had been caught by the Yamen runners in one fell swoop. Marquis is right. This humble official will definitely. Chen Shuazhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among all the candidates of Yanhuang College this year. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County, there were many candidates from the 360 provinces and counties of the Tang Empire gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. Chang'an City and Lantian County, which were already very lively, became even livelier. Marquis, this humble official has recently ordered the Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that vicious cases will not occur due to too many outsiders. After lunch, County Magistrate he found Li Zishuan and reported his work to him alone. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County. It was undoubtedly closer to Lantian County than to Chang'an City. In addition, Lantian County had been developing rapidly in the past year. The roads and environment in the city had been greatly improved, and there were many restaurants and shops. Therefore, for this Yanhuang College entrance examination, a considerable number of candidates had chosen to stay in Lantian County. You have done well in this matter. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. The college entrance examination is not only a grand event of Yunshan, but also a grand event of the entire Lantian County. The Yamen must pay attention to it and ensure that there are no riots or vicious cases in Lantian County during the examination period. We must also ensure the safety of the candidates who stay in the city. Today, Yanhuang College had become the signature of the entire Lantian County. When outsiders mentioned Lantian County, the first thing they would think of was Lantian County. How could County Magistrate he not understand this? Therefore, since half a month ago, County Magistrate he had strengthened the security of the entire county. Almost all the local ruffians and gangsters in the city had been caught by the Yamen runners in one fell swoop. Marquis is right. This humble official will definitely. Chen Shuazhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among all the candidates of Yanhuang College this year. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County, there were many candidates from the 360 provinces and counties of the Tang Empire gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. Chang'an City and Lantian County, which were already very lively, became even livelier. Marquis, this humble official has recently ordered the Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that vicious cases will not occur due to too many outsiders. After lunch, County Magistrate he found Li Zishuan and reported his work to him alone. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County. It was undoubtedly closer to Lantian County than to Chang'an City. In addition, Lantian County had been developing rapidly in the past year. The roads and environment in the city had been greatly improved, and there were many restaurants and shops. Therefore, for this Yanhuang College entrance examination, a considerable number of candidates had chosen to stay in Lantian County. You have done well in this matter. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. The college entrance examination is not only a grand event of Yunshan, but also a grand event of the entire Lantian County. The Yamen must pay attention to it and ensure that there are no riots or vicious cases in Lantian County during the examination period. We must also ensure the safety of the candidates who stay in the city. Today, Yanhuang College had become the signature of the entire Lantian County. When outsiders mentioned Lantian County, the first thing they would think of was Lantian County. How could county magistrate he not understand this? Therefore, since half a month ago, county magistrate he had strengthened the security of the entire county. Almost all the local ruffians and gangsters in the city had been caught by the Yamen runners in one fell swoop. Marquis is right. This humble official will definitely. Chen Shuazhen, Zhang Wenzhong, and Lin Hao were just the tip of the iceberg among all the candidates of Yanhuang College this year. In the past few days, whether it was Chang'an City or Lantian County, there were many candidates from the 360 provinces and counties of the Tang Empire gathered. All the taverns and inns were basically full. Chang'an City and Lantian County, which were already very lively, became even livelier. Marquis, this humble official has recently ordered the Yamen runners to strengthen their patrols in the city to ensure that vicious cases will not occur due to too many outsiders. After lunch, county magistrate he found Li Zishuan and reported his work to him alone. Yanhuang College was located in Lantian County. It was undoubtedly closer to Lantian County than to Chang'an City. In addition, Lantian County had been developing rapidly in the past year. The roads and environment in the city had been greatly improved, and there were many restaurants and shops. Therefore, for this Yanhuang College entrance examination, a considerable number of candidates had chosen to stay in Lantian County. You have done well on this matter. Chapter 1654. Bandit. Robber. I'm a bandit. Super double. Super double. F***CK. Lin Hao. The cards in your hand are so bad, what's the point of super doubling? Green Sparrow. Didn't you realize that when you shouted, super double, it brought you several times more happiness? Haha. Did I hit the nail on the head? Green Sparrow, come on, let's continue. Lose a few more copper coins, but you can get several times more happiness. Why not? In the first month of this year, Li Tai suddenly had the idea of meeting Iron Egg's new disciple. Therefore, a charity gambling king, super free card game was staged in the backyard of the Lin family's house. Li Tai and Lin Hao, who had never met each other, inexplicably became good friends because of this. It was just that. Lin Hao was not so thin at that time. It was mainly because of this that Li Tai did not recognize him at the first moment. Of course, it was also because the two had not seen each other for several months. Wow. Green Sparrow? It's you? You. How did you gain weight again? Lin Hao said in surprise when he saw Li Tai beside Li Zishuan. They were indeed good friends. As soon as they met, they stabbed each other and hurt each other. Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. If you know how to talk, talk more. On the other hand, Li Tai looked as if he had eaten feces. He spat out in exasperation, F***CK. We haven't seen each other for several months. Lin Hao, why can't you speak human language? What's wrong? You're not convinced that you lost last time? You want to fight again? This exasperation was mostly because for some reason, Lin Hao had suddenly lost a lot of weight. As a result, Li Tai felt a trace of loneliness and desolation. Although the Great Tang considered fat to be beautiful, there was still a limit to how fat one could be. Moreover, after following Li Zishuan for so long, Li Tai also understood that if a person was too fat, they would suffer from many problems. Last year's military training had indeed made Li Tai lose a lot of weight. However, after a year of studying and living a comfortable life, especially since he didn't like to exercise much and preferred to stay in the classroom or the laboratory to study, his weight quickly regained back. Now, he was almost at his peak level. In fact, Lin Hao had never known Li Tai's true identity, but even if he knew, with his naive and straightforward nature, he would not be submissive to Li Tai and flatter him. At this time, he held his head high and his chest puffed out, not showing any signs of weakness as he retorted, "Who lost? I didn't lose last time. I remember that only Sir won last time. Both of us lost." Sir is also here? Greetings, Mr. Han. While speaking, Lin Hao finally saw Iron Egg standing behind Li Zixuan. Although he could call Iron Egg by his name because of their good relationship, outside, he still had to respectfully call Iron Egg Sir. After all, respecting one's teacher was a rule that everyone in this era had to abide by. Call me Bandit. Rob Bandit. I'm a bandit. Super double. Super double. F***CK. Lin Hao. You brat, your cards are so bad. Super double my ass. Green Sparrow, didn't you realize that when you shouted, super double, it brought you several times more joy? Haha. Did I hit the nail on the head? Green Sparrow, come, let's continue. Lose a few more coins, but you can get several times more joy. Why not? In the first month of this year, Li Tai suddenly wanted to meet Iron Egg's new disciple. Therefore, a charity gambling king, super free, card game was staged in the backyard of the Lin family's house. Li Tai and Lin Hao, who did not know each other, inexplicably became good friends because of this. It was just that, at that time, Lin Hao was not so thin. It was mainly because of this reason that Li Tai did not recognize him at first sight. Of course, it was also because the two had not seen each other for several months. Wow. Green Sparrow? It's you? You. How did you gain weight again? Seeing Li Tai beside Li Zixuan, Lin Hao said with a look of surprise. They were indeed good friends. As soon as they met, they stabbed each other and hurt each other. Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. If you know how to talk, then talk more. On the other hand, Li Tai looked as if he had eaten feces. He was flustered and exasperated. F***CK. We haven't seen each other for several months. Lin Hao, why can't you speak human language anymore? What's wrong? Are you not convinced that you lost last time? Do you want to fight again? This exasperation was more because Lin Hao had suddenly lost a lot of weight for some reason. As a result, Li Tai felt a trace of loneliness and desolation from being separated from the group of useless otakus. Although the Tang dynasty considered fat to be beautiful, there had to be a limit to it. Moreover, after following Li Zixuan for so long, Li Tai also understood that if a person was too fat, there would be a lot of problems with the body. Last year's military training did make Li Tai lose a lot of weight. However, with this year's comfortable study life, especially since he did not like to exercise and liked to stay in the classroom or the laboratory to study, his weight quickly regained back. Now, he was almost back to his peak level. In fact, Lin Hao did not know Li Tai's true identity. Even if he knew, with his naive personality, he would not be a yes man and flatter Li Tai. At this time, he held his head high and fought back without showing any weakness. Who lost? I didn't lose last time. I remember that only Sir won last time. Both of us lost. Sir is also here? Greetings, Mr. Han. While speaking, Lin Hao finally saw Iron Egg standing behind Li Zixuan. Although he could call Iron Egg by his name because of their good relationship, outside, he still had to respectfully call Iron Egg Sir. After all, respecting one's teacher was a rule that everyone in this era had to abide by. I'm called a bandit. Robber. I'm a bandit. Super double. Super double. F***CK. Lin Hao. You brat, your cards are so bad. Super double my ass. Green Sparrow, didn't you realize that when you shouted, super double, it brought you several times more happiness? Haha. Did I hit the nail on the head? Come on, Green Sparrow, let's continue. If you lose a few more copper coins, you can gain several times the happiness. Why not? In the first month of this year, Li Tai suddenly wanted to meet Iron Egg's new disciple. Therefore, a charity gambling king, super free card game was staged in the backyard of the Lin family's house. Li Tai and Lin Hao, who did not know each other, inexplicably became good friends because of this. It was just that, at that time, Lin Hao was not so thin. It was mainly because of this that Li Tai did not recognize him at first sight. Of course, it was also because they had not seen each other for several months. Wow! Green Sparrow? It's you? You? How did you gain weight again? Lin Hao said in surprise when he saw Li Tai beside Li Zixuan. They were indeed good friends. The moment they saw each other, they stabbed each other and hurt each other. Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. If you know how to talk, talk more. On the other hand, Li Tai looked as if he had eaten feces. He spat in exasperation, *CK. We haven't seen each other for several months. Lin Hao, why can't you speak human language? What's wrong? Are you not convinced that you lost last time? Do you want to fight again? This exasperation was more because for some reason, Lin Hao had suddenly lost a lot of weight. As a result, Li Tai felt a trace of loneliness and desolation. Although fat was considered beautiful in the Tang dynasty, there had to be a limit to it. Moreover, after following Li Zixuan for so long, Li Tai also understood that if a person was too fat, there would be a lot of problems with the body. Last year's military training had indeed caused Li Tai to lose a lot of weight. However, after a year of peaceful study life, especially since he didn't really like to exercise and always liked to stay in the classroom or the laboratory to study, his weight quickly regained back. Now, he was almost back to his peak standard. In fact, Lin Hao did not know Li Tai's true identity. However, even if he knew, with his naive and straightforward personality, he would not be a yes man to Li Tai and flatter him. At this time, he held his head high and fought back without showing any weakness. Who lost? I didn't lose last time. I remember that only Sir won last time. We both lost. Sir is also here? Greetings, Mr. Han. While speaking, Lin Hao finally saw Iron Egg standing behind Li Zixuan. Although he could call Iron Egg by his name because of their good relationship, outside, he still had to respectfully call Iron Egg Sir. After all, respecting one's teacher was a rule that everyone in this era had to abide by. I'm called Bandit. Rob Bandit. I'm a bandit. Super double. Super double. *CK. Lin Hao. You brat, your cards are so bad. Super double my ass. Green Sparrow, didn't you realize that when you shouted super double, it brought you several times more happiness? Haha. Did I hit the nail on the head? Green Sparrow, come, let's continue. Lose a few coins, but you can get several times more happiness. Why not? In the first month of this year, Li Tai suddenly wanted to meet Iron Egg's new disciple. So, a charity gambling king, super free game was staged in the backyard of the Lin family's house. Li Tai and Lin Hao, who did not know each other, inexplicably became good friends because of this. It was just that, at that time, Lin Hao was not so thin. It was mainly because of this that Li Tai did not recognize him at first sight. Of course, it was also because the two had not seen each other for several months. Wow! Green Sparrow? It's you? You? How did you gain weight again? Seeing Li Tai beside Li Zixuan, Lin Hao said with a look of surprise. They were indeed good friends. As soon as they met, they stabbed each other and hurt each other. Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. If you know how to talk, then talk more. On the other hand, Li Tai looked as if he had eaten feces. He was flustered and exasperated. *CK. We haven't seen each other for several months. Lin Hao, why can't you speak human language? What's wrong? Are you not convinced that you lost last time? Do you want to fight again? This exasperation was more because for some reason, Lin Hao had suddenly lost a lot of weight. As a result, Li Tai felt a trace of loneliness and desolation. Although fat was considered beautiful in the Tang dynasty, there had to be a limit to it. After following Li Zishuan for so long, Li Tai also understood that if a person was too fat, there would be a lot of problems with the body. The military training last year did make Li Tai lose a lot of weight. However, with the comfortable study life in the past year, especially since he did not like to exercise and liked to stay in the classroom or the laboratory to study, his weight quickly regained back. Now, he was almost back to his peak level. In fact, Lin Hao did not know Li Tai's true identity. Even if he knew, with his naive personality, he would not be a yes man and flatter Li Tai. At this time, he held his head high and fought back without showing any weakness. Who lost? I didn't lose last time. I remember that only Sir won last time. Both of us lost. Sir is also here? Greetings, Mr. Han. While speaking, Lin Hao finally saw Iron Egg standing behind Li Zishuan. Although he could call Iron Egg by his name because of their good relationship, he still had to respectfully call Iron Egg Sir outside. After all, respecting one's teacher was a rule that everyone in this era had to abide by. I'm called a bandit. Robber. I'm a bandit. Super double. Super double. F***CK. Lin Hao. You brat, your cards are so bad. Super double my ass. Green Sparrow, didn't you realize that when you shouted super double, it brought you several times more happiness? Haha. Did I hit the nail on the head? Come on, Green Sparrow, let's continue. If you lose a few more copper coins, you can gain several times the happiness. Why not? In the first month of this year, Li Tai suddenly wanted to meet Iron Egg's new disciple. Therefore, a charity gambling king, super free card game was staged in the backyard of the Lin family's house. Li Tai and Lin Hao, who did not know each other, inexplicably became good friends because of this. But Lin Hao was not so skinny at that time. It was mainly because of this that Li Tai did not recognize him at first sight. Of course, it was also because they had not seen each other for several months. Wow. Green Sparrow? It's you? You. How did you gain weight again? Lin Hao said in surprise when he saw Li Tai beside Li Zishuan. They were indeed good friends. They stabbed each other and hurt each other as soon as they saw each other. Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. If you know how to talk, talk more. On the other hand, Li Tai looked as if he had eaten feces. He spat in exasperation, F***CK. We haven't seen each other for several months. Lin Hao, why can't you speak human language anymore? What's wrong? Are you not convinced that you lost last time? Do you want to fight again? This exasperation was mostly due to the fact that Lin Hao had suddenly lost a lot of weight for some unknown reason. As a result, Li Tai felt a trace of loneliness and desolation from this. Although fat was considered beautiful in the Tang dynasty, there had to be a limit to it. Moreover, after following Li Zishuan for so long, Li Tai also understood that if a person. Chapter 1655. Qingke, have you tested this thing before? What's the maximum communication range? Inside the scientific research base of the Trump Card Project, Li Zishuan called Li Tai over and asked with a joyful expression. After trying out the first-generation telephone several times, Li Zishuan called Li Tai over and asked. He really didn't expect the progress of the Trump Card Project to be so fast. Back then, he thought that Tang Dynasty would have to wait until next year at the earliest to build a high-end product like the telephone. Yamacho, Mr. Mo Choi has tested this before. The maximum range is 1 li, and the sound can't be heard clearly. At first, we thought that it was because of the loss of power during transmission, but when we tried to increase the supply voltage, it was still the same. There were 2 test subjects that were burned out because the voltage was too high. At the end, Li Tai scratched his head awkwardly. Li Zishuan was speechless. In this case, of course, you can't blindly increase the voltage. Some of the components in the telephone have a certain voltage tolerance value. If you blindly increase the voltage without any basis, it will cause irreversible damage to the things inside. Li Tai was a little embarrassed. Yamacho is right. It's Qingxue's fault. He hadn't been in contact with electricity for long. It was already very difficult for him to build the telephone according to Li Zishuan's ideas. As for the other details, how could he have considered them so thoroughly? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Qingke, this is your first time undertaking such a big project like the trump card project. It's already not easy for you to think of ways to solve the problems you encounter. Engineering is a field of knowledge that constantly explores the truth through experiments. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is that because of the fear of failure, you'll always be afraid to move forward." At this point, Li Zishuan changed the topic and said, "But I still hope that you can pay attention to your safety during the experiment. Previously, when you rashly increased the voltage, it's not a big problem if it burns out the components, but it's a big problem if the components break down due to the high voltage. Before you make a decision, you must think carefully and anticipate the consequences in advance." This wasn't Li Zishuan trying to scare him. The first-generation telephone made by Li Tai was completely a simple circuit formed by connecting some components with wires. After all, this era didn't have as advanced integrated circuit technology as the modern era. Even Li Zishuan found it difficult to gather the raw materials for the circuit board. In addition, there were many capacitors, diodes, and transistors in the circuit of the telephone. Once something broke due to the high voltage, it was completely possible for it to cause a leak. When that happens, the person holding the telephone would be electrocuted. Hearing Li Zishuan's solemn face, Li's face also, he said solemnly, "I will remember Yamacho SSS teachings." Li Zishuan nodded with gratification. The little fatty in front of him was Li Er's treasure. He could arrange for him to do research, but he couldn't let this little fatty lose his life. Otherwise, Li Er would definitely not let him have a good time. Therefore, he must keep up with Li Tai's safety education. "But Yamacho, why is the transmission range of this telephone only 1 li? This problem has been troubling me and Mr. Mo Chui for a long time." After a short pause, Li Tai returned to the topic and asked. Chapter 1656. There were 3 important industrial revolutions in human history. The first one was in the middle of the 1860s. The technological revolution started in England was a huge change in the history of technology. The steam engine was widely used as a power engine, pushing the world from the handicraft era to the steam era. The second industrial revolution happened in the last 30 years of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The industrial focus changed from light industry to heavy industry, and new industries such as electricity, chemistry, and petroleum appeared. The world went from the steam era to the electric era. The third industrial revolution happened in the 40s and 50s of the 20th century. There were major breakthroughs in the fields of nuclear energy, electronic computers, microelectronics, aerospace, molecular biology, and genetic engineering. It marked the arrival of a new scientific and technological revolution. The most significant one was the rapid development and widespread use of electronic computers. It opened up the information era. These 3 industrial revolutions were actually accompanied by a power revolution. From the steam engine to the internal combustion engine, and then to electricity. Each power revolution brought about more advanced productivity, greatly increasing the productivity of society. If one looked closely at the changes that Li Zishuan had made in Tang over the past year, one could see that he had skipped the steam engine and the internal combustion engine. He had directly launched the third power revolution in history, electricity. However, although some things could be bypassed in a short period of time, they could not be bypassed forever. This was especially true for important things like the steam engine and the internal combustion engine. Human society did not eliminate the steam engine and the internal combustion engine just because there was electricity. Even in the 21st century, where electricity was developed, there were still steam engines and the internal combustion engine. For example, the cars on the streets used the internal combustion engine, and the thermal power plants still used the steam engine. These two things were the cornerstone of human productivity. They were absolutely indispensable. Thermal power station? Yamacho, the book, Physics, says that magnetism can generate electricity. But can fire generate electricity too? In the laboratory, after hearing Li Zixuan say that he was building a thermal power station, Li Tai was shocked and puzzled. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course, fire can't generate electricity directly. However, it can indirectly generate electricity through energy conversion, just like the Ba River hydropower station." Can you say that it's water-generated electricity? No. Because it was the water that pushed the impeller of the water wheel and drove the rotor of the generator to cut the magnetic field lines, electricity was produced. It's the same for the thermal power station. Li Zixuan's words touched Li Tai greatly. After a moment of silence, Li Tai said excitedly, "Yamacho. I understand now. You said earlier that all the energy in the world is conserved and can be converted into each other. This thermal power station must have converted heat energy into kinetic energy, and kinetic energy into electrical energy. It's just like a hydropower station." Li Zixuan nodded approvingly. "Qingke, your guess is correct. This thermal power station is essentially similar to a hydroelectric power station. Yamacho, but fire doesn't flow like water. How can it generate kinetic energy?" Li Tai did not become complacent because of Li Zixuan's praise. Instead, he frowned and asked. Yes. This was the most difficult technical problem that the thermal power station had to overcome. "Qingke, bring me a pen and paper." Chapter 1657. In the laboratory. Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan quietly as if he was looking at a god. At this time, he even forgot to look at Li Zixuan's drawing because he was really shocked by Li Zixuan's unique skill. Huff. After an unknown period of time, Li Zixuan drew the last line on the xian paper. At the same time, he finally opened his eyes. The steam engine in his previous life had been improved by generations of painstaking effort. The three views of the steam engine had been drawn in great detail on the thin xian paper. Although the xian paper was light, the content on it was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, enough to change the entire world. Cough cough. As soon as Li Zixuan opened his eyes, he saw Li Tai looking at him with a face of worship. His entire body was motionless as if he was possessed. Li Zixuan was not used to this, so he coughed heavily and waved his hand in front of Li Tai's eyes. He said half-jokingly, "Hey hey hey. Qingke, stop looking. You won't be able to learn it. Stop looking, you won't be able to learn it." Listen, is this something a human would say? Can there be such an unreliable teacher in this world? Just a moment ago, Li Tai was still looking up to Li Zixuan as a god. At this moment, his lofty and glorious image had instantly fallen to the bottom of the valley. He had become a super poisonous tongue. Li Tai recovered from his worship and looked at Li Zixuan with some resentment. "Yamacho, Tai really won't be able to learn your inhuman drawing skills. But I will definitely be able to learn the things on your drawing." Seeing the thousands of lines on the drawing the shape of the machine, Li Tai felt a little better. After saying that, the little fatty nimbly went forward and took the drawing in his hands. He quickly rolled it up and stuffed it into his sleeve, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly, but he did not say anything to stop him. This drawing was meant for Li Tai in the first place. It did not matter if the little fatty snatched it away or not. "Qingke, this drawing is the three views of the steam engine. It's very precious. You have to take good care of it. In addition, this is the top secret of Yanhuang College and the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop. It is strictly forbidden to reveal it to anyone." After a pause, Li Zixuan patted the little fatty on the shoulder and earnestly instructed him. Li Tai nodded heavily and replied, "Yamacho, don't worry. Tai knows the severity of the situation. If the drawing exists, the man exists. If the drawing dies, the man dies. Tai swears to protect the college's top secret." In fact, even if Li Zixuan did not say it, Li Tai, who was proficient in engineering, understood the importance of the steam engine very well. If it fell into the hands of a thief, it could easily cultivate a powerful opponent for the imperial court. It's not that serious. In this critical moment, saving your life is more important. Your life is much more important than this set of drawings. Seeing Li Tai so serious, Li Zishuan felt that it was too much and hurriedly added. The reason why he said this was not only because Li Tai was a member of the royal family and had a noble status, but also because of Li Tai's talent and intelligence. Li Zishuan's cultivation of engineering knowledge for Li Tai had completely surpassed the cultivation of his personal disciple, Iron Egg. The current Li Tai could basically shoulder the burden of the workshop alone. He was definitely a technical elite. Yes. Tai will remember Yamacho's teachings. Li Tai cupped his hands in obeisance. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said, "All right. I'll leave the matters here to you. The construction of the telegraph relay station and the steam engine must be carried out at the same time. During the summer vacation, the teachers and students of the college can be deployed and assigned by you. In another 2 days, I should be joining the Black Armored Army camp to carry out official duties. You must complete the second project of the college's trump card on time." Chapter 1658. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Creek. 1:45, the moon rose above the treetops. The door of the main room in the west courtyard of Lantian Marquis Mansion was open from the outside, and a tall figure took the opportunity to walk in. "Husband. Why are you only back now?" Inside the house, a woman in a cloak walked over quickly. When she saw the man who just walked in, she was surprised and grumbled. Wife, you're not asleep yet." The black figure turned around and laughed dryly at the woman. "I can't sleep alone, so I've been waiting for husband to come back." The woman responded and then asked in confusion, "Husband, isn't today the day the Sky Rooster Brigade returns? Where did you go?" Sigh. "Don't mention it. I was kidnapped by a lunatic for the entire afternoon." The man waved his hand, his tone full of helplessness. That's right, this man was Li Zishuan, and that woman was Han Yushi, who was still awake. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan had just returned from the workshop outside Lantian County. Lunatic? Where did this lunatic come from? What are you talking about, husband? Han Yushi's face was full of confusion when she heard that, and she blinked in confusion. Sigh. Who else could it be? Chin K. This little fatty is crazy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Creek. 1:45, the moon rose above the treetops. The door of the main room in the west courtyard of Lantian Marquis Mansion was open from the outside, and a tall figure took the opportunity to walk in. Husband. Why are you only back now? In the house, a woman in a cloak walked over quickly. When she saw the man who just walked in, she was surprised and grumbled. Wife, you're still awake." The black figure turned around and laughed dryly at the woman. "I can't sleep alone, so I've been waiting for husband to come back." The woman responded and then asked in confusion, "Husband, isn't today the day the Sky Rooster Brigade returns? Where did you go?" Sigh. "Don't mention it. I was kidnapped by a lunatic for the entire afternoon." The man waved his hand, his tone full of helplessness. That's right, this man was Li Zishuan, and that woman was Han Yushi, who had yet to fall asleep. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan had just returned from the workshop outside Lantian County. Lunatic? Where did this lunatic come from? Husband, what are you talking about? Han Yushi's face was full of doubt when she heard this. She blinked her eyes and asked in confusion. Sigh. Who else could it be? The Blue Sparrow. This little fatty is going crazy. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Creek. At 11:15, the moon rose above the treetops. The door to the main room in the small courtyard west of the Marquis residence of Lantian County was open from the outside. A tall figure took advantage of this opportunity to walk in. Husband. Why are you only back now? Inside the house, a woman wearing a cloak quickly walked over. When she saw the man who had just entered, she was surprised and grumbled. Wife, you haven't slept yet. The black figure squatted out and turned to look at the woman with a dry laugh. I can't sleep alone, so I've been waiting for husband to come back. The woman responded and then asked in confusion, Husband, isn't today the day the Sky Rooster Brigade returns? Where did you go? Sigh. Don't mention it. I was kidnapped by a lunatic for the entire afternoon. The man waved his hand, his tone full of helplessness. That's right, this man was Li Zishuan, and that woman was Han Yushi, who had yet to fall asleep. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan had just returned from the workshop outside Lantian County. Lunatic? Where did this lunatic come from? Husband, what are you talking about? Han Yushi's face was full of confusion when she heard that. She blinked her eyes and asked in confusion. Sigh. Who else could it be? The Blue Sparrow. This little fatty is going crazy. Chapter 1659. Creak creak creak. Crescent moon shyly hid in the clouds. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, the two maidservants next door, covered their heads in the blankets. The sweet and warm night passed quickly. A ray of sunlight pierced through the sky, and a small corner of the sun appeared on the horizon. The roosters reared by the people in the city began to crow. A new day had finally begun. Husband, it's time to wake up. Lantian County, Marquis Yong An's manor. Han Yushi had actually woken up a long time ago, but she stared blankly at Li Zishuan's face, who was sleeping soundly beside her. For a moment, she was actually mesmerized. After a long while, she raised her head to look at the light outside the window. She hurriedly pushed Li Zishuan and said softly, Oh. Let me sleep for a while more. Li Zishuan turned over and mumbled. Husband, aren't you going to the academy today? The academy has an exam at 7:45. Although Han Yushi also wanted Li Zishuan to continue sleeping, she also didn't want Li Zishuan to be immersed in the land of warmth and neglect official business. Academy? Exam? Hearing that, Li Zishuan immediately sat up from the bed. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked subconsciously, Wife, what time is it now? In this era, there were no watches, no quartz clocks, and no mobile phones. Other than the sundial and the night watchman's report, one had to rely on experience to determine the time. But unfortunately, Li Zishuan had transmigrated for so long, and he still hadn't grasped this ability. Husband, it should be about 7 o'clock. Han Yushi looked out the window again and said. 7 o'clock? Oh. Indeed, it's time to go to the academy. Wife, you worked so hard last night. Sleep for a while more. Li Zishuan kissed Han Yushi's forehead and said softly. Speaking of which, the couple hadn't been intimate for a long time last night. This intimate moment gradually evolved into, the sky fell and the earth cracked, the earth shook and the mountains shook. However, women generally recovered faster, so Han Yushi woke up before Li Zishuan in the morning. Han Yushi blushed and said, Husband, what nonsense are you talking about? What hard work? Hee hee. That's right. As the saying goes, there are only spoiled cows, but there is no spoiled land. It should be me who has worked hard. Li Zishuan smirked, then stood up and got off the bed to put on his clothes. Suddenly, he felt a burst of pain in his waist. He couldn't help but rub his waist and said, Hey. Looks like your martial arts have improved. I've been busy with work recently and have slacked off on my martial arts. Looks like I have to pay more attention to my martial arts practice in the future. How could Han Yushi not understand the hidden meaning behind Li Zishuan's words? She quickly hid her face in the quilt and said shyly and anxiously, Ah. So embarrassing. Husband, don't say any more. Hurry up and go to the academy. Haha. Good. I won't tease you anymore. I'm leaving. Li Zishuan laughed proudly and left. In the room, Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan's back as he left, her face full of tenderness. After a while, she reached out to touch her stomach and muttered to herself, I don't know if you can do better this time. She and Lisa Schwann had been married for a year, but there was still no sign of anything happening in her stomach. Although Lisa Schwann had repeatedly emphasized to her that she was still young and couldn't have children, Han Yushi really wanted a child in her heart. This was especially so when Lisa Schwann was about to enter the Black Armored Army's barracks. Han Yushi felt a sense of urgency. She was worried that if Lisa Schwann was really sent to the battlefield one day, then she wanted to leave an heir for the Li family. Lisa Schwann had slept in because of his excessive exercise last night, but today, many people had already woken up before dawn. The city gates of Chang'an City, as well as the surrounding Lantian County and Xinfen County, opened an hour earlier than usual. Countless candidates participating in the entrance examination of Yanhuang Academy, as well as accompanying students, parents, and family members, swarmed out of the city as soon as the city gates opened, rushing towards the direction of Yunshan. This was an annual event for Yanhuang College, as well as Chang'an City and the surrounding counties. Because every time this event happened, Chang'an City would be full of talents. Shops, restaurants, and inns would also make a lot of money because of this event. Compared to last year, Yanhuang College's number of students this year was much larger. It wasn't just because of the addition of the medical school, but more because after a year of development, more and more people were aware of and acknowledged the importance of engineering. One of the most obvious changes was that some of the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City no longer objected to their children applying for Yanhuang College. Chapter 1660. Young master, we can't go up the mountain with you later. What should we do? In the middle of the group, Lin Hao was surrounded by 4 maids. Although the sun hadn't risen to the top of their heads, the maids still held up an umbrella for Lin Hao. This lineup looked very flashy. After listening to his maid's words, Lin Hao curled his lips and said, "If I can't go up, then I can't go up. It's not like I haven't been up Yunshan before. Don't worry, this young master won't get lost up there." "What? Brother, you've been up Yunshan before?" Before the servant girls could say anything, one of the examinees behind Lin Hao asked. Lin Hao frowned. He usually didn't like to talk to strangers, but since someone took the initiative to talk to him, he couldn't not answer. He could only nod lightly and say, "Yes. Last year on New Year's Eve, I was lucky enough to see fireworks on Yunshan." New Year's Eve? Fireworks? What are fireworks? That scholar was obviously not from here. Hearing this, he immediately asked all sorts of questions like a curious baby. Lin Hao immediately said smugly, "Hey. Fireworks? Fireworks are things that can shoot up into the sky and bloom into colorful sparks. The entire sky can be dyed in rainbow light. It's very beautiful." What? Yanhuang College has such a divine object? Yanhuang College is indeed a magical place. I must get into Yanhuang College. Lin Hao's words were a disguised advertisement for Yanhuang College. The eyes of the examinees standing beside him lit up when they heard this. One after another, they shouted that they must get into Yanhuang College. They must see this divine object with their own eyes. "Young master. This servant isn't worried that you will get lost on Yunshan. This servant is worried that you won't have lunch. Young master, we can't go up the mountain with you later. What should we do?" In the middle of the group, Lin Hao was surrounded by 4 maidservants. Although the scorching sun had not yet risen to the top of his head, the maidservants still held up an umbrella for Lin Hao. This lineup looked very flashy. Lin Hao's mouth twitched when he heard his maid's words. "So what if I can't go up? It's not like I haven't been on this young master Yunshan before. Don't worry, this young master won't get lost up there." "What? Brother, have you been to Cloud Mountain?" Before the servant girls could say anything, one of the examinees behind Lin Hao asked. Lin Hao frowned. He generally didn't like to talk to strangers, but since someone took the initiative to talk to him, he couldn't not answer. He could only nod lightly and say, "N. Last year on New Year's Eve, I was fortunate enough to go up to Yunshan to see the fireworks." New Year's Eve? Fireworks? What are fireworks? That scholar was obviously from another city. Hearing this, he immediately asked all sorts of questions like a curious baby. Lin Hao immediately said smugly, "Heh. Fireworks? Fireworks are things that can shoot up into the sky and bloom into colorful sparks. The entire sky can be dyed in rainbow light. It's so beautiful." What? Yanhuang College has such a divine object? Yanhuang College is indeed a magical place. I must get into Yanhuang College. Lin Hao's words were a disguised advertisement for Yanhuang College. The eyes of the examinees standing beside him lit up when they heard this. One after another, they shouted that they must get into Yanhuang College. They must see this divine object with their own eyes. Young master. This servant isn't worried that you will get lost on Yunshan. This servant is worried that you won't have lunch. Chapter 1661. Up the mountain. Up the mountain. We can finally go up the mountain. As soon as Mo Zhong finished speaking, the candidates at the foot of Yunshan Mountain were in an uproar. The students held their exam number plates and lined up in 4 lines. They passed through the inspection of the academy's guards one by one. Then, they all excitedly climbed up the mountain as if they were on a pilgrimage. On both sides of the mountain road, there were 2 academy guards every 10 feet. In addition, Li Er had personally come to Yunnan Mountain today. So, although there were many candidates, there were no queue cutting or shoving. The students walked in an orderly manner on the mountain road paved with stone steps. There were many people, but it wasn't noisy. This was because everyone was fantasizing about the magnificent scenery on Yunshan Mountain. They weren't in the mood to make a ruckus. The students were climbing the mountain. At the end of the mountain road, Li Er, Li Zishuan, Li Gang, and the others were silently watching the students on the mountain road. This time, there were more than 10,000 candidates who applied for Yanhuang College's School of Engineering and Medical School. The scale was far greater than last year, and it was even more grand than the imperial examination. Looking at the bustling candidates on the mountain road, Li Er, Li Gang, and the others couldn't help but sigh. Yanhuang College's development in the past year was really too fast. In just 1 year, it went from being doubted by everyone to being famous today. It was simply a miracle. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps. After about half a cup of tea's time, the candidates at the front finally reached the top of the mountain. As far as the eye could see, there were many tall buildings in the open space in the north. These tall buildings were completely different from all the buildings in this era. Although they didn't look as beautiful as the carved beams and painted rafters, they had a simple style. Especially the glass-supported windows and curtain walls. From afar, it made people feel as if they were in a fairyland. Above the academy's gate, there were 4 words written, Yanhuang College. The words were written in bold and powerful strokes. It was very easy for people to fall into it just by looking at it. In comparison, the cement road in front of the academy was nothing special. This was because the candidates had already seen the magic of the cement road on their way to Yunshan Mountain. Immortal Palace. No wonder people say that Yanhuang College is like an immortal palace at the peak of Yunshan Mountain. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Yes. I never thought that there would be such a flourishing place in this world. Being able to see it today is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. This is Yanhuang College? Is this the magical wonderland created by engineering? I must get into Yanhuang College. The first 10 or so examinees to ascend the Cloud Mountain were all stunned by the magnificent and novel architecture of the academy, so much so that the students behind them were blocked. Li Zishuan had no choice but to say, "All examinees, hurry up and enter the examination hall, no mistakes." Here. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and walk towards the entrance of the academy. Wow! Yanhuang College is so magnificent. For Chen Shuozhen, this was her first impression of Yanhuang College. As for her second impression, she said, "Yes. This Yanhuang College must be very rich. If you do well in there, it won't be a problem to support yourself and Xiao Yu." With this thought, the little girl confidently walked towards the entrance of the academy with firm steps. She saw Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan also saw her. However, in order to avoid suspicion, the two of them didn't speak to each other. They didn't even make eye contact. They were completely like strangers. After more than 15 minutes, all the students had gone up the mountain and entered Yanhuang College. Li Gang, Yen Silu, Boss Ma, and the other teachers of the academy quickly bowed to Li Er and left. They had to be busy with invigilating or patrolling the examination hall. Chapter 1662. Marquis Yong, did you just say that the telephone was made by Qin Ke with the teachers and students of the academy? On the path inside Yanhuang College, Empress Zhongsun suddenly asked after Li Er made the final decision and set the direction of the academy's research and development. There was a trace of expectation and excitement in Zhang Suan's tone. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Your Majesty, that is indeed the case." Empress Zhang Suan's face suddenly bloomed with a smile, but she still couldn't believe it and said, "Qin Ke entered the academy and came into contact with engineering for only a year. Could her achievements in engineering be better than the teachers of the academy?" Marquis Yong, are you deliberately saying this to make me and His Majesty happy? The current Zhongsun was no longer the dignified and elegant empress of the Tang Empire, but a student's parent facing the teachers and students of the academy. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, in fact, it only took a year for engineering to be introduced to the world. The teachers and students of Yanhuang College have been in contact with engineering for about the same time. However, Qingxue's hands-on ability and talent in engineering are indeed better than others. Many knowledge that is difficult for ordinary people to understand is often understood by her. Therefore, I will let Qin Ke do some engineering projects. However, the improvement of the telegraph and the invention of the telephone are not the work of Qin Ke alone. It involves the joint efforts of all the teachers and students of the academy." Marquis Yong, did you just say that the telephone was made by Qin Ke with the teachers and students of the academy? On the path inside Yanhuang College, Empress Zhongsun suddenly asked after Li Er made the final decision and set the direction of the academy's research and development. There was a trace of expectation and excitement in Zhang Suan's tone. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Your Majesty, that is indeed the case." Empress Zhang Suan's face suddenly bloomed with a smile, but she still couldn't believe it and said, "Qin Ke entered the academy and came into contact with engineering for only a year. Could her achievements in engineering be better than the teachers of the academy?" Marquis Yong, are you deliberately saying this to make me and His Majesty happy? Right now, the eldest grandchild was no longer the dignified and elegant empress of Great Tang, but a parent of a student who was slightly uneasy facing the teachers of the school. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Nyang Nyang, in fact, the study of engineering is only open to the public for a total of 1 year. The teachers and students of Yanhuang College have been exposed to engineering for about the same amount of time. However, Qingxue's hands-on ability and talent in engineering are indeed a cut above others. Many knowledge that is difficult for ordinary people to understand is often understood by him. Therefore, I will hand over some projects to Qin Ke." However, the improvement of the telegraph and the invention of the telephone were not the work of Qin Ke alone. It involved the joint efforts of all the teachers and students of the academy. Marquis Yong, did you just say that the telephone was made by Qin Ke with the help of the academy's teachers and students? On the path inside Yanhuang College, Empress Zhongsun suddenly asked after Li Er made the final decision on the next research and development direction of the academy. There was a hint of expectation and excitement in Zhang Suan's tone. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Nyang Nyang, that is indeed the case." Empress Zhang Suan's face suddenly bloomed with a smile, but she still couldn't believe it and said, "Qin Ke entered the academy and came into contact with engineering for only a year. Could her achievements in engineering be better than the teachers of the academy?" Marquis Yong, are you deliberately saying this to make me and His Majesty happy? Right now, the eldest grandchild was no longer the dignified and elegant empress of Great Tang, but a parent of a student who was slightly uneasy facing the teachers of the school. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Nyang Nyang, in fact, the study of engineering is only open to the public for a total of 1 year." The teachers and students of Yanhuang College took over. Chapter 1663. Furong's Fruit. Isn't that a poisonous substance? Li Er and Li Qingxian were shocked when they heard this. Li Er wasn't the only one who knew about Aphrodite. Li Qingxian had also heard about it. After all, there was a drug rehabilitation center in Chang'an City. All the dragon sect disciples who were addicted to Aphrodite had been locked inside. Li Qingxian also heard that those people would go crazy whenever their drug addiction flared up. This was enough to show how terrifying Furong was. Now, Li Zishuan actually said that the anesthetic pills Zhang Wenzhong took were made from Furong. How could this not shock Li Qingxian and Li Er? Seeing the shock on Li Er and Li Qingxian's faces, Li Zishuan hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, everything in the world has two sides. Some drugs are poisonous under certain circumstances, but in other circumstances, they can be life-saving medicine. Furong can numb people's sense of pain and make them feel good for a moment. Long-term consumption is indeed harmful to the human body, but it can make people forget pain for a short time. It can be used to relieve pain for patients. It's almost equivalent to the effect of Huatuo's anesthetic powder." Hearing this, Li Er frowned. After a moment of silence, he muttered, "There's a saying in Taoism that all things reinforce and subdue each other. It seems that it's true." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's right. Your Majesty, through this incident, the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center intends to develop this method of treating patients. Although Huatuo's medical skills have been lost, Furong's fruit? Isn't that a poisonous substance?" Li Er and Li Qingxian were shocked. Li Er wasn't the only one who knew about Furong. Li Qingxian had also heard about it. After all, there was now a drug rehabilitation center in Chang'an City, and all the dragon sect members who were addicted to Furong were locked up there. Li Qingxian had also heard that whenever those people's drug addiction acted up, they would simply go crazy. This was enough to show how terrifying Furong was. Now, Li Zishuan actually said that the anesthetic pills that Zhang Wenzhong had taken back then were made by Furong. How could this not shock him and Li Er? Seeing that Li Er and Li Qingxian were both shocked, Li Zishuan quickly explained, "Your Majesty, everything in the world has two sides. Some drugs are poisonous under certain circumstances, but in other circumstances, they can be life-saving medicine. Furong can numb people's sense of pain and make them feel good for a moment. But long-term consumption is harmful to the human body, but it can make people forget pain for a short time. It can be used to relieve pain for a moment. Almost equivalent to the effect of Huatuo's anesthetic powder." Hearing this, Li Er frowned. After a moment of silence, he muttered, "There is a saying in Taoism that all things reinforce and subdue each other. It seems that it is true." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's right. Your Majesty, through this incident, the Tang Empire plans to develop this method of treating patients. Although Huatuo's medical skills have been lost, Furong's fruit? Isn't it poisonous?" When Li Er and Li Qingxian heard this, they were instantly shocked. Li Er was not the only one who knew about Furong. Li Qingxian had also heard about it. After all, there was now a drug rehabilitation center in Chang'an City. Those dragon sect disciples who were addicted to Furong were all locked up there. Li Qingxian had also heard that whenever those people's drug addiction acted up, they would simply go crazy. This was enough to show how terrifying Furong was. Now, Li Zishuan actually said that the anesthetic pills that Zhang Wenzhong had taken back then were made by Furong. How could this not shock him and Li Er? Seeing that Li Er and Li Qingxian were both shocked, Li Zishuan quickly explained, "Your Majesty, everything in the world has two sides. Some drugs are poisonous under certain circumstances, but in other circumstances, they can be life-saving medicine. Furong can numb people's sense of pain and make them feel good for a moment. But long-term consumption is harmful to the human body, but it can make people forget pain for a short time. It can be used to relieve pain for a patient. It's almost equivalent to the effect of Huatuo's anesthetic powder." Hearing this, Li Er frowned. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "There's a saying in Taoism that all things in the world have mutual promotion and restraint. It seems that it's true." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's right. Your Majesty, through this incident, the Tang Empire's medical centers, 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 medical centers. Chapter 1664. Xiao Xian, can you accompany me for a walk? After Li Er and Empress Zhongsun left the academy with the reluctant Chang'e, Li Qingxian looked at Li Zishuan and asked. If the crown prince wants to walk around, I'm happy to accompany you. Li Zishuan nodded. Li Qingxian wasn't happy at all. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, now that my father isn't here, Xiao Xian, do you still want to be so estranged from me? Li Zishuan was suddenly stunned, and he said in his heart, right, at the very beginning, I and Li Qingxian addressed each other as good friends and brothers. Exactly when did these good friends and brothers slowly become lord and vassal? Perhaps it was because they had been separated for too long. As the crown prince, Li Qingxian usually had to stay in the palace to learn how to rule the country with Li Er. He didn't even have many opportunities to leave the palace, let alone talk to Li Zishuan. After a long time, their relationship would inevitably become estranged. In addition, Li Zishuan had lived in this world for more than a year. He gradually had the concept of monarch and vassal in his mind, and his thoughts were more mature. Haha. Since you don't want me to call you the crown prince, then I'll call you brilliant. Li Zishuan chuckled when he saw the bitter expression on Li Qingxian's face and how pitiful he was. He spoke loudly and straightforwardly. Hearing this, Li Qingxian's bitter face instantly cleared up. He let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, that's right. We've known each other for more than a year. Xiao Xian, do you remember when we met on the way to Shi City? You told Chang'e about Journey to the West? At that time, everyone was unrestrained and honest with each other. That was carefree. Because of Journey to the West, he had met Li Zishuan, who he had never met before. At the same time, it was also because of Journey to the West that Li Tai became interested in Li Zishuan. Thus, there was enmity between them. In the end, Li Tai actually became Li Zishuan's student. Xiao Xian, can you walk with me? After Li Er and Empress Zhongsun left the academy with the reluctant Chang'e, Li Qingxian looked at Li Zishuan and spoke. If the crown prince wants to walk around, I'm more than happy to accompany you. Li Zishuan nodded. Li Qingxian wasn't happy at all when he heard this. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, now that my father isn't here, Xiao Xian, do you still want to be so estranged from me? Li Zishuan was suddenly stunned, and he said in his heart, right, at the very beginning, he and Li Qingxian called each other good friends and brothers. Exactly when did these good friends and brothers slowly become monarch and vassal? Perhaps it was because they had been separated for too long. As the crown prince, Li Qingxian usually had to stay in the palace to learn how to rule the country with Li Er. He didn't even have many opportunities to leave the palace, let alone talk to Li Zishuan. After a long time, their relationship would inevitably become somewhat estranged. In addition, Li Zishuan had lived in this world for more than a year, and his mind gradually had some concept of monarch and vassal. His thinking was more mature. Haha. Since you don't want me to call you the crown prince, then I'll call you brilliant. Seeing Li Qingxian's bitter face and strange, pitiful, Li Zishuan chuckled and spoke loudly and straightforwardly. Hearing this, Li Qingxian's bitter face instantly cleared up. He let out a big sigh of relief and laughed, that's right. We've known each other for more than a year now. Xiao Xian, do you still remember when we met on the road to Shi City, and you told Chang'e about Journey to the West? At that time, everyone was unrestrained and honest with each other. That was carefree. Chapter 1665. While Li Zishuan and Li Qingxian were having a heart-to-heart talk, Yanhuang College's entrance exam was in full swing. After experiencing the initial shock of the academy's bustling architecture, the students all calmed down and began to seriously answer the questions. Although this exam wasn't like the imperial examinations, which could directly determine whether a person would become an official or a commoner for the rest of their life, it could determine the circle they would be in contact with in the next few years. After all, even the current emperor attached great importance to Yanhuang College. To be able to study in such an academy, how could one's future be bad? Therefore, although this exam wasn't like the imperial examinations, which could directly make one an official in one fell swoop, its importance wasn't inferior to the imperial examinations. But then again, the number of people admitted into Yanhuang College's entrance exam was much higher than the number of people admitted into the imperial examinations. This filled the examinees with hope. In the treatise on febrile diseases, it said that the disease originated from the Taiyang disease, but the treatment reversed it. Therefore, when the stomach is full and painful, it belongs to the Taiying disease. Cassia twig and peony soup are the main ingredients. When the stomach is full and painful, cassia twig and yellow soup are the main ingredients. Hee. This question is exactly the same. The Marquis of Yong and didn't lie to me. The scale of Yanhuang College's entrance exam this time was enormous. It was divided into nearly 100 examination rooms. The academy's invigilators weren't enough, so the academy's guards had to join the ranks of the invigilators. In a classroom west of Guanghua Building, this was the medical school's examination room. When Chen Shuozhen saw the first question on the exam paper, she couldn't help but smile. Hee. The Marquis of Yong and is really too good. He's handsome, and he's also capable. If he were 7 or 8 years younger, this lady would definitely marry him. Ha. Although Li Zishuan had lived 2 lives and his age added together was already over 30 years old, he never thought that there would be someone who would complain that his current body was too old. There really were all kinds of strange things in this world. The smile on Chen Shuozhen's face grew wider and wider as she smoothly answered the familiar questions on the test paper. Some of the questions were purely theoretical, which she had seen in medical books before. Some of the questions were a combination of theory and practice. She had asked Lin Jichang of the Hanging Pot Hall about this yesterday. She and Chen Shuoyu had written down the answers that Lin Jichang had given them on a piece of paper after they had returned home. Chen Shuozhen had really studied hard last night and had finally memorized most of the answers. When she woke up in the morning, she was still worried and had to memorize them a few more times before coming to take the test. Therefore, her answers to today's exam were as smooth as flowing water. Basically, she just glanced at the question and immediately wrote down the answer. There was no pause or hesitation in between. If one didn't know the inside story, they would definitely think that this girl was a medical genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Coincidentally, there was really such a person in the exam room. This person was the little fairy doctor, Hu Jingwan. Today, many of the academy's guards were able-bodied men, and were brought here to be the invigilators. As the direct disciple of the head of Yanhuang College's medical school, Sun Simiao, how could Hu Jingwan not come? Coincidentally, one of the invigilators in Chen Shuozhen's exam room was Hu Jingwan. The other person was Hu Jingwan's follower, the one who had followed Dr. Qin out of the Imperial Medical Department to seek refuge in Yanhuang College. Hu Jingwan was originally bright and beautiful. After her eyes recovered, she became even more beautiful and moving. In addition, this girl's medical skills were brilliant, her heart was kind, and she had saved countless people. Moreover, she was Sun Simiao's direct disciple. It could be said that she was truly beautiful and kind. Therefore, at the age of 12, Hu Jingwan already had countless followers. Among them, there was no lack of nobles. Of course, there were also some students from Yanhuang College. Dr. Qin's student was one of them. At this time, Chen Shuozhen was writing the answers on the test paper smoothly. Hu Jingwan happened to pass by and saw that Chen Shuozhen was actually answering the questions smoothly. She didn't even have to think about the answers and couldn't help but be greatly surprised. One had to know that the medical school's admission exam questions were thought out by her master, Sun Simiao, together with Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Gu Qingyue. Although these questions weren't particularly difficult, it was impossible for a person who had been practicing medicine for less than 10 years to answer the questions as easily as Chen Shuozhen. Therefore, Hu Jingwan completely stopped behind Chen Shuozhen. She didn't say a word and silently watched Chen Shuozhen answer the questions. However, the more she watched, the more shocked she became. Which medical family did this examinee come from? Which expert did she learn from? Why is her answer to every question so close to perfect? Moreover, her understanding of some questions is even more sophisticated than mine. This doesn't seem like the understanding of a doctor of her age. Even though Hu Jingwon had been learning medical skills from Sun Simiao for the past year and could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, the scene in front of her eyes still made her very puzzled. This was because some of the questions weren't fixed knowledge from medical books. They could directly reflect a person's understanding of medicine and pathology. Some of the answers that Chen Shuozhen wrote were completely unlike what a person of her age could write. Instead, they were like the unique understanding of medicine and pathology of an old doctor who had been practicing medicine for more than 10 years. How could this not shock Hu Jingwon? Chen Shuozhen obviously felt that Hu Jingwon was standing beside her. Although she wasn't used to it, she couldn't say anything. After all, Hu Jingwon was now the invigilator. Moreover, when Hu Jingwon first entered the examination hall, Chen Shuozhen already knew Hu Jingwon's identity from the exclamations of the examinees in the teaching hall. Therefore, she didn't have any objections to Hu Jingwon watching her answer the questions. Of course, the most important thing was that Chen Shuozhen didn't peek at the small slip of paper. Secondly, she didn't peek at the answers of the students at the neighboring table. It could be said that she was open and aboveboard. Naturally, she wasn't afraid that Hu Jingwon was watching her answer the questions smoothly. The other people in the examination hall weren't as relaxed as Chen Shuozhen. Most of the examinees' steps were to first read the questions a few times, then recall which medical book the question related to, which question appeared in which paragraph of text. Then, they thought about the relevant cases and diagnosis and treatment methods. Finally, they started to write and answer the questions. At this time, Chen Shuozhen had already written the 5th question, while most of the examinees were still answering the 3rd or even the 2nd question. The speed of answering the questions wasn't just a little bit slower. This prepared person was indeed different. Zhang Wenzhong and Chen Shuozhen were in the same examination hall. At this time, he was writing the answer to the 3rd question. Although he didn't have more than 10 years of medical experience, he had some of his own understanding of pathology and medicine. Although it wasn't completely correct, there weren't any obvious mistakes. It had to be said that this child's basic medical skills were quite solid. His medical talent was also good enough. On the other side, in the examination hall of the School of Engineering, Lin Hao was scratching his ears and cheeks, racking his brains. The examination of the School of Engineering was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the study of classics. This study of classics included the basic knowledge of the 4 books and 5 classics. This was a politically oriented study. It involved the Academy's recognition of the royal family's rule. It was an essential part of the examination. It also included the students' moral character test. In the afternoon, it was a new type of mathematics test. The whole process of the examination was basically the same as the entrance examination of Yanhuang College last year. The main reason why they didn't add physics, chemistry, geography, or other subjects that were unique to Yanhuang College was mainly because these subjects were basically new subjects in this era. Even if ordinary people had the teaching materials, it would be difficult for them to understand that the earth was round, the sun was red, and so on. Most importantly, the teaching materials of physics, chemistry, and geography in the academy were all confidential materials. They couldn't be leaked to outsiders. Even if people outside the academy wanted to learn them, they couldn't. The reason why he did this wasn't because Li Zixuan was stingy. It was because the Tang Empire's industrial base had just been established. It wasn't that far ahead of other countries. If new subjects like physics and chemistry that could lead a country to establish a certain industrial base were to be spread abroad, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be geniuses like Newton and Einstein in other countries? At that time, the Great Tang's slight advantage in terms of advantage would be completely wiped out. Therefore, Li Zixuan thought that he would try his best to keep these subjects only in Yanhuang College. When the Tang Empire swept the other countries and its industrial base was absolutely in the lead, he would consider opening these subjects to the public. Because by then, these basic subjects would be really basic to the Tang Empire. At that time, the knowledge that the Tang Empire pursued would be even more profound. In any case, thousands of words could be summed up into one sentence. Everything was to let the Tang Empire be in the lead. This was very similar to the hegemonic thinking of the United States in his previous life. However, Li Zishuan didn't care. He was a Tang Empire citizen. He had the ability to let the Tang Empire lead the world. Why should he share his academic and scientific research results with other countries? He couldn't be so selfless. He was such a selfish person. Lin Hao used to be the son of a businessman. His education level was basically at the level of literacy. When it came to the 4 classics and 5 classics, he was similar to Iron Egg. Although in the past 6 months, in order to prepare for the Yanhuang College's entrance exam, Iron Egg had given him a lot of questions about the Academy's classics. However, he could only memorize them. He couldn't understand the deep meaning of every sentence. Therefore, in this exam, Lin Hao could only find the questions that he had seen before and write down the answers in his memory. As for the questions that he had never seen before, Lin Hao didn't want to waste even a minute on them. Therefore, after only 45 minutes, Lin Hao had already finished the second part of the exam, the moral character exam. It was also the part of the exam that had cheated many candidates in the Yanhuang College's entrance exam last year. Chapter 1666. The morality test questions of Yanhuang Academy were, on the one hand, to test the moral character of the students. On the other hand, it was to test the students' personalities. Although what was shown on the paper might not be true, and some people wouldn't stupidly write their evil thoughts on the answer sheet, Yanhuang College's questions weren't so stupid. They wouldn't directly ask whether you were a good person or a bad person. Instead, they would use questions that seemed harmless and give you some seemingly correct choices to judge your character and morality. In last year's entrance exam, many students fell into this trap because most of them felt that no matter which choice they chose, there wouldn't be any problems. Moreover, at the beginning of the morality test, it was clearly written that, in the following questions, there is no difference between good and bad, right or wrong. You just need to choose the choice that is most consistent with your true situation. Your answers are only for testing and research purposes. Please feel free to answer. It was because of this that some inexperienced, young people easily believed it. This was a psychological tactic. Through the question, there is no difference between good and bad, right or wrong. You just need to choose the choice that is most consistent with your true situation. The examinees would let down their guard. Then, through some very obscure questions, the examinees would indirectly show their true character. This method might not be very useful in modern times, but in the Tang dynasty, when psychology hadn't been popular, it was very useful for young students who hadn't experienced many tricks. In last year's entrance exam of Yanhuang College, many students who didn't pass the morality test and character test were screened out through the morality test. In the past year, there hadn't been any students who made any major mistakes in the morality test. This was the greatest affirmation of the morality test in the entrance exam. Although it couldn't screen out 100% of the students with bad intentions, it could still screen out 70% to 80% of them. In Li Zishuan's opinion, the harm that a student with bad intentions could bring to the academy was definitely greater than the benefits that 10 students with good grades could bring to the academy. Therefore, he attached great importance to the morality of the students. Not only did the students from the School of Engineering have to do the morality test questions, but the medical students also had to do the on-site pharmacology test in the afternoon. The teachers of the medical school would also ask the examinees some questions to test their morality and medical ethics. Examinees who didn't pass the morality test and medical ethics test, no matter how good they were in other aspects, would not be admitted by the academy. This was because the knowledge imparted by Yanhuang College was too valuable in this era. Those with bad intentions could easily betray the academy, or even the Tang Empire. Although the morality test was full of tricks, Iron Egg had imparted a lot of experience to Lin Hao. As Li Zishuan's core disciple, he had spent a lot of time with Li Zishuan. Therefore, Iron Egg knew Li Zishuan well. Later, through some indirect inquiries, Iron Egg had a general understanding of Li Zishuan's intention of setting up the morality test. Therefore, before the exam, he told Lin Hao to try to put himself in the shoes of an upright, brave, positive, and studious person, and then choose the most suitable option for himself. Chapter 1667. Wow! This building is so beautiful. In Yanhuang Academy, Chen Shuozhen, who had handed in her paper in advance, passed through a few small paths and came to the front of the academy's library. When she saw the majestic red tower, she was stunned. After being stunned for a while, she couldn't help but murmur in admiration. The flying eaves and carved flowers are elegant and stylish. The red pillars and green bricks complement each other. It's both majestic and beautiful. What kind of person could design such a building? Women liked beautiful things the most. Although the Guanghua building where she had taken the exam was tall and majestic, it wasn't very beautiful. The most important thing was that it didn't meet a woman's aesthetic standards. However, the red house in front of her was different. It was both majestic and beautiful. For a young girl like Chen Shuozhen, it had a fatal attraction. Therefore, Chen Shuozhen, who came back to her senses, lifted her foot and wanted to enter the red house to take a look. However, as soon as she stepped out, she saw an academy guard in black standing at the entrance of the red house, on the stairs. Chen Shuozhen immediately retracted her foot that had just stepped out. Ah! There's a guard here. I'm not a student of Yanhuang College yet. That guard definitely won't let me in. What a pity! Chen Shuozhen said resentfully. When she had handed in her paper in advance and walked out of the Guanghua building, there was a teacher who specifically told her not to wander around the college. She could either go to the cafeteria to eat or go down the mountain and wait for the second exam in the afternoon to return to the college. Chen Shuozhen, who had never been a good girl, certainly wouldn't listen to her teacher obediently. In addition, most of the people in the college were invigilating the exam in the examination hall. It could be said that there was no defense. Chen Shuozhen sneaked under the eyes of several guards to the red house of Yanhuang College. But that was it. If she went any further, she would definitely be caught by the guards at the entrance of the red house. Therefore, Chen Shuozhen could only look at the red house with regret and turn around to leave. Let's go to the cafeteria. We can't even find a restaurant in this wilderness, so we can only eat lunch in the academy. Well, I heard that the food in Yanhuang College is comparable to the food in Chang'an. I don't know if it's true, but I'll bring some food for my little sister later. After leaving the red house, Chen Shuozhen thought for a while and walked directly to the canteen of the academy. Ouch! Who is it? Don't you look where you're going? Coincidentally, the lass had just passed through the garden behind Guanghua building when she bumped into a nimble and speedy little fatty. The fatty's weight, coupled with his originally fast speed, created a huge momentum that directly knocked Chen Shuozhen's small body back several steps. In the end, she couldn't stabilize her body and fell to the ground. The little lass couldn't help but cry out in pain. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Why is it you, little lass? The little fatty who was in a hurry was naturally the current prince of Wei, Li Tai, who was hungry and anxious to find food. When Li Tai walked here, he suddenly saw a petite figure walking out from the side of the road. However, when he saw it, he was less than a foot away from the figure. The visual information was transmitted to the nerve center, and the nerve center sent the command to the limbs to stop moving forward. This process also took a long time, so Li Tai directly bumped into the figure. The current Li Tai was no longer the arrogant and despotic second generation of the royal family. After more than a year of training in the academy, Li Tai's three views had become very upright. Therefore, when he heard the cry of pain, he hurriedly went forward to help the person up. However, after seeing the person's appearance, he quickly withdrew his hand and snorted in an unfriendly tone. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. This was really a narrow road for enemies. Previously, when the dragon's sect was wreaking havoc in Chang'an City, Li Tai happened to meet Chen Shuozhen on the street. At that time, Chen Shuozhen thought that she could crack Immortal Du Yi's levitation skill, but she needed 100 strings of coins from Li Tai. At that time, Li Tai, Di Zhishuan, and Sun Zifan were investigating the strange death of a key prisoner in the Supreme Court. Perhaps intuitively, Li Tai also felt that there was something wrong with Du Yi, so he agreed to Qin Shuozhen's condition and gave her 100 strings of coins. Although Qin Shuozhen did crack Du Yi's levitation skill later on, Li Tai, who knew the real principle of the levitation skill, suddenly felt that the 100 strings of coins was not worth it. He felt that he had been tricked by Qin Shuozhen. To put it bluntly, it was like going into a shop to buy something for 100 strings of coins, only to find that it was not worth 100 strings of coins. He felt that he had been cheated by the boss, but the boss did not return the goods. Li Tai felt that he was, after all, one of the top 3 students in Yanhuang College. In the end, he was tricked by Qin Shuozhen, an unknown little girl. This made him feel that his IQ had been insulted. Therefore, he had been thinking about Qin Shuozhen in his heart. He was thinking about how to get back at her the next time they met. Now that the enemy had met, it could be said that his eyes were exceptionally red. At first, Li Tai was prepared to pull up the person who had been knocked down. Now that he saw that it was Qin Shuozhen, he only wanted to say, "Pull my ass, what a good knock." Well, the little fatty was so vengeful. Chapter 1668. Hee hee. This Prince of Wei is really a fool with a lot of money. Now my sister and I don't have to worry about food and clothing in Cheng and City anymore. In any case, Qin Shuozhen had practiced martial arts before. Although she was only a dabbler in martial arts, no matter what, she was still better than Li Tai, this little fatty who lacked training. Thus, after a short while, she had completely shaken off Li Tai. Using her hand to touch the brand new 100 Tang Yuan in her purse, Qin Shuozhen was in a great mood and could not help but sigh. Even though she had cheated 100 strings of money from Li Tai last time, she had already spent most of it. Yesterday, she was still worrying about how to earn money. After all, even if she got into Yanhuang College, she wouldn't be able to get a scholarship immediately. The earliest she could get a scholarship would be next spring. During this period, she and Chen Shuoyu needed money to eat. However, she didn't expect someone to give her a pillow when she was about to doze off. Chen Shuozhen's main purpose of coming to Yunshan today was to take the entrance exam. However, she had unexpectedly met Li Tai, the child of wealth. Now, Chen Shuozhen didn't have to worry about money in the short term. It's getting late. The morning exam will probably end soon. I have to go to the college cafeteria to buy some food and bring it down the mountain to eat with Xiaoyu. After recovering from her initial excitement and joy, Chen Shuozhen's expression returned to normal. She quickly walked to the cafeteria on the east side of the college. She had asked the college guard earlier and knew that the cafeteria was on the east side of the college. Oh. The chicken here is actually as good as the ones in Cheng and City's Drunken Immortal restaurant. It's amazing. Wow. Why does this Dongpa pork smell even better than the ones in Drunken Immortal restaurant? This meat is too tender. This lion's head is not bad either. Wow. Is this a meteoric rise? Smells good. So good. At this time, there was still about half an hour before the end of the morning examination. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any students in the cafeteria at this time. But just as Qin Shuozhen pushed open the door and entered, before she could even sigh at the spacious and bright cafeteria hall, she saw a young man in embroidered clothes sitting at a seat gorging on food, wolfing it down as if he hadn't eaten food for 8 lifetimes. And in front of him, there were actually 7 or 8 empty plates, and 4 or 5 dishes that he hadn't finished. On one hand, Qin Shuozhen was surprised that this young man would come to the cafeteria to eat at this time. On the other hand, she was also surprised by this young man's appetite. After all, there were 4 or 5 unfinished dishes on the table. Even if the 2 sisters added up, they still wouldn't be able to finish them. However, this young man in front of her was not only eating alone, but also had 7 or 8 empty plates piled up in front of him. From this, one could see how terrifying his appetite was. Slowly approaching the young man, Qin Shuozhen didn't stop to avoid causing trouble. She also didn't specifically greet the young man. She just glanced at the dishes in front of the young man. After all, she had never eaten at Yanhuang College. Taking a look now, she would have a reference when she went to buy food later. As far as her eyes could see, there were either golden yellow chicken drumsticks, marinated meatballs the size of fists, or steamed meat that was steaming and fragrant. Although Chen Shuozhen couldn't name the dishes, they looked delicious, and she couldn't help but secretly swallow her saliva. Passing by the young man, Chen Shuozhen came to the ordering window. When she saw the menu hanging above the window, she couldn't help but be surprised. Gnawed chicken, dompa pork, lion's head, twice-cooked pork, meteoric rise, and stir-fried bean sprouts? Aren't these the famous dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant? It's one serving for $5. Although Chen Shuozhen had previously cheated 100 strings of money from Li Tai, she had never been to Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Money had to be used where it was needed. This was the law that Chen Shuozhen had always pursued. She was used to living a hard life. Even if she became rich overnight, she still wouldn't go to a high-end restaurant like Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Although she had never been to Drunken Immortal Restaurant and had never seen those dishes before, she had still heard of them. After all, these dishes were too famous, and of course, the price was expensive enough. It was because the price was too expensive that Chen Shuozhen had always wanted to eat them, but couldn't bear to eat them. But now, after seeing the price closely followed by the stone plate at the cafeteria window, Chen Shuozhen couldn't help but be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, she covered her small mouth and said, "Heavens! Why are these dishes sold for $5 a serving at Drunken Immortal Restaurant, but here it's only 200 coins a serving?" That's right, the food in Yanhuang College's cafeteria had always been cheaper than outside. At first, it was 300 coins a serving, but now it had dropped to 200 coins. When the waiter in front of Chen Shuozhen heard her exclamation, he couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. What's so strange about this? Drunken Immortal Restaurant is Marquise, and the Academy is also Marquise. Yanhuang College's students are one of his own to Marquis, so of course, the price would be cheaper for his own people. Little girl, quickly take a look and see what you want to eat. When Chen Shuozhen heard this, she suddenly understood. She knocked on her small head and muttered, "Hey! I actually forgot about these. Uncle, I want a portion of gnawed chicken, a portion of lion's head, a portion of soaring star, plus a portion of dompa pork, and 2 portions of rice." When the waiter heard this, he couldn't help but grin and kindly remind her, "Hey! I say, little girl, can you eat so much by yourself? If you waste food, the teachers of the academy won't be happy if they see it." Chen Shuozhen stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Thank you, uncle, for reminding me, but these dishes are not for me alone. I want to bring them down the mountain to eat with my sister." "Oh, right, can the academy's dishes be brought down the mountain?" Chapter 1669. Ahem. Little How. Actually, there's something I should have told you earlier, but you didn't ask, so actually, I'm the current Prince of Wei. In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Li Tai had no intention of revealing his true identity to Lin Hao, but it was obvious that he couldn't hide it anymore. Moreover, if Lin Hao could get into Yanhuang College, then it would be even harder to hide his identity in the future. This was because almost all the students in the college knew his true identity. Therefore, Li Tai didn't hide it and directly admitted it openly. WH. What? Qingke, you're the Prince of Wei. In Lin Hao's heart, Li Tai was the same as him, a rich young master from a well-off family, a happy and interesting fat otaku. Both of them didn't like to socialize with others, but once they met someone they liked, they would quickly become close friends. However, Lin Hao never thought that Li Tai would be a member of the royal family. Moreover, he was one of the most favored princes of the current emperor, the Prince of Wei. Whether it's the Prince of Wei or Qingke, it's all me. We're all friends. Moreover, when you get into the college, there won't be any Prince of Wei anymore, because the college doesn't care about status, only classmates. Seeing that Lin Hao was stunned on the spot, Li Tai couldn't bear to lose this friendship. Therefore, he stepped forward and patted Lin Hao's shoulder, comforting him. Hee hee. Then I'll call you Qingke from now on, I'm more used to it. Oh, right, also, I'll definitely get into Yanhuang College this time, and we'll be classmates in the future. The stunned Lin Hao finally regained his senses after hearing Li Tai's words. He scratched his head and laughed. When this guy first met Li Tai, it was mainly because they were like-minded and didn't care about Li Tai's identity at all. Although Li Tai's announcement of his identity surprised him, it was only a surprise. Firstly, he didn't feel inferior. Secondly, he didn't feel that he was cheated. And thirdly, he didn't deliberately flatter Li Tai just because he was the current Prince of Wei. He only wanted to be friends with Li Tai like before. Li Tai instantly understood Lin Hao's thoughts. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Xiao Hao, I'm waiting for the day we'll be classmates. Where's that brat? While they were talking, Li Tai suddenly felt that something was wrong, because Chen Shuozhen, who was standing beside them just now, was suddenly gone. Oh, Qingke, are you talking about that girl just now? Lin Hao asked. Yes. Wasn't she standing here just now? Li Tai's heart was full of doubts. When we were talking just now, she took the food box and left. What's wrong? Qingke, are you looking for her? Lin Hao recalled for a moment and said. This brat is really cunning. Li Tai muttered, then pretended to not care and shook his head. Nothing, it's just that, this brat owes me 100 strings of coins. Xiao Hao, if you see her next time, remember to help me tie her up. Do you understand? Being cheated of 100 strings of coins by a brat, this kind of embarrassing thing, Li Tai would never say it out loud. Lin Hao scratched his head doubtfully and said, tie her up. Just for 100 strings of coins? Qingke, you don't need that 100 strings of coins, why bother with her? Besides, I think she seems to be an examinee from the medical school. Maybe she will be your classmate in the future. Just treat it as giving her the 100 strings of coins. We don't lack money, so just treat it as spending money to buy happiness. How great! Spending money to buy happiness, probably only the foolish son of a landlord like Lin Hao could say such things. Li Tai was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say that he was cheated of money by Chen Shuozhen, right? How embarrassing would that be? Clang, clang, clang. At 4 in the afternoon, a dull sound of bells and drums sounded in Yanhuang College, indicating the official end of the morning's admission examination. All examinees, stop writing immediately, sit in your seats, and wait for the papers to be collected. The invigilators in each examination hall stood up one after another and directed the collection of papers. At this time, Chen Shuozhen had already arrived at the foot of the Cloud Mountain with the cafeteria's food box. Soon, she found Shen Shuoyu at the prearranged location. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Chen Shuozhen walked quickly to her younger sister and said with a face full of smiles, how is it? You must be hungry, right? Look at what delicious food your sister brought for you. Come, let's go to the shade over there. It's cooler. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Although it was already mid-July, the weather was still relatively hot, especially at noon. Yes, yes. The two sisters came to the forest at the foot of the mountain in the west. As they were both wearing new clothes today, they were afraid of getting dust, so they didn't directly sit on the ground. However, Chen Shuoyu was already prepared. She took out a piece of gray coarse cloth from the bag on her back and spread it directly on the grass. Then she said crisply, Sister, sit on it, and your clothes won't get dirty. Yes. Chen Shuozhen responded, then put the food box on the gray coarse cloth and sat down. At this time, Chen Shuoyu couldn't wait to ask, Sister, I just heard the bell and drums of the academy's examination end. Why did you bring the food down so quickly? Your sister is smart. I finished the exam in advance. Chen Shuozhen smiled playfully. Then sister, are you sure you can get into Yanhuang College this time? Chen Shuoyu couldn't help but be happy when she heard that. Hee. More or less. Chen Shuozhen thought for a while and said with a smile. Logically speaking, she was indeed qualified to have this confidence. Wow. Sister, you're so awesome. When Chen Shuoyu heard that, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. She quickly said, "Sister, quickly tell me what the dean on the mountain looks like. I heard that it's like an immortal palace. Is it true? The academy?" At this time, Qin Shuozhen put down the food box, thought for a while, and said, "In the academy, there are tall buildings and magnificent buildings. It can indeed be called a paradise on earth. If there's a chance, I'll take you up there to see it. Now, let's eat first. See what delicious food your sister brought you." After saying that, Qin Shuozhen opened the food box. Suddenly, a strong smell of fried oil and a strong smell of meat spread out. Qin Shuoyu immediately threw the question of what the academy looks like to the back of her mind. At this time, her eyes were only on the delicious food in the food box. "Wow! Sister! What dish is this? I want to eat it. It's better than the food that master cooks." Qin Shuoyu's eyes widened as she swallowed her saliva. Qin Shuozhen glared at her younger sister and said with a serious face, "Xiaoyu, you're not allowed to talk about master. Master's food will always be the best, understand?" Although the food in front of them was delicious, it was only to satisfy their appetite. Although their master's cooking was not that good, it allowed them to survive. Qin Shuozhen naturally knew which was more important, the desire for good food and the debt of saving their lives. Oh. I know, sister. I'm wrong." Qin Shuoyu knew that she had said something wrong. She quickly stuck out her tongue and said weakly with a drooping face. Her sister had always been strict about Tian Xuanzi, and Qin Shuoyu was already used to it. "Hurry up and eat. The food won't taste good when it's cold." Seeing Qin Shuoyu's pitiful look, Qin Shuozhen's heart softened. Yes. Qin Shuoyu immediately became excited. She quickly picked up her bowl and chopsticks and went straight for the golden nibbled chicken. It was crispy and fragrant in her mouth. Qin Shuoyu excitedly shouted as she ate, "Woo woo woo! Sister, this is a drumstick. It's so delicious. Hurry up and eat." Qin Shuozhen smiled and said, "Okay." The two sisters quickly began their battle. For plates of delicacies might seem like a lot to the two little girls, but in less than half an hour, the Qin Shuozhen and Qin Shuoyu sisters had wiped them clean. There really wasn't a single scrap left. If it weren't for the fact that the plates were easily stained with oil, they probably wouldn't even need to be washed. It was simply too clean. Burp. "Sister, when will you finish your exam in the afternoon?" Qin Shuoyu had never eaten so much in her life. She rubbed her belly that was obviously much bigger than before and let out a satisfied burp before asking. "In the afternoon? It should be very soon, right? It's just identifying the herbs on the spot. We have been helping Master pick herbs for 2 years. This is not a problem for me." Qin Shuozhen was also very full. She thought for a while and could not help but feel proud. She was not bragging. If you asked her to describe the effects of each herb, it might be difficult for her. However, if you asked her to identify herbs, it was basically not a problem for her. This was because when she was on the mountain, she did not say that she knew all kinds of herbs, but she could still identify dozens of herbs. Therefore, she was basically as steady as a dog in the medical school exam. Hee. Then I'll congratulate you in advance for getting into Yanhuang College. If father, mother, and master knew about it, they would definitely be overjoyed. Qin Shuoyu could not help but feel happy when she heard that. Chapter 1670. Dad? Mom? Master? At the foot of Yunshan Mountain, Qin Shuozhen, who was imagining her beautiful life after being admitted to Yanhuang College, heard Qin Shuoyu's words. Her bright face couldn't help but show some sadness because she thought of her deceased parents and master. For 2 7- or 8-year-old girls, losing their parents was already a very painful thing. However, they lost their master this year. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. This was equivalent to experiencing the pain of losing a loved one again. This could be said to be cruel to the two sisters. Fortunately, after they came to Chang'an City, they met a series of benefactors, and their situation gradually improved. Dad, Mom, Master, don't worry. I will definitely lead Xiaoyu to live a good life in Beijing. Chen Shuayu raised her head and looked at the clouds in the sky as she said with determination. On the 15th of July in the second year of Xinguan era, the first empress in China's history gave out a grand wish to live a good life in Beijing, at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. Okay. It's getting late. I should go up the mountain. Xiaoyu, wait under the shade of the tree. I will bring you back after the exam. Don't run around. Okay. Sis, you will definitely pass. Chen Shuayu raised her head and replied crisply. Then, she watched as Chen Shuazhen left. Clang, clang, clang. At 5:30 p.m., the bell and drum on Yunshan Mountain rang again, indicating that the second entrance exam for Yanhuang College had officially begun. In the engineering exam hall, the subject in the afternoon was mathematics, which accounted for 50% of the total score. Therefore, all the examinees attached great importance to it. In the past year, they had spent most of their time studying Yanhuang College's new mathematics. However, the questions for this year's mathematics exam were much more difficult than last year's. This was because from the time Li Zishuan announced the establishment of Yanhuang College on Datong Daily to the end of July, only 3 to 4 months had passed. In other words, the average preparation time for the examinees was definitely less than 3 months. At most, only one person could complete the introductory level of mathematics in 2 months. It would be too much to ask someone to become proficient in mathematics. Therefore, 80% of the questions in the mathematics section of the Academy's entrance examination last year were basic questions. Only the last question was somewhat difficult and was used to widen the gap between the students. However, it was different this year. The candidates who came to take the entrance exam for Yanhuang College had generally prepared for the exam for more than half a year. Many of them had already started to prepare for this year's entrance exam when the entrance exam for Yanhuang College had just ended last year. In addition, at the beginning of this year, Li Er had personally issued a decree ordering all schools and government offices in the various provinces and counties of the Great Tang to switch to using the new method of accounting. For a period of time, the entire Great Tang was in a frenzy to learn the new method of accounting, and the standard of the Great Tang citizens was raised. Last year, if you were to ask 10 people on the street for the mnemonic formula of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, no one would be able to answer it. But now, 7 out of 10 people would be able to answer it. Therefore, due to this situation, the difficulty of the mathematics questions this time was much higher than last year's. There were no free marks in the papers, and every question required some effort to solve correctly. Not only could this widen the gap between the candidates, but it could also test the overall standard of the Great Tang citizens. Once the overall difficulty of the papers was raised, Lin Hao was overjoyed. This was because he was hoping to use his mathematics results to widen the gap between him and the other students. One had to know that Lin Hao was the most confident in his mathematics. Moreover, he had learned all his mathematics from Iron Egg. Iron Egg's mathematics results were among the best in the entire academy. How could his students be bad? With the flood of questions provided by Iron Egg, Lin Hao's current level of mathematics was considered to be above average even among the second-year students in the academy. Now, among the other candidates, Lin Hao was basically invincible in mathematics. As for the medical school, the afternoon examination was mainly about identifying medicinal herbs on the spot. Every half an hour, 5 types of medicinal herbs would be presented on the podium in each examination hall. Each medicinal herb would have a label on it. The candidates in the examination hall would line up to identify the 5 medicinal herbs on the podium in order. Every student had a very limited time on the podium. Once the time was up, they would be ordered to return to their seats and write down the identification results on the answer sheet according to the label of the medicinal herb. Then, after half an hour, another 5 types of medicinal herbs would be placed on the podium. The students would then line up to identify the medicinal herbs on the podium. In this way, there would be a total of 8 groups of medicinal herbs for the students to identify. During the identification and answering process, there would be an invigilator supervising from the side to prevent the candidates from interacting with each other and cheating. This examination method was to test the students' ability to recognize medicinal herbs. On the other hand, it was also to test the students' memory. After all, the students had to look at 5 types of medicinal herbs each time. They had to remember the corresponding label of each medicinal herb. Otherwise, even if they recognized all the medicinal herbs, it would be useless if they wrote down the wrong label in the end. Number 1 is Pinellia tuber. Number 2 is Camellia sinensis. Number 3 is Lobelia. Number 4 is white flower snake tongue grass. Number 5 is red peony. After the first round of identification, Chen Shuozhen returned to her seat. She closed her eyes and pondered for a moment before starting to write. Hee. Fortunately, they are all common medicinal herbs. Master has brought us into the mountains to pick them before. As long as there are no rare medicinal herbs that I have never seen before, I will definitely have no problem in this afternoon's examination. After writing down the answer sheet, it was not time for the next round of identification yet. Chen Shuozhen let out a sigh of relief and rejoiced in her heart. And things were developing in the direction she had anticipated. Number 6 is grass black leaf. Number 7 is rush grass. Number 8 is tangerine peel. Number 9 is toad crisp. Number 10 is gall alum. That's great. This is another group of common medicinal herbs. After the second round of identification of medicinal herbs, Chen Shuozhen was completely relieved. Most of the questions for the medical college examination were written by Sun Simiao. Old Sun's medical skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. In his eyes, everything could be used as medicine. Because of this, Sun Simiao disliked prescribing expensive medicinal herbs when he was treating patients. Under the circumstances that it did not affect the efficacy of the prescription, he would always replace the expensive medicinal herbs with common ones. This was because, in his opinion, this was the best test of a doctor's ability. Therefore, in the second round of the medical college examination, there were no rare medicinal herbs that were rarely seen by ordinary people. On one hand, it was to test the examinee's foundation. On the other hand, Sun Simiao wanted to convey his medical philosophy to the students. Clang, clang, clang. 4 hours of examination time was neither long nor short. When the sun was setting in the west, a melodious sound of drums and bells could be heard from above the clouds, indicating that the second year of Yanhuang College's entrance examination had officially come to an end. Oh! The examination is over. It's finally over. This year's mathematics questions are too difficult. That's right. It's much harder than last year. Sigh. I didn't even have time to answer the last big question. Brother Chu, you only have one question that you didn't answer? I have 2 questions that I didn't answer. It's over, it's over. I definitely won't be able to pass this time. The examination is over, what's the point of talking about that? Let's go to Baihua Tower for a drink tonight and drink away our worries. How about that? Let's go together. Let's get drunk. At most, we'll take the exam again next year. That's right, that's right. At most, we'll take the exam again next year. Hey, hey, hey. Look over there. Wow. The examinees who had just handed in their papers and walked out of Guanghua Tower could not help but discuss spiritedly. Regardless of whether they did well or not, since the examination was over, everyone wanted to relax. Many of them even said that they wanted to go to the brothel. In this era, going to the brothel was not a shameful thing. It was normal for scholars to be romantic. As long as you did not go overboard, no one would make a fuss about it. In the midst of the hubbub, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked towards the west and saw a group of young girls dressed in red and green walking towards the entrance of the college. Hey! Aren't those the female medical examinees? It was unknown who said this, but the crowd became lively again. That's right, that's right. I saw them when I entered the examination hall this morning. Tisk tsk. Yanhuang College is really special. They actually let women into the college. Hee hee. I should say that the Yanhuang College students are in for a treat. Green mountains and clear waters, accompanied by beautiful women, and accompanied by beautiful women. Where else can you find such a good learning environment in the entire Tang dynasty? A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. As soon as this sentence was said, it immediately caused a commotion. I've decided. If I can't get into Yanhuang College this time, I'll continue next year. I must get into Yanhuang College. Me too. Even if I'm old, I'll get into Yanhuang College. Hey. What are you guys thinking? I heard from my dad that the medical college will have its own independent courtyard in the future. It will be separated from the School of Engineering, just like the Imperial Medical Department in Chang'an City. Students from the School of Engineering are not allowed to enter on normal days. At this moment, someone could not help but pour cold water on them. It was obvious that this person came from an official's family and knew some insider information. As the reputation of the college had spread over the past year, there were many children of high-ranking officials and nobles among the students who took the entrance examination. It was not surprising that someone knew some insider information. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a commotion. There's such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it before? Sigh. If I had known, I would have learned medicine from someone earlier. Why? If I knew medicine, I would be able to take the entrance examination and enter the medical college. Amazing. Really amazing. If I don't get in this time, I'll go home and study medicine. Chapter 1671. Sis. You're done. At the foot of Yunshan Mountain, Chen Shuayu saw Chen Shuazhen walking over from the mountain path. She quickly went up and held Chen Shuazhen's hand excitedly. Yeah. I'm done. The afternoon exam is one round after another, so I can't hand in my paper early. Xiaoyu, you must be hungry, right? Chen Shuazhen rubbed her little sister's head affectionately and smiled. Sis. I'm not hungry yet. Chen Shuayu shook her head. The lunch was so sumptuous that she didn't feel hungry at all. Compared to eating, she was more concerned about the exam in the afternoon. She looked up at Chen Shuazhen and asked, Sis, is the exam in the afternoon difficult? I heard from the other students that the afternoon exam was very difficult. Haha. Xiaoyu, you must have heard it from the other students from the School of Mathematics, right? Chen Shuazhen couldn't help but laugh. I heard that the School of Engineering's mathematics exam this time was a few times harder than last year's. I heard a lot of students talking about it when I went down the mountain. But the medical school's afternoon exam isn't that difficult. Xiaoyu, you can do all of them. I can do all of them? Really? Sis. Chen Shuayu's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it and was pleasantly surprised. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Chen Shuazhen couldn't help but pinch her little sister's rosy cheeks and said, the afternoon exam is mainly about identifying herbs. Your sister was worried that we might encounter some rare herbs that we had never seen before. Who knew that among the 40 herbs, at least 30 of them were herbs that we had collected in the mountains before? So, Xiaoyu, if you were to take the exam, these questions wouldn't be difficult for you. Speaking up to here, Chen Shuazhen suddenly thought of something and couldn't help sighing with regret. Ayaya. What a loss. If I knew this would happen, would have let you apply for Yanhuang College. Then, there would be 2 people from the Qin family who would be admitted to Yanhuang College at the same time. Other people would be so jealous if they knew. These were Chen Shuazhen's heartfelt words. If she had known that her trip to Beijing for the exam would be so smooth, she would have brought Chen Shuayu along when she applied for the exam. Sis. I'll take the exam next year. When the time comes, you can be my teacher. Why don't you just teach me what you've learned in the academy? Chen Shuayu thought for a moment, then raised his head and said. Next year? I'm afraid there won't be such a good opportunity next year. Chen Shuazhen sighed. What she meant by such a good opportunity was, of course, Li Zishuan leaking the questions to her. If not for this, her chances of getting into the academy would be very slim. But the problem was, she still did not know why Li Zishuan leaked the questions to her. Let's go. Go back. Now, all we have to do is wait for the academy to release the results. As the sun set in the west, the two sisters followed the countless examinees who had just come down from Mount Yunshan and headed into the distance. Some went home, while others went back to their inns. Mount Yunshan, which had been bustling with activity for the entire day, suddenly became deserted. Mr. Kong Gui, from tomorrow onwards, immediately arranged for the teachers from each subject group to jointly grade the papers. The leaders of each subject group will make the final checks. If there are any doubts, we can hold a meeting to review and discuss. We must ensure the accuracy of the grading of the papers. In Guanghua Building, Li Zishuan gathered all the teachers in the academy in the conference room and held the first teachers' meeting since his return from the north. Yamacho, don't worry. I will strictly check and ensure that there are no mistakes in the results of every paper. Yen Silu cupped his hands and promised. Li Zishuan nodded, then looked at Mo Huai and said, Mr. Mo, from tomorrow onwards, immediately form a construction team to build a medical school on the west side of the academy. The overall architectural style of the medical school is similar to that of the School of Engineering. You can evaluate how many workers and how much money you need. If you need workers, you can find old Hu to assist you. As for the money needed, you can directly report the budget to the housekeeper of the House of Marquis. When the time comes, I will let him pay in full. I only have one request. It must be completed before the start of the academy in September. In order to prevent the public from criticizing the existence of female students in the medical school, when Li Zishuan planned to recruit female students in the medical school, he had promised Li Er and the other officials that he would imitate the model of the Imperial Medical Department and build a separate large courtyard for the medical school on Yunshan Mountain. It would be separated from the main building of the Yanhuang College. Normally, students from the School of Engineering would not be allowed to enter the medical school. Although there were not only female students in the medical school, there were also male students. This seemed to be deceiving oneself and deceiving others, but it was the same in the Imperial Medical Department. Moreover, the concept of gender in the eyes of medical students was not as strong as that of ordinary people. Therefore, there was a phenomenon of male and female students coexisting in the Imperial Medical Department. By building a medical school similar to the Imperial Medical Department, people's strong doubts about the academy's recruitment of female students would be appeased. It would also block the leisurely mouths of those traditional defenders. After all, with the Imperial Medical Department as a big tree in front of them, it was reasonable for the medical school to recruit female students. There was a precedent to be followed. After everyone slowly accepted this reality, Li Zishuan would gradually break the barrier between the School of Engineering and the medical department. Perhaps in the future, the entire Yanhuang College would be able to recruit both male and female students like a modern school. This was not completely impossible. In fact, it was very possible. This was because the degree of openness of the Tang dynasty's customs was one of the best in China's thousands of years of feudal history. Of course, the reason why Li Zishuan did this was not to promote feminism. After all, he was not a woman. His main purpose was to select talents and stimulate the students' learning and creative abilities. After all, there was a saying that when men and women work together, the work would not be tiring. Moreover, some female students' intelligence was not inferior to that of male students. After all, many modern cities' top scorers in science were female. Therefore, building an independent medical school on Yunshan was only the first step in Li Zishuan's plan to make the academy fully open to male and female students. I will obey Yamacho's order. I will do my best to build the medical school before school starts. Hearing this, Mo Huai solemnly cupped his hands and said, if you asked him to build a courtyard similar to Yanhuang College's style a year ago, he might not be able to do it. But now, with Yanhuang College as a reference, Mo Huai was confident that he would be able to do it. Li Zishuan nodded and said, go to the workshop to get the steel and cement needed for the construction. I will inform Faubert and ask him to supply these things to the academy first. In addition, the protective mountain array of the academy must be started at the same time. Mr. Mo, You and all the teachers in the physics department should discuss the construction plan in the next 2 days and immediately start construction. You can combine the Mahist's mechanical skills with engineering. The protective mountain array must be able to be activated and stopped at will. Once it is activated, even a grandmaster will find it difficult to break in. Compared to the construction of the medical school, the construction of the mountain protection formation was undoubtedly more of a technical job. There were too many factors that needed to be considered, especially since Li Zixuan had requested for the Mahist mechanical arts to be combined with engineering. This was undoubtedly a difficult challenge for Mo Huai. Thus, Mo Huai's face immediately turned solemn. After a moment of silence, he cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, the protective mountain array has too many technical difficulties to overcome, and Yunshan occupies a large area. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to build it. Although the Mahist is proficient in the construction of mechanisms, they know nothing about formations. I can only say that I will do my best." Hearing this, Li Zixuan frowned. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It's fine. Mr. Mo, you can build it first. The protective mountain array is not something that can be completed in a day. There's no need to force it to be completed before school starts. As for formations, my youngest uncle is quite knowledgeable about formations. Counting the days, he should be bringing my seniors or brothers to Yunshan in 3 to 5 days. When the time comes, they will also lend Mr. Mo a hand." Hearing this, Mo Huai could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He nodded with a smile and said, "That's great. Then I can rest assured. In addition, I have already arranged for Mo Zhong to expand the scale of the guards for the academy. Mr. Mo, you will have to help check on this matter when the time comes. Although the martial arts of these people are important, it is more important that they remain loyal to the academy." After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan said again. Mo Huai nodded and replied, "Yes. Yamacho." At this moment, Li Zixuan looked at the other teachers in the conference room. Now that the academy included the School of Engineering and the School of Medical Sciences, the number of teachers had increased once again. This originally spacious conference room actually seemed a little crowded now. After a pause, Li Zixuan said in a low voice, "In a few more days, I will be going to the Black Armored Army's barracks to serve as an adjutant." "What? Yamacho, you are leaving Yunshan again?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The academy had just suffered a calamity a few days ago, and this allowed them to understand that Li Zixuan was the backbone of the academy. Now that Li Zixuan was actually about to leave, how could the teachers of the academy not be terrified? "Everyone, please calm down." Li Zixuan waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Then, he continued. "The Black Armored Army's camp is in Chang'an, not far from the academy. If anything happens to the academy, I will return immediately. There will definitely not be a crisis like the last time. After I leave, all matters of the academy will be handed over to Teacher Wen Ji and Teacher Kong Gui to handle. Although the School of Medical Sciences has just been established, all management systems must follow those of the School of Engineering. If there is a shortage of teachers, Sun Daozhong can go ahead and recruit them. Money is not a problem. Teachers of the School of Engineering, first of all, you must do a good job in marking the entrance examinations. Second, as new students enter the School of Engineering, the School of Engineering will also need to recruit a new batch of teachers. The teachers who were originally in Year 1 will enter Year 2 with the original students after school reopens. Before school reopens, you must fully understand the teaching materials for Year 2. Otherwise, how can you teach the students? The newly recruited teachers must also make good use of the time to learn the teaching materials for Year 1. This will be arranged by Teacher Kong Gui. During the time that I am away, everyone must work together to run the academy well. If there is an emergency, immediately send a message to me through Qing K. I will be bringing a telegraph with me when I join the army this time. Chapter 1672. Yes, Yamacho. Yanhuang College, in the meeting room of Guanghua Building. After listening to Li Zixuan's earnest instructions, the students in the room cupped their hands and said in unison. Even though they were very unwilling to let Li Zixuan leave the academy at this time, they had to listen to Li Zixuan's instructions and arrangements. This was Li Zixuan's supreme prestige in the academy. Yamacho, how many students do the School of Engineering and the medical school need to enroll this time? After a moment of silence in the meeting room, Li Gang asked at this time. Although the old man had just recovered from a serious illness, he was too old after all. Therefore, Li Zixuan had consciously begun to transfer the tasks of the academy that Li Gang was originally in charge of to people like Yen Silu and Moy. This was not seizing power, but he did not want the old man to be so tired at such an old age. Now, the old man was basically equivalent to a free man in the academy. He was not responsible for any management matters. He only came to the academy when he was bored at home or wanted to see the students in the academy. Although he was a free man, Li Gang's words still carried a lot of weight in the academy. No one dared to disobey him. At this time, when they heard Li Gang's question, all the gentlemen in the meeting room immediately looked over. Obviously, everyone present was very concerned about this issue. In fact, Li Zixuan had thought about the number of students the academy would enroll this year. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment and replied, "The medical school will enroll 300 people this year. There are no restrictions on men and women. The top 600 will be based on results. As for the School of Engineering, it will be based on results. The final weighted average score will be above 70 points. There is no limit to the number of people. However, if the weighted average score of the moral character test is below 16 points, no matter how excellent the results of the other two exams are, they will not be admitted." There were 300 students in the medical school. This was already the result of Li Zixuan's restraint. Even so, this number had already caught up with the current number of students in the Imperial Medical Department. This was only the number of students in the first batch of medical school. When the new students enrolled next year, there would be even more students in Yanhuang College's medical school. Li Zixuan had no intention of fighting with the Imperial Physician Bureau for more students. He only wanted to train more doctors with excellent medical skills to promote medical progress in this era. After all, if there were more doctors, there wouldn't be a problem of difficult treatment. As for the Faculty of Technology, Li Zixuan had already seen the questions last night. He also felt that the mathematics questions were a little difficult. As long as the student's overall score was above 70, Li Zixuan felt that such a person was worth nurturing. As for the quota, he did not want to restrict it too much. As long as the student was outstanding enough, he would accept as many as he wanted. It was impossible for him to build the foundation of Tang Dynasty's industry alone. He needed to train a lot of engineering talents to help him. After all, he was not a god. Last year, Iron Egg did not score a single point in the classics section. However, he scored full marks in the moral character test and mathematics section. His weighted average score was 70 points. Li Zixuan had set the cutoff score of 70 points. It just so happened that extreme cases like iron eggs were taken into consideration when Li Zixuan set the cutoff score. Although he encouraged the students to be well-rounded, he still welcomed students who were extremely biased. In his previous life, he had met students like this. Their language scores were extremely poor, but their mathematics, physics, and chemistry scores were superb. These people who were able to utilize their strengths to the fullest were still very useful to society. All right. I understand. Sun Simiao heard this and could not help but nod his head. 300 students were still within his acceptable range. Su Hongji, on the other hand, had his doubts. He frowned and asked, "Yamacho, what if there are too few students who score above 70 points in the end?" This time, the School of Engineering's mathematics exam questions are too difficult. This might happen. Hearing this, Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. 70 points is my bottom line. No matter how many students score above 70 points there are, we will only accept those who score above 70 points. I have seen the exam papers this time. Although the mathematics exam questions are a bit difficult, don't forget that the number of students this time is 3 times more than last year. Furthermore, the time they have to prepare for the exam is also several times more than last year's students. I believe that as long as they prepare for the exam seriously, 70 points will definitely not be a problem. Seeing Li Zishuan's unusually firm attitude, Su Hongji and the other teachers looked at each other and clasped their hands together. Yes. Yamacho. Li Gang did not say anything from the beginning to the end. This was because he agreed with Li Zishuan's point of view that it was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Oh. Oh right. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered something. He quickly said to Sun Simiao, "Priest's son, this time, the medical school's enrollment quota will be increased by 1 person. It will be 301 people now." Why is that so? After hearing this, not only was Sun Simiao puzzled, but the rest of the people also looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. They did not know what Li Zishuan was up to. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee hee. This is a heavenly secret. Do not reveal it. Just do as I say." Everyone was speechless, but they could only agree. When Li Zishuan saw that he had said everything that needed to be said, he announced the end of the meeting. After everyone had left, he slowly walked out of Guanghua building alone and headed towards the field. As for why the medical school's enrollment quota had to be increased by 1, Li Zishuan naturally had his reasons. This was because in this medical school's enrollment exam, there was one person who cheated. That person was Chen Shuozhen. According to Chen Shuozhen's original standards, there was a high probability that she would not be able to pass the exam. However, because of Li Zishuan's interference, Chen Shuozhen was likely to be one of the top candidates in this medical school's enrollment exam. This was equivalent to pushing out one of the top 300 candidates. For that unlucky person, this was naturally unfair. Although Li Zishuan had helped Chen Shuozhen cheat, it didn't mean that he approved of this method of cheating. On the contrary, in his previous life, he hated people who cheated the most, because this kind of person would cause all the hard work of the students to go down the drain. In the current medical school's enrollment exam, the student who was originally ranked 300 had become the victim of Chen Shuozhen's cheating. Therefore, Li Zishuan added another student to the medical school's enrollment quota. This could be considered to be the greatest degree of fairness for this enrollment exam, right? Li Zishuan strolled to the west field of the academy. Looking at the endless sunset in the sky, his heart suddenly calmed down. At this moment, the trivial matters of the academy, the country, and the world did not matter. In his eyes, there was only the blue sky above his head and the endless sunset. Li Zishuan sat down on the ground. Then, as if he was still not satisfied, he simply lay down on the grass and used his arms as a pillow. Just like that, he quietly looked at the sky. His mind was not thinking of anything. He was content and carefree. In fact, in many cases, it was a kind of happiness to have the opportunity to relax and stare blankly into space. This was especially so for Li Zishuan in this life. Since he stepped into Chang'an City last year, he was like a taut clockwork. If it was not for the honor of his family, it was for the livelihood of the people. He did not stop for a moment. Sometimes, he really wanted to let go of everything, but he was not willing to. It was funny to say that he was not willing to do nothing when he clearly had the ability to make the country he was in stronger. What is Yamacho thinking about? Unknowingly, an old man sat next to Li Zishuan. Hearing the voice, Li Zishuan turned his head and saw Li Gang sitting next to him, looking at him with a smile. Li Zishuan was shocked. With his martial arts realm, it was impossible for someone to walk next to him without him noticing. Moreover, Li Gang was not a martial arts master. He was just an old man in his 80s. It was even more impossible to reason with him without his ears. Maybe it's because my mind was wandering and I was too relaxed just now. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan could only attribute it to this reason. Teacher Wenji. After recovering from his thoughts, Li Zishuan sat up and quickly bowed to Li Gang. Haha. This old man saw Yamacho lying on the field in a daze, so I came to check on him. I unintentionally disturbed Yamacho's meditation. Please don't blame me, Li Gang said with a benevolent smile. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, What meditation? Teacher Wenji must be joking. This kid was just imagining things. No, no, no. Li Gang shook his head seriously and said, "This old man can see that Yamacho is tired and wants to be alone in a quiet place to relax and find a moment of peace." But this old man disturbed his meditation. This is indeed this old man's fault. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that the tiredness hidden in the depths of his heart could not be hidden from the wise old man in front of him. Also, Li Gang had experienced ups and downs in his life. What kind of storms and waves had he not seen? It would be difficult to hide this matter from Li Gang's discerning eyes. Teacher Wenji must be joking. Li Zishuan forced a smile and bowed to Li Gang. Li Gang's turbid eyes could not help but reveal a touch of affection. He murmured, "Alas. Yamacho not only has the heavy responsibility of revitalizing engineering, but also the livelihood of the thousands of people in his fief. He also has to make the Tang Empire prosper day by day." If this old man was Yamacho's age and shouldered so many responsibilities, this old man would also feel tired. Li Gang's words had imperceptibly closed the distance between the two. Li Zishuan suddenly felt that the old man in front of him was incomparably amiable. He even had the impulse to put down his strong facade and cry out loud. Because the old man's words had simply touched the bottom of his heart. He was really tired, but he had never said it. Chapter 1673. Teacher Wenji, on the western field of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan looked at the white-haired old man beside him. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words. For a moment, he was speechless. At this moment, Li Gang could see far too many emotions in Li Zishuan's eyes. There was fatigue, desire, and a sliver of confusion. After a long silence, Li Gang slowly spoke. "Little Xian, if you're really tired, stay at the academy. If you manage Cloud Mountain well and nurture tens of thousands of engineering talents, our great Tang will still be able to sweep through the universe and dominate the world. Little Xian, although your intentions are good, there are times when you're in too much of a hurry. This is too heavy for you. Slow down a little, child." At this moment, Li Gang was not a teacher of the academy, but Li Zishuan's elder. Whether it was in his expression or in his words, there was no lack of concern for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's heart warmed at these words. The old teacher truly understood him, and he also understood the old teacher's meaning, but, no. I can't slow down. The times have changed. I can't stop. Li Zishuan understood Li Gang's good intentions, but he could only accept them. After a few moments of silence, Li Zishuan's eyes gradually became clear. He resolutely shook his head. When you're weak, there are many bad people. When they bully you, they don't even bother to say hello. When you become indestructible, your past sufferings will become dazzling medals, the most painful slap to the evil. If a weakling wants to rise in the darkness, the only way is to shine as brightly as possible. Although the great Tang is not weak, it is far from being strong enough to look down on the heroes of the world. This is especially true in the national war with the Turks in 2 months. The outcome is still unknown. Although I can't overturn the universe and change the situation by myself, I will do my best. All of this started because of me, so I can't slow down. Li Zishuan's words were profound and ethereal. At first glance, it might seem as if he didn't make sense, especially the last sentence. All of this started because of me, so I can't slow down. Although Li Gang didn't fully understand it, the old teacher didn't raise any questions. He seemed to vaguely understand Li Zishuan's current feelings. Teacher Wenji, on the western field of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan looked at the white-haired old man beside him. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. At this moment, Li Gang could see far too many emotions in Li Zishuan's eyes. There was fatigue, desire, and a sliver of confusion. After a long silence, Li Gang slowly opened his mouth. Little Xian, if you're really tired, stay in the academy. Properly manage Cloud Mountain and cultivate tens of thousands of engineering talents, our great Tang can still sweep through the universe and dominate the world. Little Xian, although your intentions are good, there are times when you're in too much of a hurry. This is too heavy for you. Slow down a little, child. At this moment, Li Gang was not a teacher of the academy, but Li Zixuan's elder. Whether it was in his expression or in his words, there was no lack of concern for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's heart warmed at these words. The old teacher truly understood him, and he also understood the old teacher's meaning, but, no. I can't slow down. The times have changed. I can't stop. Chapter 1674. Lin Hao had been in seclusion for a few months to prepare for the academy's entrance exam. During this period, not only did he cut off all contact with the outside world, cough cough, although he did not have many friends outside, he even stopped reading his favorite novel, Talking World. In these few months, he had devoted all his attention to preparing for the exam. Now that the exam was over, how could Lin Hao, who had been holding it in for so long, hold it in? Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for him. He wanted to finish reading all the novels that he had accumulated during this period, especially his favorite, Celestial Bane. He had heard from the maid that the novel was finished, but in order to focus on preparing for the exam, he had held it in for the past few months and did not read it. The Lin family had a celebratory feast. In the courtyard where Chen Shuozhen and Chen Shuoyu were temporarily staying, there was also a celebratory feast. However, the difference was that the dishes on the table were all prepared by Chen Shuozhen herself. After all, at this time, other than the brothels, all the restaurants on the street were closed. If she did not cook, she could only starve. Looking at the dishes on the table, although they did not look, smell, and taste good, they were at least presentable. Moreover, if one was close enough, it was easy to smell the appetizing aroma of the dishes. It was said that the children of the poor matured early. Now, it seemed that this sentence was true. Wow! It smells so good. Chen Shuoyu put her little face in front of the plate and greedily took a deep breath. She praised happily, "Sister. Your cooking is still so good." "Humph. Of course." Chen Shuozhen proudly raised her chin, then looked at her little sister and said with a doting face, "Okay. Sit down and eat. I came back late today, and the market is closed. Wait for me to buy some chicken, duck, and meat tomorrow, and I'll let you eat to your heart's content." "Okay, okay." Hearing that, Chen Shuoyu suddenly jumped up and down in excitement. After all, for the people of this era, they could only eat meat once or twice during festivals. Moreover, they might not be able to eat meat every year. It depended on the harvest. If the harvest was not good, they might not even be able to eat rice, let alone meat. Therefore, meat was a fatal attraction to the children of ordinary families in this era. However, Chen Shuoyu had also reached a sensible age. The little girl was only excited for a moment before her small face fell. "Sis, forget it. Didn't you say that we only have 20 strings of money left? It's better to save some money. Xiao Yu doesn't need to eat chicken, duck, or fish." Chen Shuoyu obviously wanted to eat, but she tried her best to pretend that she didn't want to eat. Chen Shuozhen found it funny, but she also felt a little sad. She couldn't help rubbing Chen Shuoyu's head and said with a smile, "Silly girl, who said we don't have money? Sister earned another 100 strings of coins today." "What? Sister, we have an extra 100 strings of coins? Are you serious?" Hearing this, Chen Shuoyu couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Chen Shuozhen pinched her little sister's cheeks and said, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Sit down and eat. It won't taste good when it's cold." "Oh." Chen Shuoyu sat down and asked curiously, "Sister, where did you earn 100 strings of coins? Aren't you taking the exam at Yanhuang College today?" Why do you have so many questions? Eat. Can't such delicious food shut your mouth? Chen Shuozhen didn't want her sister to come into contact with the complicated people and matters outside. Hearing this, she pretended to be angry and scolded. "Oh. I'll eat. I'll eat. Sister, don't be angry. Marquis, there's a letter from Qingzhou. Lantian County, Marquis Yong An's backyard. Li Zixuan had just returned to his room after dinner when Pang Feiji knocked on the door and whispered. A letter from Qingzhou? Inside the room, Li Zixuan frowned. He quickly moved to the door and opened it quickly. He saw Pang Feiji outside the door, holding a letter above his head and said, "Yes. Marquis. It's an urgent letter from the former Qingzhou provincial governor's office. It just arrived in the county 15 minutes ago. I was worried that there might be an emergency, so I hurriedly sent it over. Sorry to disturb Marquis' rest, please." I know what you mean. There's no need to say more. You're doing the right thing. Without waiting for Pang Feiji to finish speaking, Li Zixuan patted the latter's shoulder and interrupted him. As he spoke, he had already taken the letter from Pang Feiji's hands. He didn't deliberately avoid it. He directly opened the letter in front of Pang Feiji. Under the light in the room, Li Zixuan read the contents of the letter with unusual seriousness. After a long time, Li Zixuan kept the letter and looked at Pang Feiji expressionlessly. "All right. There's nothing for you to do now. You've been in the north for so long. It's time for you to accompany your family. Go back quickly." Pang Feiji looked touched. "It's my duty to serve Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, all right. Duty is duty, but no matter what, you can't leave your family behind. Go back quickly." Pang Feiji had just gotten married last month. Originally, they were newlyweds and should have been inseparable. However, who knew that there would be a plague of locusts? Li Zixuan would lead the Sky Pheasant Brigade up north to exterminate the locusts. As Li Zixuan's personal guard, how could Pang Feiji not go? He had been gone for more than half a month. Now that he was finally back, logically speaking, he should go back to accompany his wife and family. Li Zixuan, who still had some modern thinking in his bones, was very humane when it came to the management of his subordinates. Seeing that Li Zixuan's attitude was firm, Pang Feiji finally didn't insist. He clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Marquis. I'll take my leave." After saying that, Pang Feiji clasped his fist and left. Li Zixuan closed the door and turned to walk into the house. "Husband, did something happen again?" Han Yushi came over and hurriedly asked. Just now, she had heard the conversation between Li Zixuan and Pang Feiji at the door. However, hearing was one thing. She wouldn't interrupt. At this time, there were only the two of them in the room. Only then did she ask. Li Zixuan pretended to be relaxed and laughed, "Ha. Nothing big. Wife, let's rest." Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously. She always felt that things weren't as simple as Li Zixuan said. However, with her understanding of Li Zixuan, if Li Zixuan didn't want to say something, it would be useless even if she asked more. Therefore, she could only suppress the doubts in her heart and nodded, "Okay." After saying that, she turned to tidy up the bed. At this time, Li Zixuan secretly sighed. Naturally, things weren't as simple as he said. Otherwise, the people in Qingzhou wouldn't have rushed over 800 miles to send a letter. However, what was the use of saying such things? It would only increase the worry of one person. There were changes in Qingzhou. Chapter 1675. The Heavenly Dragon Sect's chaos has wreaked havoc in the capital. However, Qingzhou is the birthplace of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Although the head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect has been executed, the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon Sect in Qingzhou are still rampant. Coincidentally, the original provincial governor Jing Qingsong has been detained and returned to the capital. Without a leader, the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon Sect have become increasingly active, waiting for opportunities to wreak havoc. They have repeatedly attacked traveling merchants, causing the businesses of Qingzhou to wither and the people of Qingzhou to panic. I, Lu Ming, earnestly request that Marquis come to Qingzhou as soon as possible to preside over the overall situation, or allow me to act at my discretion and mobilize the power of the provincial government to maintain the law and order of Qingzhou. Otherwise, in the long run, Qingzhou is bound to erupt in civil unrest. I hope that Marquis will make a decision soon. Respectfully, the original provincial governor of Qingzhou, Lu Ming. Early the next morning, Li Zishuan arrived at the academy. He had someone invite Ma Zhou, who was marking exam papers, into his office and handed the secret letter he had received last night to Ma Zhou. After reading it carefully, Ma Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Yamacho, this is a secret letter from the provincial governor of Qingzhou? It seems that there are undercurrents in Qingzhou now. Humph. It's the original provincial governor of Qingzhou. It's not like that anymore. Li Zishuan snorted with an expressionless face. A few days ago, the Heavenly Dragon sect had rebelled and the Heavenly Dragon army had besieged Chang'an City, causing no small amount of trouble for the imperial court. If not for Li Zishuan single-handedly turning the tide, the Heavenly Dragon sect really could have directly overturned the country. After the incident, not only did Li Er heavily reward Li Zishuan, granting him a piece of land in Green Province, he also dismissed the provincial governor of Green Province, Jingqingsong. Because the Heavenly Dragon sect had risen in Green Province, no matter what, Jingqingsong, as the provincial governor of Green Province, had an undeniable responsibility. As for the other officials in Qingzhou, Li Er did not directly implicate them on a large scale. Firstly, there was no need. Secondly, this move could easily cause a commotion in Qingzhou's officialdom, especially now that Qingzhou did not have a person with enough authority to hold down the fort. Thirdly, Li Er had actually given this part of the work to Li Zishuan. After Li Zishuan gained control of Qingzhou, he would then settle accounts with some officials. Those who should be dismissed would be dismissed, and those who should be punished would be punished. Therefore, all the officials in Qingzhou, regardless of rank, were temporarily in a state of acting as their position. They had not been dismissed by the imperial edict, but once Li Zishuan had evidence, they could be dismissed or punished at any time. Therefore, it wasn't wrong for Lu Ming to be called the former governor of Qing province. Brother Ma, what do you think of this letter? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and asked again. This form of address was also very particular. Li Zishuan called Ma Zhou Brother Ma and not Mr. Ma. This meant that he and Ma Zhou were not discussing official matters of the academy, but personal matters. Speaking of which, when Li Zishuan first interacted with Ma Zhou last year, he also called Ma Zhou Brother Ma. Marquis, in my humble opinion, the content in this letter is 70% true. Ma Zhou pondered for a moment and slowly answered. He was indeed smart and immediately caught the difference in Li Zishuan's form of address. Being quick-witted, he immediately changed his role and called Li Zishuan Marquis and not Yamacho. Oh. 70% true? So, Brother Ma, you're saying that the remaining 3 points are fake? Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Ma Zhou with interest. Ma Zhou couldn't help but sit up straight because he felt that Li Zishuan was deliberately testing him. After thinking about it, Ma Zhou shook his head. I don't dare to say whether the remaining 30% is true or false. However, the Dragon God sect is deeply rooted in Qing province. From the government to the marketplace, they have infiltrated everything. Since the former governor of Qing province, Jingqingsong, was in cahoots with the Dragon God sect, I don't believe that Lu Ming, as the governor of Qing province, is innocent. Clap, clap, clap. Not only do you not believe it, I don't believe it either. And I don't believe any of the officials in Qing province. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou with admiration, then clapped his hands and laughed. Ma Zhou was shocked. Marquis, what do you mean by that? Li Zishuan smiled and said coldly, Brother Ma, in your opinion, if Lu Ming is hiding something from me, what is his intention? Ma Zhou frowned when he heard this. He turned his gaze to the letter on the table beside him and carefully read the contents of the letter twice. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and say in shock, what's the matter? Military power? Could it be that Lu Ming's goal is to seize military power from you, Marquis? There was a sentence in the letter that said, or allow me to act at my discretion and mobilize the military power of the state government to maintain the law and order of Qing province. That was why Ma Zhou had such an idea. That's right. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed and said in a deep voice, "The dragon sect has been operating in Qing province for many years, but the local government has turned a blind eye to it. It's hard to guarantee that they haven't received benefits from the dragon sect. The original provincial governor of Qing province has been removed from his post and sent back to the capital. The Qing province officialdom is indeed without a leader and everyone is in a state of panic. Although His Majesty has ordered me to take over the position of provincial governor of Qing province, the imperial edict clearly states that it is only a remote command and not a post in Qing province. Because compared to Qing province, the war between the Great Tang and the Turks in a few months is undoubtedly more important. There are too many matters in the capital and I can't leave. I don't believe that Lu Ming doesn't know this. But he clearly knows that I can't leave, yet he still sent me such a letter. This means that he does have delusional thoughts about the military power of Qing province. Because at this time, those officials with ulterior motives are worried that I will purge the officialdom after taking over Qing province. Some of them have chosen to resign themselves to fate while others have chosen to take the initiative, such as Lu Ming. As the provincial governor of Qing province, he must have deep connections in Qing province. If he controls the military power, the entire Qing province is likely to be under his control. At that time, even if I personally go to Qing province and have evidence of him colluding with the dragon sect, I'm afraid that I won't be able to do anything to him. From the moment he received the secret letter last night, Li Zishuan had been calculating the situation in Qing province. As the saying goes, the officialdom is like a battlefield. He couldn't be careless. If he thought that he could look down on the heroes of the world just because he was a transmigrator, then he definitely wouldn't have lived until now. Li Zishuan had never dared to underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Ma Zhou's face gradually became serious. He pondered for a moment and said seriously, Marquis's speculation is reasonable and not impossible. Moreover, according to what the Marquis had said, the matter of the remnants of the heavenly dragon sect repeatedly attacking the merchants mentioned in Lu Ming's letter was either false, or he could have arranged it to create chaos in order to steal military power. From this, it seems that Qing province is indeed extremely dangerous. However, His Majesty has entrusted Marquis with an important task. At such a critical time, Marquis simply doesn't have time to go to Qing province. What should we do? At this point, Ma Zhou's expression became awkward. This matter made him feel that it was a thorny problem. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and asked seriously, "Brother Ma, do you still remember your dream?" Chapter 1676. Ma Zhou used to be a teaching assistant in Buzhou, but he was reprimanded by the provincial governor of Buzhou because of his drunkenness. The prideful Ma Zhou immediately lost his face and quit in a fit of anger. He simply packed his luggage and embarked on his journey to the capital to find a way to make a living. When Ma Zhou first arrived in Chang'an, it could be said that he was in the dark. Seeing that he was about to run out of money and unable to find a way to make a living, a cultured person like him would have to beg for food. Who knew that coincidentally, Datong Daily's editorial department was recruiting scholars to write news articles? Ma Zhou, a fine steed, met his first talent scout in his life. The articles he wrote in Datong Daily often caused a sensation in the literary circle. Soon, he became the chief manager of Datong Daily's editorial department and attracted the attention of Li Er. Li Er was very appreciative of Ma Zhou's strategies for governing the country in the Tang Daily. He believed that Ma Zhou had the talent to stabilize the country. Li Er had once wanted to poach Ma Zhou from Li Zishuan, and Ma Zhou was about to fly up the branch and become a phoenix, becoming a courtier in one step. However, Ma Zhou did not accept Li Er's olive branch in the end, because he felt that if he stayed in the editorial department of the Tang Daily, he would be able to realize one of his dreams, a great dream to let all the scholars in the world be able to read books and let all the people in the world be able to read. Later, with Li Zishuan's improvement of papermaking, the introduction of movable type printing, and the compilation of a Datong dictionary, the price of books that were originally incomparably expensive in Datong's market finally dropped. Those scholars who came from poor families could finally afford to buy books. Moreover, with the Datong dictionary, even if ordinary people did not have the money to pay for their tuition or find a teacher, they could still rely on the Hanyu Pinyin logo in the Datong dictionary to recognize most of the words. It could be said that when the Datong dictionary was published in June or July last year, Ma Zhou's dream was actually almost fulfilled. At that time, he could actually leave Datong Daily's editorial department and pursue the official career that all scholars dreamed of. However, after the release of the Datong dictionary, what followed was the official establishment of Yanhuang College. Under Li Zishuan's sincere invitation, Ma Zhou unexpectedly became a teacher of Yanhuang College. He was also the subject leader of the classics department of the college and was in charge of the teaching of the classics in the college. He was in charge of the teaching of the classics in the college for nearly a year. In the past year, Ma Zhou witnessed with his own eyes how engineering was disdained at the beginning to be accepted and worshipped by more and more people. Of course, Ma Zhou also experienced how Yanhuang College's position in Datong rose step by step. Being in such a wise and glorious college, experiencing the simple and pure teacher-student relationship, Ma Zhou had gradually forgotten that before he came to Chang'an City, he was actually like countless other scholars who dreamed of being in the imperial court, being recognized by the emperor, and thus becoming successful and famous. Unknowingly, Ma Zhou's dream in his heart had already become the Yanhuang College's motto: build a heart for heaven and earth, build a life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past sages, and create peace for all ages. It had already become Li Zishuan's earth-shattering cry at the college's opening ceremony last year: as long as Yanhuang does not die, the Han family will not perish, blood inscribed on the golden dagger axe, blood will never stop flowing. He had completely integrated into Yanhuang College. At this time, hearing Li Zishuan's question, Ma Zhou was silent for a long time before he finally said, "Marquis, of course I remember." Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "In the beginning, you trusted me and were willing to join the editorial department of Datong Daily and Chitsu Culture to help me make everyone in Datong able to read and read. Today, this goal has almost been achieved. I know that Brother Ma is ambitious and is not inferior to me in terms of strategy and wisdom. Whether it is the editorial department of Datong Daily or Yanhuang College, these places are a waste of talent for you. You once had a fierce tiger in your heart and wanted to be in the imperial court, make contributions, and make a name for yourself in history. However, you were unable to make a living and in the end, you did not even see the face of the emperor. Today, I want to release the fierce tiger in your heart and give you a good opportunity to become an official and make contributions. I wonder if Brother Ma is willing to give it a try. Become an official and make contributions? What does Marquis mean by this?" Hearing this, Ma Zhou could not help but frown and ask doubtfully. At the same time, Ma Zhou was also a little moved. After all, there was a saying that went, "Learn both civil and martial arts, and you will be able to serve the emperor." For thousands of years in China, scholars had a common dream, and that was to use the knowledge they had learned for more than 10 years in their official career and serve the emperor. Then, they would use their talents in the imperial court to realize their political ambitions and be praised by the people and make a name for themselves in history. Ma Zhou was also a scholar. In the depths of his heart, he also had a dream of becoming an official. Haha. This Marquis wants you to be the chief clerk of the Qingzhou provincial governor's office. What do you think? After staring at Ma Zhou for a moment, Li Zishuan suddenly laughed and said these earth-shattering words casually. "What? Marquis, you want me to be the chief clerk of the Qingzhou provincial governor's office?" When Ma Zhou heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in disbelief and said. The position of the chief clerk was first established in the Qin dynasty. At that time, the prime minister and the general's office had a chief clerk, which was equivalent to the secretary general or chief of staff in modern society. The chief clerk under the general could also lead the army into battle and was called the chief clerk of the general. The famous Ban Chao was the chief clerk of the general. In addition, the prefectures in the border areas also had a chief clerk, who was the assistant to the governor and was somewhat similar to a private advisor. To a certain extent, staff positions like senior scribe and private advisor could only be regarded as officials and not official officials. Many proud and arrogant scholars were unwilling to take up such positions. However, it also depended on the type of senior scribe. For example, the senior scribe of the provincial governor's office was basically equivalent to the second-in-command of a province. Although it didn't have direct decision-making power, it had the opportunity to influence the provincial governor's decision. The stage wasn't small, especially since the land of Qingzhou now belonged to Li Zishuan's fief. Li Zishuan was both the landlord and the provincial governor. As such, the authority of the senior scribe of the provincial governor's office in Qingzhou was even greater. As long as Li Zishuan announced to the public that he wanted to recruit a chief clerk, there would definitely be countless scholars fighting to sign up. This rare opportunity had now landed on Ma Zhou so easily. It was completely Li Zishuan opening a back door for Ma Zhou. Yes. You are the most suitable candidate for the position of chief clerk in this marquis's heart. Brother Ma, are you willing to follow this marquis to create another career? Li Zishuan nodded and looked at Ma Zhou with a serious face. Chapter 1677. Qingzhou is located in a remote corner, and the local tyrants and officials are definitely colluding with each other. Moreover, the dragon head of the dragon sect was recently killed in Chang'an, so the situation in Qingzhou is definitely complicated and treacherous. This marquis needs a sufficiently capable and trustworthy person to go to Qingzhou and stabilize the situation for the time being. Brother Ma, whether in terms of talent or intelligence, you completely meet the requirements. It all depends on whether Brother Ma is willing to lend this marquis a hand. In the principal's office of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan stood up and solemnly clasped his hands at Ma Zhou. In history, Ma Zhou had come from a humble background, but in the end, he had climbed step by step to the position of prime minister and become Li Er's right-hand man. His talent, strategy, and political skills were beyond doubt. Although the current situation in Qingzhou was complicated, Li Zishuan was confident that it would not be a problem for Ma Zhou. Wouldn't the future prime minister of the Great Tang be able to easily govern a province? Of course, Li Zishuan had never thought of tying Ma Zhou to his side forever. This would be too much of a waste of talent. Ma Zhou had the talent to become prime minister, so he shouldn't just be a minor official. As long as the time was right, even if Ma Zhou didn't want to enter the court as an official, Li Zishuan would recommend Ma Zhou to Li Er. In the end, Qingzhou was just a small hurdle that Li Zishuan had set up for Ma Zhou to grind experience and level up. Once Ma Zhou had accumulated a certain amount of experience as an official, it would be time for him to start the main storyline of the imperial court. In the face of Li Zishuan's solemn expression, Ma Zhou couldn't help but turn solemn. To tell the truth, he was very conflicted. On one hand, he had lived in Yanhuang College in Datong daily for more than a year, and he was already used to the people and things here. He had long been deeply infatuated with everything here, and he was naturally reluctant to leave. After all, humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. But if he had to stay in Yunshan for the rest of his life, in the editorial department of Datong Daily, Ma Zhou would feel that his life was lacking something, and it would be somewhat dull and tasteless. After a long silence, Ma Zhou's originally unfocused gaze gradually became resolute. He solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Many thanks for Marquis's appreciation. This Ma is willing to serve Marquis faithfully." Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 Brother Ma, I was right about you. Li Zishuan looked deeply at Ma Zhou, then stepped forward and helped Ma Zhou up with both hands. He then laughed loudly and said, "With Brother Ma's help, the people of Qingzhou will live a good life in the near future. Marquis is too kind. In terms of governing the people, this Ma's insignificant ability can't compare to Marquis's." Ma Zhou shook his head and cupped his hands. This was not a deliberate compliment to Li Zishuan, but a fact. Back then, the Han family manor and Plum Village were the same as the other villages. The people didn't know what to eat, and it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to eat meat for a whole year. But in just over a year, the Han family manor and Plum Village had become one of the wealthiest villages around Chang'an. Not only did the villagers live better, but their food and clothing were also several times better than before. Almost every family had saved up a lot of money. Anyone with a discerning eye would know who the credit was. So Li Zishuan's ability to revitalize the people's lives was something that even Ma Zhou couldn't help but admire. Haha. Let's stop flattering each other and get back to the main topic. The situation in Qingzhou is urgent. This Marquis will personally write a letter of appointment after returning home in the afternoon, officially appointing Brother Ma as the chief steward of the Qingzhou provincial governor's office. Chief Steward Ma, after you pack up and prepare, immediately set off for Qingzhou. Li Zishuan first smiled, then looked at Ma Zhou seriously. The chief steward Ma was only a subordinate of the provincial governor, so the appointment of the chief steward Ma didn't need to be reported to the imperial court, nor did it need Li Zishuan's approval. Li Zishuan alone could make the decision. Hearing the words, Chief Steward Ma, from Li Zishuan's mouth, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The poor kid who came to Cheng, and alone from Bo province and had nothing, was now the chief steward of the provincial governor's office. This made Ma Zhou feel a little dreamy and unreal. Of course there's no problem on my side. But after I leave, what about the Academy's economics department and the Datong Daily's editorial department? Ma Zhou recovered from his absent-mindedness and frowned as he asked hesitantly. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "This is easy. For the Academy, let Mr. Kong Gui be the head of the economics department. With old Mister's knowledge, there shouldn't be a problem. As for the Datong Daily's editorial department, let Little Fishy be there first. If I have time, I'll go and take a look. Then I'm relieved. I'll be able to leave in the next 2 days." Ma Zhou heard and nodded. Then he suddenly thought of something. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Since I came back from the north, Little Fishy seems to have become a little quiet. I've asked a few times, but I didn't get anything. This girl worships Marquis very much. If you have time, Marquis, you should go and take a look." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered Li Yu's strange behavior at the Longmen Pass. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay. I'll find time to talk to her." Ma Zhou heard and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "That's good. That's good." Although he often bickered with Li Yu, Ma Zhou liked this clever girl very much. He treated Li Yu as his own little sister. Last time, Li Yu went to the north alone without a word. After that, she came back in low spirits. Naturally, Ma Zhou saw all of this. However, there were some things that Li Yu didn't want to tell him. He couldn't do anything about it. Also, Officer Ma, you should pay more attention to your safety when you go to Qingzhou. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then added, "When you go to Qing province, I'll send a few guards to go with you. When you get there, you'll be able to mobilize all the provincial troops within Qing province with my warrant and the tiger tally. Since Lu Ming wrote to me to ask for military authority, it means that the provincial troops in Qingzhou are not completely under his control. This is our chance. Of course, just in case, Officer Ma, you should bring a telegraph machine to Qingzhou. If there are any changes in the situation, send a telegraph to me at any time." Ma Zhou's trip to Qingzhou was, of course, dangerous. After all, he was going there to replace the position of Lu Ming, the provincial governor of Qingzhou. Li Zishuan and Lu Ming were direct enemies. Lu Ming had been an official in Qingzhou for many years and definitely had a lot of connections. If he was driven to desperation, he might really do something to Ma Zhou. Therefore, Li Zishuan had to consider everything carefully. However, it didn't mean that Ma Zhou would die. At the very least, the provincial troops in Qingzhou were still very likely to be used by Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou. After all, with the consolidation of the Tang dynasty's political power, and Li Er's series of ruthless methods since he ascended the throne, everyone knew that the current imperial court was invincible. Only death awaited those who wanted to rebel. Yozhou's Luo Yi and the Dragon sect were examples. Lu Ming was just a minor provincial governor. It was impossible for him to completely control all the provincial troops in Qingzhou during the period when the provincial governor Jing Qingsong was captured. As long as he could control the military power as soon as possible, Ma Zhou's safety in Qingzhou would be guaranteed. The rest was to slowly stabilize the political situation and eliminate the dregs and scum in Qingzhou's officialdom. Ma Zhou was greatly touched by these words. He couldn't help but cup his hands and say, "Thank you for your trust, Marquis. I will do my best and not disappoint Marquis's high expectations." To completely hand over the military power of a province to one person, this trust couldn't be said to be small. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "This marquis previously said that this marquis doesn't trust any of the officials in Qingzhou, but Brother Ma, this marquis has complete and unreserved trust in you. Go ahead and do it. First, help this marquis stabilize the situation in Qingzhou. When this marquis is free, he will personally make a trip to Qingzhou." Ma Zhou was moved and said, "Yes, Marquis." The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Zishuan patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and said heroically, Then let's do something big in Qingzhou." After discussing the matters in Qingzhou with Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan went to the offices of the various disciplines. His main purpose was to look at the situation of the examination papers from yesterday. In addition, he also gathered Yen Silu and a few other discipline team leaders for a small meeting. They discussed the situation of Ma Zhou's appointment in Qingzhou, as well as the subsequent handover of some work. With regards to Ma Zhou's promotion, Yen Silu and the other teachers were sincerely happy for him. Some people saw from Ma Zhou that they might be able to rely on their achievements in the academy and Li Zishuan's appreciation to become an official. This made them even more motivated in their hearts, such as Su Hongji and Xiao Dian. Some people didn't care about being an official because they were already content with the status quo, such as Wang Ji and Mo Hui. Li Zishuan naturally didn't know what these teachers were thinking. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. Everyone had their own aspirations, and he respected everyone's aspirations. If these people wanted to enter the imperial court as an official, he would do his best to help. After all, these people represented Gong Shui, and this could be considered as expanding the influence of Gong Shui. After all the arrangements were completed, Li Zishuan quickly returned to the mansion in Lantian County. Then, he personally wrote a letter of resignation for Ma Zhou and stamped it with the seal of the Qingzhou provincial governor and his own personal seal. Lu Feng. Immediately send this item to Yunshan and personally hand it to Mr. Ma Zhou, understand? Li Zishuan came to the front yard and summoned the guard Lu Feng. The situation in Qingzhou absolutely couldn't be allowed to deteriorate any further. When Li Er handed Qingzhou over to Li Zishuan, it was mainly to let Li Zishuan pacify the influence of the Heavenly Dragon sect on Qingzhou as soon as possible and lead the local people to live a better life. If it wasn't for the upcoming Kingdom War, Li Zishuan would have personally made a trip to Qingzhou. Yes, Marquis. Lu Feng took the package that Li Zishuan handed over. He responded and immediately turned to leave the residence. Chapter 1678. After sending someone to deliver the letter of appointment to Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan sat alone in the study room and closed his eyes to think. Due to the complex of modern people, he had always wanted to be a big landlord. Therefore, he was very happy every time he received a piece of land. Moreover, he would very seriously manage his land, such as the Han village, Plum village, Liujia village, and so on. When he saw that the people in his land had enough food and clothing and lived in peace and contentment, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, Li Zishuan had thrown such a big mess in Qingzhou to him. Not only did this not give Li Zishuan any sense of accomplishment, but it also made him feel unusually tired. After all, there were too many problems that had to be considered when governing a state, let alone a poor and remote place like Qing State. Li Zishuan did not major in management in university. It was normal for him to feel uncomfortable when he suddenly received such a big mess. However, it was fortunate that he had Ma Zhou, the future Prime Minister of Tang Empire, to help him. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not have any countermeasures to deal with the emergency situation in Qingzhou. Marquis, there is a letter from Qizhou. Please take a look. While he was deep in thought, Pang Feiji's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Li Zishuan immediately came back to his senses. His heart moved, and he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Yes. With a creak, Pang Feiji pushed open the door from the outside and entered. Then, he carefully closed the door. After everything was done, Pang Feiji held a lacquered envelope with both hands. He quickly walked to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis, this is a letter from the Qizhou Provincial Governor's Office." Qizhou Provincial Governor's Office? Wang Renbiao. Let me take a look. Li Zixuan stared blankly for a moment before hastily replying. Although Wang Renbiao was born in an aristocratic family, he did not have the bad habit of being unruly. He got along very well with Li Zixuan. Moreover, in the battle at Longmen Pass not long ago, if Wang Renbiao had not taken the risk of being impeached and recruited elite soldiers without authorization to come to the rescue, Longmen Pass might have fallen, and Li Zixuan, who was heavily injured at that time, might have died under the hooves of the Turkic wolf cavalry. This was a life-saving grace. Not to mention, before this incident, Li Zixuan and Wang Renbiao's relationship was already very good. Therefore, when he heard that it was a letter from the Qizhou provincial governor's office, Li Zixuan was very happy. After receiving the letter from Pang Feiji, Li Zixuan quickly opened it and read it carefully. There were lines of elegant handwriting on the letter. As the saying goes, a person's handwriting is like their handwriting. However, looking at the elegant handwriting, he knew that this letter was definitely not written by a man. Looking at the contents of the letter, it was indeed not written by a man. I, Jing Chu, pay my respects to Marquis. I have not seen him for more than a month, but I have heard of Marquis's actions of going up north to exterminate the locusts and ambushing the Turkic state preceptor. Marquis is valiant and brave, just like Li Guang during the Han dynasty. He is admirable. The beginning of the letter was a greeting, but at the same time, it also revealed the identity of the person who wrote the letter. It was Li Jingchu, and not Wang Renbiao as Li Zixuan had expected. Li Zixuan could not help but feel puzzled. He secretly wondered why Li Jingchu would write a letter to him. This was because he and Li Jingchu had never interacted directly. They had always interacted indirectly through Wang Renbiao. Could it be that something had happened to Wang Renbiao? After all, according to official history, Wang Renbiao had died in office due to illness. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's heart suddenly sank. He hurriedly skipped the beginning of the letter and continued reading. On the 6th day of the 7th month, the eldest princess brought Provincial Governor Wang to Qizhou. Renbiao mentioned to the eldest princess about his marriage with me. When the eldest princess heard this, she was furious. She said that as a legitimate son of the Wang family, how could he fall in love with a commoner's daughter? She ordered Renbiao to break off his relationship with me. Renbiao did not agree. The eldest princess ordered the generals in the manor to expel me from the provincial governor's manor. Renbiao wanted to object, but filial piety was greater than the heavens. He could not openly contradict the eldest princess. He could only plead in every possible way and barely managed to protect me. In order to not make things difficult for Renbiao, I quietly left Yongzhou City that night. After my father was harmed by evil people, I no longer cared about matters of love. However, Renbiao took pity on me. He had done so much for me and even avenged my father's death for me. I am not made of gold and stone. How could I not be moved? I had thought that I was not worthy of the eldest son of the Wang family. I also expected that Renbiao and I would face many difficulties in the future. However, when things came to a head, the eldest princess and provincial governor Wang's determination exceeded my and Renbiao's expectations. I knew that it was impossible for me to step into the Wang family. I thought that as long as Renbiao could be happy, I would be satisfied. I originally thought that after I left Yongzhou City, I would be able to resolve this crisis. However, who knew that a few days ago, I heard rumors that Renbiao had fallen seriously ill and was bedridden again. I was extremely worried and returned to Yongzhou City. I wanted to visit the provincial governor's manor, but I was refused entry by the eldest princess's people. Helpless, I found Renbiao's old housekeeper and borrowed the provincial governor's manor's name to write a letter to Marquis. Marquis is Renbiao's best friend, and Renbiao is usually very respectful of Marquis. This humble girl does not have extravagant hopes that Marquis will allow this humble girl and Renbiao to be together forever. I only hope that Marquis can counsel Renbiao and help him resolve the knot in his heart so that he can recover quickly. This humble girl, Li Jingchu, respectfully greets you. After reading the letter, Li Zixuan's expression turned grave. He thought to himself, what's bound to come has indeed come. When Li Zixuan found out that Wang Renbiao was infatuated with Li Jingchu, he had predicted that the upper echelons of the Wang family would strongly oppose this marriage. At that time, Wang Rinbiao had expressed that even if he was expelled from the Wang family because of Li Jingchu, he was willing to accept it. At most, he would just find another way to make a living. But who knew that Wang Renbiao would be so angered by Princess Tong, and that he would be bedridden? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he was currently under house arrest. Otherwise, he would definitely have chased after Li Jingchu when she left Yong City. In addition, at Longmen Pass, Leng Yuyao, who had accompanied Wang Rinbiao, had secretly mentioned to Li Zishuan that the elders of the Wang family already knew about the matter between Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu. At that time, Li Zishuan did not take it to heart. In his opinion, Wang Yu was the head of the Wang family. No matter how vicious a tiger was, it would not harm its own child. At most, it would take away some of the political resources that the Wang family had invested in Wang Rinbiao, so that Wang Rinbiao would not be able to continue his smooth-sailing career in the government. But who would have thought that these two elders would want to torture their own son to death? In the end, he had overestimated the importance of kinship in the aristocratic families and underestimated the coldness of those people. You leave first. I'll write a reply. Call Xiao Xian to grind the ink. After a long silence, Li Zishuan raised his head and ordered. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji bowed and accepted the order. Just as he walked out, the door to the study was pushed open with a creak. It was Han Yushi, who had walked in with a cup of tea. Husband, this concubine just heard that you wanted to write a letter. How about I grind the ink for you? Chapter 1679. Wife, you're here. In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Li Zishuan forced a smile and greeted Han Yushi when he saw her push open the door and enter. I heard that you went into the study after returning and didn't come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to quench your thirst. Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zishuan. Then, she saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, Husband, did something happen? Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed. Ai. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink. Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi didn't understand, but she saw that Li Zishuan didn't seem to think much about it, so she didn't ask further. Instead, she came to the table and began to grind the ink for Li Zishuan. In fact, although Li Zishuan knew how to write with a brush, he didn't use a brush to write. After all, he wasn't used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop at Chitsu Pavilion had already made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. With such a convenient writing tool like a pencil, why would he use a brush? Wouldn't he be suffering? But this time, Li Zishuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he wasn't writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongmen. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zishuan didn't dare to be careless. Wife, you're here. In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zishuan forced a smile and greeted her. This concubine heard that husband went into the study after returning home and didn't come out for a long time, so this concubine brewed a pot of tea and brought it over to quench your thirst. Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacups on the table beside Li Zishuan. Then, she saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, Husband, did something happen? Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed, Sigh. That's right. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since my wife is here, help your husband grind the ink. Unfortunate couple. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zishuan did not seem to think too much about it, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind the ink for Li Zishuan. In fact, although Li Zishuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. With such a convenient writing tool like a pencil, why would he use a brush? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongren. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that you went into your study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So, I made a pot of tea and brought it over to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Sigh. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but when she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much about it, she did not probe further. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongren. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongren. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongmen. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongmen. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongmen. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I brewed a pot of tea and brought it to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zishuan. In fact, although Li Zishuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zishuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongmen. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zishuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zishuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zishuan. Then, she saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but when she saw that Li Zishuan did not seem to think too much about it, she did not probe further. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zishuan. In fact, although Li Zishuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zishuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongmen. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zishuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion. Seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zishuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Chapter 1680. If you want to kill Li Zishuan's brother and sworn sister, then you have to be prepared to pay the corresponding price. The Wang family is no exception. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the study suddenly became austere. At this moment, Li Zishuan had the power to move unhindered and was invincible in the world. He didn't even put the Wang clan, which was ranked at the top of the 5 families and 7 great clans, in his eyes. He was extremely arrogant. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. Back then, the prestigious Chui family of Qinghe, Chui family of Bowling, and Jing family of Xinjiang had all been directly or indirectly destroyed by him. At that time, Li Zishuan did not have the prestige, power, and status that he had today. Now, he was not only a marquis, but also the provincial governor of a province. His foundation was deeper and his strength was stronger. Of course, his destructive power was even more shocking. The Wang family valued the family's interests and could ignore Wang Rinbiao's life. However, they had to consider whether they could withstand Li Zishuan's revenge after Wang Rinbiao's death. This was the attitude that Li Zishuan wanted to convey to Wang Yu and Princess Tongmen. This concubine naturally understands husband's feelings, but won't this displease Provincial Governor Wang and Princess Tongmen? After all, there are many words in this letter that seem a little. After a moment of shock, Han Yushi recovered from her shock. She smoothed the hair in front of her chest and looked at Li Zishuan with a worried expression. "Seems a little arrogant, right?" Li Zishuan smiled and completed Han Yushi's unfinished words. Then, he snorted and said, "Humph. This will depend on how Provincial Governor Wang and Princess Tong weigh the pros and cons. Will they continue to break up the affectionate couple and fall out with me, or will they let them go and do me a favor?" Rinbiao and I are as close as brothers, but I still have important matters to attend to. This is all I can do. If not, I will personally make a trip to Qizhou. After that, Li Zixuan folded the 2 pieces of paper and put them in an envelope. After he finished painting it, he shouted at the door, "Feiji, come in." With a creak, Pang Feiji, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Li Zixuan handed over the letter and instructed, "Arrange for someone to deliver this letter to the Qizhou provincial governor's manor as soon as possible and personally hand it over to Provincial Governor Wang Yu." "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji bowed and accepted the order. Then, he took the letter and left. Only Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were left in the study. Li Zixuan picked up the teacup that Han Yushi had just brought in. Although the tea was a little cold, it was still fragrant when he placed it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Li Zixuan took a sip. "Husband, you mentioned that you have an important matter to attend to. Is it the matter of going to the Black Armored Army's camp in 2 days?" "Yes. That's right." Li Zixuan put down the teacup and nodded. Although Rinbiao's situation is critical, there might be other solutions. Now that the kingdom war is imminent, at such a crucial time, nothing can be compared to the preparation for the Turkic Khaganate. This concerns the lives of millions of people in the Tang Empire. We can't be careless. Hearing this, Han Yushi instantly fell silent. She understood the affairs of the country and the people of the world. But now, her loved ones were about to embark on an extremely difficult and dangerous path for the so-called people of the world. This was a little hard for her to accept. However, when she thought of Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu, this pair of ill-fated lovers, Han Yushi felt that she was extremely lucky and happy. At least she could be together with the person she loved. Moreover, after marriage, her parents-in-law treated her very well. There had never been any discord between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law that occurred in ordinary wealthy families. So, what else was she not satisfied with? "Husband, don't worry and go. I will take care of the house." After a moment of silence, Han Yushi spoke. Since there were some things that she couldn't stop, she could only wholeheartedly support Li Zixuan and not let Li Zixuan have any worries. "Yes. Haha. With my wife's words, your husband can rest assured." Li Zixuan hugged the beauty beside him and chuckled. Sigh. Why do we have to stay in the academy for the makeup exams when everyone else is on vacation? Moreover, we only have 1 or 2 days to prepare. How can our exam results be good? Yunshan, Yanhuang College. Ching Chumo, who had just come out of the cafeteria after lunch, kicked the pebbles on the road listlessly and grumbled softly. "All right. Cho Nyo. Don't complain. Take the time to rest when we get back to the dormitory and continue with our revision." Li Ku, who was walking half a body's length in front of Ching Chumo, paused and looked at Ching Chumo. "I should be able to finish the rest of my revision this afternoon. Then, I will help you with your revision." "Hee hee. Little Ku, you're the best." No. Little Ku, you're done with your revision so quickly?" Ching Chumo couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. Then, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim in surprise. He had just started his revision yesterday and Li Ku was about to finish it today. This was really a case of comparing people to people and goods to goods. Haha. What's so strange about that? Li Ku chuckled and said casually, "Actually, before we went to the north, I had already started revising my homework and preparing for the exam. During the days we were in the north, we were on the road during the day and before we rested at night, I would usually read for 1 to 4 hours. F***CK. I was wondering why the lights in your room went out so late every night. Little Ku, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ching Chumo slapped his head and suddenly realized something. Then, he said with a hurt face. It was as if he was blaming a good friend for studying secretly without telling him. Those who didn't know the truth would probably praise him for being a good student who loved studying. Hearing that, Li Ku looked at Ching Chumo and said, "Cho Nyo, even if I told you earlier, Would you really be able to calm down and study in advance and prepare for your exams? Eh. Ching Chumo was stunned. What Li Ke said did make sense. Even if he was given a chance to choose again, he would not study and prepare for exams while he was on his way to the north to kill locusts. There was no other way. He was born to be active. Little Ku. Don't hit people in the face and don't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them. You're not being nice. Ching Chumo was embarrassed by Li Ke's words. He scratched his head and couldn't help but say, "All right. Brother Cho Nyo, there's no point in arguing about this now. I think we should go back to the school and rest. I'm almost done with my revision. If you need me in the afternoon, I can help you with your homework." Tai Dan smiled and said, "Don't worry." Haha. That's great. Iron Egg, you're a good brother. After the exams, Old Cheng, will treat you to a drink at 100 Flowers Tower. When Ching Chumo heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. 100 Flowers Tower, wasn't it a brothel? This idiot wanted to bring Iron Egg, who was not even 20 years old, to a brothel. Tai Dan was no longer the poor country boy he used to be. Naturally, he had heard of the 100 Flowers Tower before. Therefore, he immediately blushed at Ching Chumo's words and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. There's no need to drink. We're classmates, it's only right that we help each other." "Yes, it's only right." Ching Chumo was instantly amused and said with a smirk, "Hey. Iron Egg, you're shy." "Haha. What's there to be shy about? Let me tell you, when I was 8 years old, As this idiot spoke, he couldn't help but start to brag about his heroic deeds. Meng Wenhao and Kusher Qing, who had just returned from Shuzhong, couldn't help but smile when they saw this. Isn't that Qing Ke? Where is he going? When they were approaching the academy's Guanghua building, Li Ke suddenly saw Li Tai hurrying along the main road of the academy towards the gate. He couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Qing Ke?" "That's right. Qing Ke just finished his exams a few days ago. Can't you just ask him to help with your homework?" Hearing the two words, Qing Ke, Ching Chumo's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and immediately ran in the direction of Li Tai. As he ran, he shouted, "Hey! Qing Ke, stop! Stop!" Li Ke and the others instantly understood the reason why Ching Chumo was so enthusiastic. They couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. It was really shameful to be associated with this guy. A moment later. "Virgin, you want me to leak the exam questions to you and help you cheat?" Absolutely impossible. Ching Chumo's intention was actually very simple. He just wanted Li Tai to recall the questions of the final exam from a few days ago. Then, he would be prepared for the makeup exam the day after tomorrow. But how could Li Tai help him do such a shameful thing? After understanding the situation, Li Tai rejected Ching Chumo's offer without hesitation and said, "Don't worry. Virgo, I advise you to give up on this idea. First, no one in the academy will help you recall the exam questions. Second, your exam papers this time may not be the same as ours. Instead of thinking about this, it's better to take the time to revise." Ching Chumo pursed his lips and whispered, "It's fine if you don't want to help. If the makeup exam questions are not the same as yours, will Yamacho come up with another set of exam questions?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with this idiot. At this time, Li Ke asked, "Qing Ke, I saw you in a hurry just now. Where are you going?" "Oh. To the workshop." Li Tai turned to look at Li Ke and replied, "Actually, I've been studying something new recently. I encountered some problems before, but after some guidance from Yamacho 2 days ago, I already know how to solve it. I want to take advantage of the time before Yamacho leaves Yunshan to make a sample for him to see." "New thing? Qing Ke, what is this new thing that you're so interested in?" Li Ke was naturally envious of Li Tai's personal guidance from Li Zishuan, but he was undoubtedly more curious about the new thing that Li Tai mentioned, so he couldn't help but ask. It's a tool that can transmit sound over a long distance. Simply put, it means that no matter how far apart two people are, they can talk and listen to each other through this tool. Li Tai looked around, and after seeing that there was no one around, he replied. Long-distance transmission? You can make such a godly object, Qing Ke? That's amazing. When Li Ku heard this, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim. Not only him, but Qing Chumo, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Kusher Qing, and the others all looked at Li Tai in disbelief. This was because before this, they had never even thought of building such a long-distance sound transmission tool. Cough cough. Lower your voice. Lower your voice. Although the telephone was not part of the Academy's trump card project, its research had always been carried out in secret. Seeing Li Tai's surprised face, Li Tai hurriedly said with a nervous expression, "That thing hasn't been completed yet. It's only in the experimental stage. In theory, it's feasible, but in reality, there are still many problems. Fortunately, Yamacho has provided me with some ideas to solve the problems. I've been busy modifying that thing for the past 2 days." Li Ku heard this and exclaimed, "So, Qing Ke, the godly object that you mentioned just now, in theory, can really be made?" "Yes. That's right. In theory, it is indeed feasible." Li Tai nodded solemnly. Li Ku, Iron Egg, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the deep shock in each other's eyes. "Qing Ke, you're really amazing now. If that godly object of yours is completed, you must show it to us first." After a moment of silence, Li Ku couldn't help but exclaim. "Yes, yes, yes. If this thing is completed, I'll be the first to try it." Qing Chumo also excitedly echoed. "Haha. Of course, that's not a problem." Li Tai nodded with a smile. "Oh, right. Qing Ke, you said that you want to make it before Yamacho leaves Yinshan. What does that mean? Could it be that Yamacho has plans to travel abroad recently?" Kusher Qing asked at this time. Chapter 1681. Uncle Ma, I heard you were looking for me. The next morning, in the new workshop of the interesting pavilion, in a room in the editorial department of Datong Daily, Li Yu knocked on the door and entered. She asked Ma Zhou softly, who was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back. In the academy, people called Ma Zhou Mr. Ma. In the workshop, people called Ma Zhou Caretaker Ma or Old Ma. In fact, Li Yu was probably the only person who called Ma Zhou Uncle Ma. Ma Zhou was against this form of address at first because he felt that he was not that old. However, after a long time, Ma Zhou was used to this form of address given by Li Yu. At this moment, he turned around and smiled kindly at Li Yu. "Little Yu, you're here? Sit down and talk." As he spoke, he pointed at a chair opposite his desk. Li Yu never knew how to write the word restraint in front of Ma Zhou. Hearing this, she did not stand on ceremony and directly sat on the chair. Then, she said half-jokingly, "Uncle Ma, seeing how serious you are, could it be that you called me here today because of my good performance in the past year and you want to increase my salary?" Of course, this was a joke. Li Yu and Ma Zhou's relationship had always been good. The two of them often joked about similar things. However, what Li Yu did not expect was that Ma Zhou, who had just sat opposite her, actually nodded. "Yes. Little Yu, you guessed it right. I called you here today to increase your salary." Li Yu couldn't help but stare with her eyes wide open when she heard this. She really suspected that there was something wrong with her ears, or perhaps there was something wrong with Ma Zhou's head. Otherwise, how could he have heard such shocking and unreasonable words? "Uncle Ma, you're not kidding me, are you? I don't have the time to play with you. I haven't finished my draft for today." After a moment of shock, Li Yu pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Obviously, she didn't take Ma Zhou's words seriously. Unexpectedly, Ma Zhou said with a serious face, "Little Yu, I'm not joking with you. Over the past year, you've gone from knowing nothing about news writing to becoming the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily. All of us have seen the effort you've put in and the results you've achieved. Marquis and I do want to increase your salary. Not only that, but Marquis also plans to let you slowly take over the affairs of Datong Daily. In time, perhaps the entire Datong Daily editorial department will be handed over to you. What? Sir, you want me to take over the editorial department? When Li Yu heard that, she almost jumped out of her chair. She said in disbelief, but I was only in charge of writing the news. Weren't you always in charge of the editorial department? Why would Sir make such an arrangement? Li Yu was actually very satisfied with her current life. Every day, she would go out to gather information and write a few news articles. Every month, she would have a decent income. Occasionally, she would even be able to expose some illegal activities among the people, punishing evil and promoting good. This life was really fulfilling and valuable. As for Ma Zhou's position in the editorial department of Datong Daily, Li Yu wasn't very interested. I was in charge of the editorial department before, but I'm leaving Lantian County soon. Seeing Li Yu's excited face, Ma Zhou said in a low voice. Leaving Lantian County? Why? Could it be that, sir? When Li Yu heard that, her heart skipped a beat. Her face suddenly showed a trace of worry. She subconsciously thought that Ma Zhou had done something wrong recently, so Li Zishuan wanted to remove Ma Zhou from his position in the editorial department. What kind of person was Ma Zhou? How could he not see through Li Yu's thoughts? He quickly waved his hand and said, Little Yu, don't misunderstand. I'm leaving Lantian County because I have more important things to do. Marquis is now the provincial governor of Qingzhou, but there's still a lot of work in the capital. So, Marquis appointed me as the chief secretary of Qingzhou provincial governor's residence and asked me to go to Qingzhou to take over the affairs there. This afternoon, I'm leaving. Oh. So that's the case. When Li Yu heard that, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, she smiled and said, Then I should congratulate Uncle Ma for being promoted. When I have time to go to Qingzhou, Uncle Ma, as a local snake, you have to treat me well. When he heard that sentence, Ma Zhou couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This girl really didn't know how to use words. He was going to be the chief secretary of Qingzhou provincial governor's residence in the future. How could he be called a local snake? But how can I manage the entire editorial department by myself? How can I have that ability? At this moment, Li Yu remembered what Ma Zhou said at the beginning and couldn't help but speak out hesitantly. Ma Zhou smiled and said, Of course, your current ability isn't enough to manage the entire editorial department. So, Marquis only asked you to slowly take over and familiarize yourself with it. Currently, the editorial department should be directly managed by Marquis. Also, don't you have Yu Shaojian and the others to help you on normal days? Datong Daily had become the official mouthpiece of the imperial court. Naturally, there was no lack of supervision from the imperial court. Last year, Li Er sent a few scholars with both ability and integrity to enter Datong Daily's editorial department to review and supervise the contents of the daily newspaper. After more than a year of interaction, the editors in the editorial department and these scholars got along very well. There wasn't any hostility and instead, they often helped each other. Oh. All right then. I'll give it a try. Li Yu thought for a while and finally nodded her head to accept this task. It wasn't that she was greedy for money. The salary she received every month was more than enough for her. It was mainly because she was grateful to Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou for taking care of her for the past year. She wanted to share the burden of Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou. Hee. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Ma Zhou let out a sigh of relief and smiled. After a pause, he said, Little Yu, I know that you've been looking for the whereabouts of your parents. Marquis and I will do our best to help you find them. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. Maybe when the time comes, your parents will automatically appear in front of you. Don't be depressed because of this. Although Li Yu's face was full of smiles, the attentive Ma Zhou could still see a faint trace of worry between Li Yu's brows. He had always treated Li Yu as his own sister. Before he left, of course, he was still a little worried. Hearing this, Li Yu suddenly became silent. Her expression changed. In the end, she forced a smile and said, "Uncle Ma, look at what you're saying. How can I be depressed? Aren't I fine right now?" "Oh, right, you're going to Qingzhou alone. You should be careful. I'm still waiting for you to gain a foothold there and then go to Qingzhou to play." Ma Zhou sighed helplessly and said, "You don't have to worry about my safety. This time, Marquis will send some guards to go with me. Little you, take care." After saying this, he stood up and walked out of the room with his hands behind his back. Li Yu quickly stood up and shouted at Ma Zhou, "Uncle Ma, you take care too. Yu Yao, how's Ren Biao? Still not eating?" Qizhou, Yong County, front hall of the provincial governor's mansion. Wang Yu and a well-dressed woman with a graceful temperament were sitting at the head of the table. Looking at Leng Yuyao who was standing in the hall, Wang Yu asked with a cold face. Leng Yuyao's face was as cold as usual. Hearing Wang Yu's question, she slightly bowed and said, "Master, young master said he can't eat." "Can't eat?" Hearing this, the noblewoman sitting next to Wang Yu was instantly enraged. She slammed the table and said angrily, "I think he's been bewitched by that little vixen. For that bitch, he doesn't care about anyone. Master and I have nurtured him for so many years, but he actually treats us like enemies for that bitch. How unfilial." That's right, this woman was Li Er's aunt and the current eldest princess of Tang dynasty, Princess Tongnan. She was also Wang Renbiao's birth mother and the current matriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan. "Madam, calm down. Madam, calm down." Seeing Princess Tong'an's rage, Wang Yu quickly played the role of the good guy. He had no choice. Although he was the current patriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan, the current emperor intended to weaken the power of the aristocratic families. The Chui clan of Qinghe, the Chui clan of Bowling, and the Jin clan of Xingyang had been wiped out by the imperial court. The imperial power was now unprecedentedly strong. If the Wang family of Taiyuan wanted to continue its glory, they had no choice but to submit to the imperial family. Princess Tong'an was a relative of the imperial family. At this juncture, even Wang Yu, the patriarch of the Wang family, did not dare to offend Princess Tong'an. Calm down, calm down. How can I calm down? It's all because of your good son. We've nurtured him for more than a decade, but in the end, in his eyes, we're not even comparable to a lowly woman outside. Princess Tong'an did not give Wang Yu any face as she bellowed in front of all the servants. She was an ambitious woman. Although she was the eldest princess of the imperial court, once a woman married off, she was like spilled water. Sometimes, the imperial family could support her, but if she wanted to maintain a stable position in a large clan like the Wang family, other than the imperial family's support, she had to rely on her own efforts. Wang Renbiao was the key to maintaining her unshakable position in the Wang family. Thus, she had spared no effort in nurturing Wang Renbiao. However, she had never imagined that the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Renbiao, would fall in love with the daughter of a commoner merchant. If news of this got out, Wang Renbiao would probably become the laughingstock of all the aristocratic families. After all, although the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were no longer as glorious as they were in the past, the bloodlines of aristocratic families were still noble and unattainable. In the imperial court, countless civil and military officials hoped that they or their descendants could marry a descendant of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. This was especially true for Wang Renbiao, who not only possessed the bloodline of the Wang family of Taiyuan, but also the blood of the imperial family. His bloodline was noble. Now that Wang Renbiao wanted to marry a commoner, this was a stain on the bloodline of the aristocratic families. The other clans of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would ridicule him, and the elders of the Wang family would not let him off. In the end, Wang Renbiao might be marginalized by the Wang family. In the future, the Wang family would not give Wang Renbiao any resources, much less any help. This caused Princess Tong'an's many years of planning and management to go up in smoke. It was said that a mother's status depended on her son. If Wang Renbiao could not provide her with a strong political foundation, as his mother, even if she had the status of a princess, she would soon be removed from the center of power in the Wang family. Therefore, after learning about Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu, Princess Tong and flew into a rage and brought her husband to kill their way from Suizhou to Qizhou. In the main hall, Wang Yu had an embarrassed look on his face. He was truly helpless against the furious Princess Tong, and since he wants that bitch so much, I'll have someone tie her up and throw her into the river to feed the fish. Let's see if he's still willing to eat. After a pause, Princess Tong and finally made up her mind. She stood up angrily and said to Leng Yuyao, take someone to that bitch's house and tie her up for me. This. Leng Yuyao was shocked. She was envious and jealous of Li Jingchu, but she knew that Wang Renbiao truly liked Li Jingchu. As long as Wang Renbiao liked someone, whether it was a friend or a love rival, she would do her best to protect them. However, Princess Tong and had ordered her to kill Li Jingchu. Leng Yuyao was against this order from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, she knew that if Li Jingchu died like this, Wang Renbiao would not continue living and would not forgive her even in death. Madam, you mustn't. Before Leng Yuyao could say anything, Wang Yu could no longer sit still. He hurriedly stood up to dissuade her. Madam, Li Jingchu is just a commoner. She didn't steal or rob, nor did she commit any crimes. As an official of the imperial court, how can I let anyone take her away as they please? No matter what, this is still a human life. In a feudal society, there was naturally darkness everywhere. This was especially true for aristocratic families. Every month, servants and maidservants would die an unnatural death. In the eyes of the upper echelons, some human lives were indeed worthless. However, Li Jingchu was not a slave. She was a commoner. No matter if it was an aristocratic family or an official of the imperial court, no one could casually put a commoner to death. At the very least, they could not brazenly put a commoner to death like this. Even if Li Jingchu had committed a serious crime, Wang Yu and Princess Tong and would not be able to kill her with just a few words. The imperial court was very strict when it came to the death penalty for criminals. It even required Li Heir to personally review it. Therefore, once a human life was involved, Wang Yu could not sit by and do nothing. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Princess Tong and knew that she had misspoken. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. Humph. If we can't kill her, then we'll break her legs and scratch her face. Let's see if my son will give up then. Leng Yuyao, bring some people over now. Seeing that Princess Tong and was willing to listen, Wang Yu sat back down. It was fine as long as no lives were taken. This was his principle and bottom line. However, Leng Yuyao did not immediately accept the order. She remained silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and cupping her fists. Forgive me, princess, but Yuyao cannot accept the order. The moment she said that, everyone was shocked. Princess Tong An's eyes were filled with anger. She walked step by step to Leng Yuyao and said coldly, Leng Yuyao, you dare to disobey the order? Chapter 1682. If the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. This saying was used to describe the relationship between ruler and subject in feudal dynasties, but it also applied to the relationship between master and servant in this era. If the master wanted a servant to die, it was too easy. He could find a random reason to kill the servant, and the servant would not be punished by the imperial court's laws. Thus, in this era, the master was the servant's heaven. In the main hall, Princess Tong and glared at Leng Yuyao, the anger and hatred in her eyes undisguised. If looks could kill, Leng Yuyao would have been riddled with holes by now. The other servants and maids in the room all kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. They knew that although looks could not kill, a furious Princess Tong and could very well kill someone. Your Highness, Yuyao does not dare. Leng Yuyao's heart trembled under Princess Tong An's cold gaze. She got down on one knee and cupped her fists. Yuyao's life belongs to the family, so I naturally do not dare to disobey your Highness's orders. However, Li Jingchu is young master's beloved, shut up. Princess Tong An was furious. Since you do not dare to disobey, then obediently follow this princess's orders. Pay attention to your status, there are some things that you cannot interfere in. You only need to listen to orders. Princess Tong An's tone was incomparably cold. Everyone could feel that the matriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Of course, no one was willing to provoke this terrifying woman at this time. Leng Yuyao didn't dare either, but she really couldn't bring herself to hurt a powerless woman, especially one that Wang Renbiao loved deeply. After a moment of silence, Leng Yuyao braced herself and gritted her teeth. Your Highness, young master is still bedridden, and Li Jingchu is the crux of young master's illness. Please take pity on young master, enough. Before she could finish, Princess Tong An waved her sleeve and laughed in anger. Good. 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 None of you put me in your eyes. Very good. Men, drag Leng Yuyao away and give her 100 lashes. She will die. Wang Yu, who was sitting at the head of the table, was shocked when he heard this. 100 lashes was absolutely a death sentence for an ordinary person. Although Leng Yuyao was a martial artist, after being lashed 100 times, even if she didn't die, she would still lose a layer of skin. More importantly, Leng Yuyao was a secret guard that had been nurtured by the Wang family for many years. Her strength was close to that of an evolved Jing master, and she could be considered one of the top secret guards of the Wang family. If she was killed just like that, it would truly be a pity. However, Princess Tong An was on the verge of exploding with rage. Wang Yu did not want to provoke her at this moment. He opened his mouth and wanted to plead for mercy, but in the end, he did not say anything. At this time, 2 strong servants immediately walked in from outside the door. They bowed and replied, "Yes, Princess." As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them wanted to grab Leng Yuyao's shoulders. However, Leng Yuyao stood up on her own and glanced coldly at the 2 of them. Merely this glance caused the 2 of them to feel a bone-piercing chill rise from the soles of their feet. They heard Leng Yuyao say indifferently, "There's no need for you to escort me. I'll walk on my own." After saying that, she walked out of the door. How could someone as cold and arrogant as her allow another man to touch her body? Even if she was to be punished, she wanted to be punished in a dignified manner. Humph. Seeing this, Princess Tong An snorted but did not say anything. She believed that after 100 lashes, Leng Yuyao would soon be dead. As a princess, why would she bother with a dead person? Princess Tong An glared at Leng Yuyao's back and called out, "Enfu. This old servant is here." An old man in his 50s immediately walked out from the servant standing by the side. This was the old servant that Princess Tong An had brought over from Sui province. "Enfu, take 2 men with you to the Li family and break that bitch's limbs and disfigure her face." Princess Tong An ordered coldly. "Yes, Princess." The old servant did not have the same concerns as Leng Yuyao. He bowed and turned to leave. Cough, cough, cough. Wait. Just as the old servant turned to leave and Leng Yuyao had just walked out of the main hall, a series of coughs came from outside the door, followed by a weak and slightly hurried voice. Then came Leng Yuyao's surprised and worried voice. "Young master. Why are you here?" Cough, cough. "I would have regretted it for the rest of my life if I didn't come." "Yao, come in with me." The person who had come was Wang Renbiao, who had been bedridden for many days. A moment later, with Leng Yuyao's help, he staggered into the main hall. Princess Tong An and Wang Yu's hearts sank. Wang Renbiao's face was incomparably pale, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. Cough, cough. "Mother, father. Everything is this child's fault. It has nothing to do with Yao, or Jingchu. This child is willing to listen to mother's arrangements and take good care of my body. I will cut off all contact with Li Jingchu. I beg mother to let Yao, and Jingchu off." Wang Renbiao broke free from Leng Yuyao's support and barely managed to stabilize himself before cupping his hands at Princess Tong An and Wang Yu. "Young master," Leng Yuyao was shaken. She was well aware of Wang Renbiao's love for Li Jingchu, but Wang Renbiao was actually willing to give up on Li Jingchu. Leng Yuyao understood that Wang Renbiao was doing this mainly to save her and Li Jingchu. Cut off all contact. Humph. Now you know how to listen to me? In my view, you just want to save these two women. What Leng Yuyao could see, Princess Tong and could as well. She sneered and mercilessly exposed Wang Renbiao's intentions, then said, "You're right. You've already lost your mind. The dignified eldest son of the Wang clan is actually going to make an enemy out of your parents over a commoner girl? Now, only by destroying that bitch can you wake up completely. And Fu, continue to do as I say." The old servant hesitated for a moment, but he still bowed and replied, "Yes. Princess." Plop. Wang Renbiao suddenly fell to his knees. He gasped for breath and said weakly, "Mother." Cough, cough. This child has never begged you for anything since he was young. Today, this child begs you to let Jingchu and Yao go. As long as you let them go, this child is willing to listen to all your arrangements from now on. The eldest princess's expression did not soften. Instead, she became even angrier. She raised her voice and said, "You've never begged me since you were young, but now you're begging me for two women? Are these two women more important than your mother in your heart? Humph. I must destroy them today. Laifu, what are you standing there for? Take this slut away. Go and tie up Li Jingchu." "Mother, don't." Pft. Wang Renbiao, who was overwhelmed with emotions, finally spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young master." Leng Yuyao was anxious. She hurriedly squatted down and supported Wang Renbiao. She said with a sorrowful expression, "Young master, Yuyao's life is not important. Nothing must happen to you." Wang Yu, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but clench his fists nervously. He stood up and looked at Princess Tong and, "Madam, Biao's health is more important. Can we talk about other matters later?" Princess Tong and pursed her lips. A trace of worry and heartache flashed through her eyes. After all, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. No matter what, Wang Renbiao was the son she had carried for 10 months. Seeing Wang Renbiao like this, it would be a lie to say that she did not feel heartache. However, when she thought of how the usually obedient Wang Renbiao had disobeyed her a few days ago because of a commoner girl, the anger in her heart surged again. No. Only by destroying that slut will he wake up. Men, help the eldest young master to the backyard to rest. Laifu, do as this princess said. Princess Tong and gritted her teeth and said fiercely. This, Wang Yu opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, Princess Tong and glared at him fiercely. Yes. Princess. And Fu bowed and received the order. He then whispered to the servants around him, "What are you standing there for? Take Miss Leng away." Yes. The servants immediately swarmed toward Leng Yuyao. Humph. Leng Yuyao's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. She whispered, "Young master, Yuyao will protect you as you leave." Although she was an assassin trained by the Wang family for many years, at this moment, she only had Wang Renbiao in her eyes. Even if the surroundings were filled with danger, even if the road ahead was filled with killing intent, she had to protect Wang Renbiao. This was her belief. Cough cough. Yao, don't be rash. Wang Renbiao saw a trace of determination and the will to die in Leng Yuyao's eyes. He coughed twice and quickly pressed his hand on Leng Yuyao's shoulder to dissuade her. Leng Yuyao's eyes were filled with tears. She shook her head and said, "Young master, Yuyao's life is worthless. Even if I die, Yuyao cannot watch young master suffer. As long as young master is safe and happy, Yuyao will have no regrets even if she dies." With that, she placed Wang Renbiao's arm on her shoulder and stood up from the ground. She looked coldly at the servants who were about to charge over. The temperature in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. "No. Don't." Wang Renbiao panicked. Although these servants were far from being Leng Yuyao's match, he knew better than anyone that if Leng Yuyao injured Princess Tong and servants today, it would be the same as cutting herself off from the Wang family. From then on, she would be the Wang family's mortal enemy. There would only be one end for her, death. This was a path of no return. Patriarch. Patriarch. A letter from Chang'an. A letter from Chang'an. Just as the battle between Leng Yuyao and the Wang family servants was about to erupt, just as Leng Yuyao was about to take the step of cutting herself off from the Wang family, a series of hurried footsteps and loud shouts came from outside the room. Leng Yuyao's heart thumped, and the killing intent in her eyes dissipated somewhat. Wang Yu and Princess Tong'an, who were sitting at the head of the table, immediately lost their composure. Just the words "a letter from Chang'an" revealed a lot of information. The two of them simultaneously thought that it might be that person in the imperial palace who wrote the letter. A letter from Chang'an? Who wrote it? Wang Yu stood up and asked the servant who ran in. Patriarch, the Marquis of Yong, and sent someone to deliver an urgent letter from 800 li away. He said that it must be opened by Patriarch or the princess. The servant raised the letter over his head and bowed. Qizhou was located northwest of Chang'an City, only 400 to 500 li away. Thus, Li Zishuan's letter could reach Qizhou today. The Marquis of Yong'an? Wang Yu and Princess Tong'an looked at each other in confusion. Wang Yu's eyes darkened as he said, "Quickly bring it up." When Wang Renbiao heard that it was a letter from Li Zishuan, he couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Meanwhile, Leng Yuyao couldn't help but sigh in relief. She understood that even if today's matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, at least Wang Yu and Princess Tong'an wouldn't make things too difficult for Wang Renbiao over Li Jingchu's matter. Yes. The servant replied and slowly walked forward to hand the letter to Wang Yu. Wang Yu reached out to take it. After seeing that the seal was still intact, he opened the letter and took out a stack of paper. Wang Yu unfolded the paper and saw the words written on it: "The peacock flies southeast, circling once every 5 li. At 13, she can weave silk. At 14, she can tailor. At 15, she can play the kongho. At 16, she can recite poetry. At 17, she is the wife of a monarch. Her heart is filled with sorrow." At this moment, Princess Tong'an also turned to look at the letter in Wang Yu's hand. Isn't this Jiao Zhongqing's wife? What does the Marquis of Yong'an mean? After a moment, the two of them finished reading the contents of the first piece of paper. They couldn't help but look at each other and ask softly in confusion. Both of them were well-read people and naturally recognized where the contents of the letter came from. At this moment, Wang Yu had a hint of understanding in his heart, but he still wasn't sure what Li Zishuan was trying to express. However, he saw that there was another piece of paper under the letter. Wang Yu pulled it out and said, "Madam, there's another letter here." As he spoke, Wang Yu unfolded the other letter and saw the words written on it: "To Provincial Governor Wang and Eldest Princess. This junior suddenly heard that Renbiao is seriously ill again and is worried and unable to calm down. However, this junior still has important matters to attend to in the capital and cannot personally visit Qizhou. Thus, I wrote this letter to ask about it. Renbiao, gentle and pure, honest and magnanimous, my brother; Jingchu, pure and beautiful, gentle on the inside but firm on the outside, my adopted sister. I swear to go to the heavens and the underworld to avenge my brother. This junior Li Zishuan respectfully greets your highness." When he read the second letter, Wang Yu's expression became more and more solemn, while Princess Tong'an's expression became more and more furious. Bastard! This Li Zishuan dares to lecture this princess? What right does he have? When she read the last line, "I swear to go to the heavens and the underworld to avenge my brother," Princess Tong'an couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Wang Yu's expression changed, and he hurriedly put away the letter. He looked at Princess Tong'an and said in a low voice, "Madam, do not speak nonsense." The Marquis of Yong'an had good intentions. Today's matter ends here. From today onwards, you and I will not interfere with Renbiao and Li Jingchu's marriage. But, Princess Tong'an looked at Wang Yu in surprise, but Wang Yu mercilessly said, "There are no buts. This old man is the head of the Wang family. Come, help young Master Wang to the rear hall to rest. In addition, send someone to the Li family to deliver the betrothal gifts and choose a day to marry Li Jingchu into the estate. Wang Yu, who had seemed somewhat henpecked a moment ago, suddenly became incomparably domineering. Only now did he seem like the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Chapter 1683. What? Does this old man's words no longer carry weight? In the main hall of the Qizhou provincial governor's estate, Wang Yu seemed to have become a completely different person, shocking everyone. The servants who had followed Princess Tong An's orders and wanted to enter to capture Leng Yuyao were all stunned on the spot. For a moment, they did not know whether to advance or retreat. It could be said that they were in a dilemma. Seeing this, Wang Yu's face could not help but sink as he coldly said. He usually gave in to Princess Tong An on small matters, but modesty did not mean that he was afraid of her. Sometimes, modesty was also a form of respect. However, no matter what, he was the current patriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan. As long as he was still the patriarch, the Wang family had to obey his orders. Yes. Patriarch. Seeing Wang Yu's dignified expression and signs of anger, the Wang family servants quickly regained their wits and bowed to receive the order. And Fu then bowed again and said, "This old servant will bring people to prepare the betrothal gifts and bring a matchmaker to the Li family to present the betrothal gifts." Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, Go." Seeing that her efforts over the past few days had all gone to waste, Princess Tong An's eyes surged with anger and showed signs of exploding. However, Wang Yu's domineering "this old man is the patriarch of the Wang family" made Princess Tong An's heart palpitate. After sharing the same bed for so many years, she knew that Wang Yu was serious at this moment. If she went against him now, she would not be able to get away with it. Even if she was the princess of the great Tang and Li heir's aunt, she could not do it. This was a family matter of the Wang family. Even if Li heir was the monarch of the country, he could not support Princess Tong An at this time. As such, Princess Tong An could only watch as Wang Yu arranged for people to propose marriage to Li Jingchu. At this time, Wang Yu walked in front of Wang Renbiao and said with a smile, "Cousin, you don't have to worry about your marriage with Miss Li anymore. Father will help you arrange it. Right now, it is more important for you to take care of your body. Don't wait until the day of the wedding and still be sick in bed." Just a moment ago, his marriage had clearly been opposed by his entire family. But now, Wang Yu, the head of the Wang family, was actually supporting it. This change happened too quickly, so quickly that Wang Renbiao was unable to react. Although he had guessed that Li Zishuan would plead for him and Li Jingchu in the letter, Wang Renbiao did not expect that Li Zishuan's letter would actually be so effective, directly causing Wang Yu's attitude to change 180 degrees. With infinite surprise and doubt, Wang Renbiao said to Wang Yu, "Thank you, father. I will definitely take good care of my body these days." Sigh. You have a good brother. Wang Yu sighed deeply. He patted his son's shoulder, then looked at Leng Yuyao and said, "Yuyao, quickly help cousin to the backyard to rest, then invite the best doctor in the county to treat him." Previously, when Wang Renbiao was sick in bed, Wang Yu and Princess Tong An had also invited a few doctors for him. After all, Wang Renbiao was their son. Although they hated him, it was far from the point where they would disregard his life. However, at that time, Wang Renbiao was only concerned about Li Jingchu's safety and did not cooperate with the treatment. In addition, he was suffering from a mental illness. The doctors treated him for a few days, but there was almost no effect, so they only left behind a few prescriptions to strengthen his foundation before leaving. Now that Wang Renbiao's biggest worry was gone, with the treatment of the doctors, his recovery would definitely be faster. "Yes, Master." The corners of Leng Yuyao's mouth rose slightly. She bowed to Wang Yu with cupped fists, then supported Wang Renbiao and left. Humph. Princess Tong An, who was standing at the head of the table, finally could not bear it anymore. She snorted angrily, then flicked her sleeves and left. Sigh, sigh. Wang Yu reached out to stop her, but in the end, he did not manage to do so. He could only let Princess Tong An walk past him. After some thought, Wang Yu quickly followed. Hey! Madam! Your husband had someone buy some of the best divine tea. It's still fresh. Madam, quickly try it. It's very fragrant. In the western courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Yu had a maidservant bring over a pot of tea and personally poured a cup for Princess Tong, and then, he walked forward with a fawning expression. At this moment, the mighty and domineering patriarch of the Wang family had turned into a henpecked man. If anyone else saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Humph. Don't be so fake. Princess Tong and stepped aside and stood up angrily. We've already reached a consensus regarding cousin's marriage. We can't let him marry that merchant's daughter, or else he'll be finished in the Wang family. Didn't you agree before? Why did you become the good guy in the end and I become the vicious and evil woman? Wang Yu smiled apologetically. Haha. What are you saying, madam? I don't know if madam is kind, graceful, and generous. Princess Tong and was annoyed when she heard this. Humph. I'm afraid the entire residence is talking about how cruel I am to my son, and how much you, Wang Yu, dote on your son. These words were naturally spoken out of anger. In fact, both Wang Yu and Princess Tong and felt terrible when they saw Wang Renbiao suffering and being bedridden. After all, blood ties could not be severed. The reason why they insisted on separating Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu was for Wang Renbiao's future. In Princess Tong An's opinion, if she and Wang Yu persisted, Wang Renbiao might eventually compromise. Hearing this, Wang Yu quickly coughed. Ahem. As for cousin's marriage, Li Jingchu is indeed not a good match for cousin. Her status is a little low, but Madame Xian of the Marquis of Yong'an, you've seen it for yourself. Li Jingchu is not only the daughter of a merchant, she's also the Marquis of Yong'an's adopted sister. So what if she's an adopted sister? She's not his biological sister. Without blood ties, Li Jingchu's status is still lacking compared to our Wang clan of Taiyuan. Princess Tong and said disapprovingly. These words were indeed true. With the prestige of the 5 clans and 7 hopes among the common people, even the Prime Minister's family would find it difficult to marry a descendant of the 5 clans, let alone Li Jingchu, who was only Li Zishuan's adopted sister. Wang Yu sternly said, Madam, according to the Marquis of Yong'an's letter, he values Li Jingchu greatly. If we go too far, the Marquis of Yong'an might. Humph. You're the patriarch of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, so why would you fear a mere marquis? What a joke. Princess Tong and glanced at Wang Yu and sneered. Wang Yu shook his head and sighed softly. Madam, in the past, the Wang clan of Taiyuan naturally did not fear a mere marquis. However, the situation is different now. The current His Majesty is a man of great talent and vision. His political and martial prowess does not lose out to any of the previous emperors. His intention to weaken the noble clans and promote the commoners is well known. A few months ago, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Chui clan of Bowling, and the Jing clan of Xingyang were exterminated by His Majesty. Now, the noble clans are in a precarious situation and have long lost their former glory. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong'an is no ordinary marquis. Chapter 1684. Young master, now that master and princess have finally agreed to your marriage with Li Jingchu, you can rest in peace. Yao will go get a doctor for you. After helping Wang Renbiao into the bedroom in the backyard and helping him lie down, Leng Yuyao looked at the latter with a warm smile on her cold face. She covered Wang Renbiao with a brocade quilt and got up. Yao. Just as Leng Yuyao turned to leave, Wang Renbiao suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed her white jade-like wrist, saying, Yao, it's been hard on you these days. Leng Yuyao's body trembled, and she stood motionless on the spot. Wang Renbiao continued, I know that you've been secretly coming here every night to extend my life, and I also know that when we were in the front hall, you really planned to completely turn against father and the Wang family to kill our way out. In addition, the reason why little Xian suddenly sent a letter, I'm afraid it was also because of your secret operation, right? Leng Yuyao's expression changed, and she slowly turned around. She looked at Wang Renbiao and asked in surprise, "Young master, how did you know?" Seeing Leng Yuyao's reaction, Wang Renbiao smiled and said, "That's right." He raised his head and looked at the curtain above, muttering to himself, "Father can change his attitude so quickly. Could it be that little Xian promised some benefits?" Sigh. "I'm afraid I can't repay the favor I owe little Xian in this lifetime." "I'm sorry, young master. Yuyao didn't mean to hide it from you." Seeing the disappointed look on Wang Renbiao's face, Leng Yuyao said with some guilt, "Haha. You don't have to blame yourself, I don't blame you." Wang Renbiao turned his head and squeezed Leng Yuyao's wrist again, and said with a smile, "I understand your good intentions, and since everything is perfect now, that's for the best. I'll try my best to repay the favor I owe little Xian, but it's been hard on you these days, Yao, In Wang Renbiao's mind, he could never forget Leng Yuyao secretly extending his life in the middle of the night these days. He could never forget that in front of the main hall, Leng Yuyao would rather die than hurt his lover, and even more so, he couldn't forget the determination Leng Yuyao had when she pulled him to kill their way out, at the critical moment just now. This already far surpassed the affection between master and servant. He wasn't a plant, so how could he not feel Leng Yuyao's infatuation with him? But there was already someone living in his heart, so how could he still hold Leng Yuyao? Facing Leng Yuyao's silent sacrifice, his heart could be said to have mixed feelings. "Young master. I don't suffer." Seeing Wang Renbiao's eyes filled with tenderness and complicated emotions, Leng Yuyao's heart was filled with grief. Her nose turned somewhat sour as she said, "As long as young master is well, even if Yuyao goes through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, experiencing 1,000 tribulations, it's also as sweet as malt sugar." Yuyao's life was given to her by young noble. Yuyao will not allow young noble to die in front of Yuyao. Finished speaking, Leng Yuyao struggled free from Wang Renbiao's large hand and turned around. "Young master, rest at ease and recuperate. Yuyao will go invite a physician for young master and strive to let young master recover as soon as possible to complete the wedding." It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Leng Yuyao emphasized the words, "complete the wedding." After saying that, she didn't wait for Wang Renbiao's response and directly walked out of the door. Creak bang. The beauty left, and the door was tightly shut. Wang Renbiao looked at the direction Leng